Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter exposed the truth about Pureblood society. Here is short summary. Harry uncovers the hidden corruption, biases, and secrets of Pureblood society, challenging the foundation of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Well, let's start from the beginning. What did he tell you about the prophecy? I know you think that you and Voldemort were destined to fight and all that rubbish. But don't you think that it wasn't just a bit coincidental that there just happened to be a Death Eater listening in when the prophecy was being said? Don't you think that's pushing coincidence just a little too far? Why would a Death Eater listen in on a school teacher's interview anyway? Don't you think they had better things to do with their time? And why wasn't the interview held at the school like they always are? What did he tell you? That he went to meet her because it was raining or some such rubbish? Why couldn't she have flowed directly to his office? Think, Harry, think. Put yourself in his place. Dumbledore was leading the war against Voldemort and it was not going well. Then he hears a prophecy that states that the only one that's able to defeat Voldemort is about to be born. What is he going to do? Is he going to wait 17-18 years for the baby to grow up? No. What would be the greater good? To let the war drag on for another 18 years or to try and negate the prophecy by having Voldemort kill a couple of babies? With Dumbledore the ends always justify the means, said Lily. He engineered the leak. You never cross-checked the date on the prophecy, did you? He heard it a month before the so-called interview in Hogsmeade. Once he heard it, he knew that he wouldn't be the one to defeat Voldemort, and the so-called savior of the wizarding world couldn't stand the thought of someone else stealing his thunder. He couldn't take the chance that you would grow up to supplant him, nor could he wait for you to grow up, so he tried to have you killed when you were a baby. He couldn't get his own hands dirty, of course. No, that's not the way Albus Dumbledore operates. He always manipulates other people to do his dirty work for him. He knew Snape was a Death Eater. He planted a compulsion in Snape to be there at that time and place, then he imperioused Trelawney to repeat the prophecy when she did. He's such a master manipulator that he's the one who planted the idea in Sirius' head to make Peter the secret keeper. A few well-placed comments on how Sirius was obviously the only one that we could trust with the secret, and Sirius came to the conclusion that he was too obvious a choice. He's so good at it that Sirius always thought it was his own idea. He's also the one who convinced your father to hide in Godric's Hollow. The Potters had many properties that would have been much more secure for us. We could have left the country for that matter. It's not like we needed to work for a living or didn't have the money to go anywhere in the world we wanted to, but unfortunately your father believed in him. I always had my suspicions, but your father was so blinded he refused to listen to me, and well, I let myself be influenced by your father's faith as well. Well, your father paid for his loyalty with both our lives. Sirius paid for it by spending 12 years in Azkaban, followed by living a dog's life and then being trapped in his apartment with that horrible Molly Weasley. Have you thought about the Longbottoms? Isn't it a bit of a coincidence that Death Eaters managed to find the other child that the prophecy could have referred to just a few days after we were betrayed? Dumbledore was responsible for that as well, said Lily. She was on a roll and it didn't seem like she was going to stop anytime soon. Think about the rest of your years in Hogwarts. Think about first year. Do you really think he didn't know about Quirrell and Voldemort? He placed the Philosopher's Stone in a school, put hundreds of children at risk. Why? He wanted to entice Voldemort to the school. I don't know if he wanted Voldemort to kill you or whether he just wanted to test if your protection was still active. Even before that, he knew that Petunia wouldn't have told you anything about your heritage thanks to his compulsion charms. Did he send a qualified teacher to your house to inform you about the wizarding world like every single Muggle-born gets? No, he sent Hagrid, a groundskeeper. Don't get me wrong. Hagrid may be a lovely person and a good friend to you over the years, but he was absolutely unqualified to prepare a child for Hogwarts. He didn't even tell you how to get onto the train, for God's sake. Right from the beginning you were kept as ignorant as possible, said Lily. In your second year, what did he do to stop the rumors about you being the heir of Slytherin? Nothing. What did he do to protect you and the rest of the school from a basilisk? Nothing. Children were getting petrified all over the place and the man did nothing. Any halfway competent headmaster would have evacuated the school right after Filch's cat was petrified, but the great Albus Dumbledore didn't seem to care at all, did he? No, he went right on letting children get petrified. They were only Muggleborns after all. Who cares about them? That's what he thought, said Lily. Think about the Triwizard Tournament. Barty Crouch Sr. was imperious into insisting you had to compete, but Dumbledore would have known that since you hadn't put your name in the goblet yourself that you didn't have to compete. Magical contracts just don't work that way. There's no way he would have missed the fact that Moody was a polyjuiced imposter. He still forced you to compete just so he could use you as bait for Voldemort yet again. He didn't even let the rest of the school know that you were being forced to compete. He wanted them to think you cheated your way into the tournament and despise you for it. He wanted you friendless and alone. If it wasn't for the polyjuiced Moody Barty Crouch Jr. helping you in secret, you would have died during those tasks. After all, it's not like he or any of those incompetents they call teachers could be bothered to help you. They pitted you against a dragon. A dragon. And what did you do? You went back the next year and asked for more, said Lily. Then after Voldemort's resurrection, why didn't he just force Fudge to view your memories in a pensieve? He was the head of the Wizengamot at the time. Do you really think he was as powerless as he made out? He could have easily called for a hearing and made you testify under Veritaserum as well. No, he wanted a weak, ineffectual ministry, so that Voldemort could rise again, and he planned on being the one to defeat him when he did. In 5th year, did he do anything to protect you from the ministry? Did he give any interviews letting people know that he believed in you? No, he let them slander you and paint you as a delusional glory-seeking fool. Do you really think he was unaware of Umbridge and her blood quills? He let her torture you, and did nothing about it. The only reason he didn't do something about your little study group is that he didn't expect you to succeed at it at all. He fully expected you to fail and perhaps get expelled from school for it. Then he would swoop in and save you somehow, making you view him as your savior. It's only after he got himself cursed by the ring that he started being straight with you, and even then he did nothing to prepare you. Showing someone the equivalent of a bunch of home movies about Voldemort does not prepare them to face a powerful homicidal psychopath. And making Snape the defense teacher at a time when you needed to be trained in defense more than ever. Inexcusable. That man is totally incompetent as a teacher, and Dumbledore knows it. Even when he was dying, he could not bear the thought of you winning where he had failed, so he set you up to die. Did he even tell you how to destroy the Horcruxes? No, that was yet another thing you had to puzzle out for yourself. If you really had a Horcrux in you, then why didn't he do something about it? He had years to research Horcruxes and ways of removing them. Did he do that? No, he just let you know that the only way for it to be destroyed was for you to be killed, and you, fool that you are, you believed him, said Lily, not pulling any punches at all. I'm sorry, Mum, but the things is, and I say this with all due respect, I'm feeling a bit, put upon here. I was simply trying to do the right thing, and I was hoping for a heaven. Frankly, I would have even settled for oblivion, finally some peace, but an afterlife in which my mother screams at me and points out all the mistakes that I've done. I've got to say, not really the best. Besides, you're almost literally flogging a dead horse. I mean, it's not like I can do anything at this point. I'm dead, said Harry. Oh, for God's sake, Harry. I mean, really, why do you think I'm here? Why do you think I'm being so hard on you, Harry? Do you think I'd be talking to you like this if we couldn't do something about this sorry state of affairs? What we are going to do now is that you are going to listen to your mother and you're going to do what I tell you. By the time I'm done, you're going to be healthy, happy, strong, and you will never ever let anyone manipulate you ever again. That's what we're going to do. Now I've had the last 16 years to think about this, but until you died and I could meet you, there was nothing I could do. I have a plan and we're going to follow it. Our goals are simple. First, we're going to make sure that you have a proper upbringing. A happy childhood, with a loving, supportive family. Next, we're going to make sure that Sirius does not go to Azkaban. We're going to save Alice and Frank Longbottom, destroy Dumbledore, Get rid of the pureblood bigots from the ministry and drag the wizarding world kicking and screaming into the 20th century, said Lily. Wait, the only way to do that is if we could go back in time somehow, said Harry in an unbelieving tone. Despite his previous experience with time turners, he did not believe that he could really go back in time and change things. A proper childhood, that meant going back in time to when he was. No, it was too unbelievable for words. Very good, Harry. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going back in time to the day you were left at the Dursleys, said Lily. She actually managed to sound a bit proud at how quickly Harry had cottoned on to her plan. Oh well, in that case, can't we go back earlier and save you and Dad as well? Lily smiled ruefully. Unfortunately no. As a spirit I'm bound by certain rules. No spirit is allowed to go back and change things so that they didn't die. If that was allowed, no one would ever die of an accident at all. You're a special case since you're not fully dead, you're still anchored to the living world due to your connection with Voldemort. Because of that we're being allowed to tweak the rules a bit, and since time doesn't really exist in this place we're going to go back and fix things for you. Now we can't physically change anything in the real world while we're in this state, but luckily for us we won't need to. All we need to do is go back in time, and leave a few messages for Petunia, Sirius and the Longbottoms. That should fix most of the problems in your life. We're also going to make sure that you live up to your full potential, and not waste your time with the worst of the Weasleys. Also there's no way in hell you're going to ever end up with Ginny Weasley. You'll be much happier with someone like Hermione. Honestly, Harry, how could you let Ron steal her away from you? Why on earth couldn't you make your move on her? A smart, intelligent girl like that wasting herself on a lazy layabout like that. It's sickening. Oh, for God's sake. Now you're telling me you don't even like my girlfriend. This is really turning into one strange reunion. What's wrong with Ginny now? I love her, shouted an exasperated Harry. For God's sake, Harry, don't you remember what else happened that year? Remember what happened to Ron when he had that love potion that was meant for you? Girls were trying to slip you love potions left, right and center, and you still didn't find it suspicious when you suddenly developed feelings for a girl you had never thought about in a romantic way at all. She slipped me a love potion. Oh bullshit. I refuse to believe that. There is no way in hell. Are you sure? Actually I'm not. It's not like I watch you 24/7, you know. There are other things I have to do, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least. Your sudden realization that you were attracted to her was much too suspicious. So maybe I do have feelings for her. What's wrong with that? Well, for one, she's a Weasley. That family is wedged way too deep in Dumbledore's pockets. Secondly, what on earth do the two of you have in common apart from Quidditch? Any type of romantic relationship needs to be between two equals, and while the girl may be moderately pretty, there's no way she's even close to being your equal in any area. And furthermore, Lily grimaced at the dejected look on Harry's face. Okay, I may be a bit biased against Ginny, I admit that. The thing is, there are so many things that I absolutely hate about her. For instance, we'll come back to this. Tell me, do you like Luna? Asked Lily. Harry was thrown by the sudden change in topic. Sure, I mean she's Luna. She's a really sweet girl. Came and fought with me at the ministry and helped me deal with Sirius's death and... So would you ever call her Loony Lovegood? Asked Lily. Harry's face reddened and he looked like he was about to start shouting, so Lily cut him off before he could get started. I take it by your reaction that you don't like it when people call her Loony. That's understandable. She is rather a sweet girl. Now do you remember when you first met her? Who was it that told you who she was? Asked Lily. Ginny. It was on the Hogwarts Express and Ginny and Neville were there. But what does that? Oh bloody hell, I remember now. She referred to her as Loony. She said something like, "That's just Loony Lovegood," said Harry, a moe of distaste upon his face. So, a sweet girl like Luna, someone who Ginny has known for years, they practically grew up together and yet she has absolutely no hesitation in calling her Loony. Does that answer your question about why I don't like Ginny? And while we're on the topic of Weasleys, why have you stuck with Ron all these years? He's absolutely useless, said Lily. Okay, Ginny and I might not have that much in common and the rest of it, but Ron has always been my best friend, said Harry. Really, Harry, even you know he's always been jealous of you. Is someone a real friend if you can't be yourself around them? You couldn't even spend the money we left you without him getting jealous. What kind of person resents their best friend for every little thing? Have you ever thought about why you had so few friends at school? Ron Weasley. That's why. Your meeting him on the train was engineered by Dumbledore and Molly. Didn't you think it strange the way she was loudly talking about platform 9 3/4 when you ran into them at the train station? Like she hadn't been there a million times before. That whole meeting was orchestrated, and then he comes in telling you that the rest of the train was full. What utter rubbish. His main job throughout these years has been to make sure that you don't make more friends at school. If it wasn't for him, you would have made friends with Hermione and Neville on the train, and when Draco Malfoy came by you probably wouldn't have antagonized him so badly. I mean, that boy may be an idiot with some horribly warped bigoted ideas, but he was 11 at the time and came by to make friends with you, only for Weasley to drive him away. If it wasn't for that, while you may never have been friends, I'm sure he wouldn't have been so annoying to you for all these years. He tried his best to drive you away from Hermione in first year and then again in third year over that broom. If it wasn't for the troll, he would have succeeded and you would never have been friends with Hermione. He's never been loyal to you. He's only been friends with you because Dumbledore made him. Didn't you notice in fourth year, once the rest of the school thought you were a despicable cheater, he dropped you thinking his job was done, then had to come crawling back as soon as you did so well on the first task and started getting popular because of that. You even let him ruin your Yule Ball. And the way he attacked Hermione over her date with Krum, what kind of person would do their best to ruin a friend's evening? The boy is traitorous and disloyal and you shouldn't waste any time on him at all. The only reason he's been chasing Hermione is because he knew that you were so loyal you'd never make a move on her if you thought he was interested as well. And that poor girl, he probably fed her a love potion or two to make her interested in him. I don't know what to say. I always thought Ron was my friend. Yes, well, I can understand that, thanks to Dumbledore's interference with the Dursleys, you never had any friends growing up. No wonder you thought that stupid vicious weasel was a friend. Don't worry though, once we're done you'll have tons of friends, said Lily. I can't believe the Ron would do that. Molly's always been the closest thing to a mother to me. And that's probably the saddest thing I've heard. So she was nice to you a few times. Did you ever look at how she treats other people? Look at how she treated poor Fleur, for example. Any decent woman would have gone out of her way to make their son's fiancé feel welcome. Did she do that? No, she let Ginny go around calling her phlegm, put her down at every opportunity and basically treated her like dirt. The woman seemed to conveniently forget that the girl was an accomplished witch, a Triwizard champion for God's sake, not to mention incredibly beautiful. Any woman in her right mind would have been overjoyed for her son. Was she constantly belittled and insulted Sirius in his own house even though he was providing a place of refuge for her and her entire family. Which is another thing you should think about. Why did Dumbledore insist on the Weasleys staying with Sirius that summer? It's not like any Death Eater would have ever bothered targeting the Weasleys. Arthur's too ineffectual to have ever been a threat. Charlie and Bill were out of the country. Percy was firmly in the minister's pocket. They were in zero danger. No, Dumbledore just wanted them there so that he could prevent you and Sirius from bonding or discussing things in private. That woman's already managed to drive away most of her family. 2 of her sons had to leave the country and they've alienated the third so badly that he ended up virtually disowning them. I feel sorry for Percy, really. Molly and the twins just kept putting him down. And for what? Because he was ambitious, and wanted to do well at the ministry. He is a bit of a prat though. That he may be, but once again you're basing your opinion of him, not so much on your direct dealings with him, but on what you've heard from the twins and Ron. Remember, Harry, you should never blindly believe in other people's opinions, you need to form your own from direct observation. The twins are all right though. Really? So you think that people who can't be bothered to apply themselves in school and waste their time playing stupid practical jokes on others are all right? Tell me, Harry, what would they have done if you hadn't given them the money to get started? Nothing. That's what. Without you they'd still be living at home sponging off their parents. Those idiots were even testing their products on school children. Testing experimental products on children. My God, To think of all the things that could have gone wrong, it's mind-boggling how stupid that was. You're far better off staying as far away from all the Weasleys as you can the next time around. Even Arthur. Arthur, and what about Arthur makes you think that I'd consider him suitable for my son to be around? He's just another incompetent ministry employee, who's only managed to hang on to his job because he's a pureblood. If they had any kind of merit-based system in that place, he'd have been slung out on his ear long ago. No, the best that can be said of Arthur is that he's a nice person who means well. And Hermione, what about her? She's always been like a sister to me. And how would you know that? It's not like you had a sister growing up. She's always been your closest female friend, hasn't she? No, subconsciously you suppressed your feelings for her because you thought Ron liked her. And the poor girl probably thought she had no chance with you because you never showed her any interest. So you really think I should try and make her my girlfriend? Well, I certainly approve of her, except for the way she blindly followed Dumbledore, but then she's not the only one to blame there. Is she? But don't think that she's the only one for you just because I like her. Remember, Harry, I want to make sure that you're capable of making your own choices. If you prefer someone like Luna, go for it. For that matter, I'm sure your father would be ecstatic if you managed to date that Fleur girl. If I were you, I'd also try to be friendlier with Susan Bones or Daphne Greengrass. You don't need to make any choices now. Be friendly with all of them, then when the time is right you'll know whom you want to pursue. So if I can't trust the Weasleys or Dumbledore, who does that leave? Sirius, Remus, what about the other teachers like Flitwick or McGonagall? Quote, all the teachers at Hogwarts have been too brainwashed by Dumbledore, as such none of them can be trusted fully until he's removed. You can trust Sirius to some extent. Never trust him with anything important though, as he's proven himself to be too hot-headed. At best I can trust him to be a sort of crazy uncle, the one that's fun to have over for a visit, good for a few laughs, etc. Not more than that. As for Remus, I'm not sure. He was a lovely person once upon a time, but I'm horribly disappointed in him as well. Considering that he was one of your father's best friends, for him to have never checked up on you after we died is inexcusable. He did help me out in third year, taught me how to do the Patronus charm. Well, he was a teacher, Harry. It was his job to teach you. Just goes to show how horribly incompetent the rest of the Hogwarts staff have been. For you to think so well of someone just because they were moderately competent at their job really shines a light on how terrible the rest were. No, unfortunately Remus has also proven himself to be unreliable. Hopefully he might do better this time around, as he'll still have Sirius's friendship. What about Snape? In the memory he showed me, he was your friend. Was, is the operative word, Harry. No true friend of mine would have ever treated my son so horribly. The man is unfortunately a horrible excuse for a human being and a terrible teacher to boot. And he never did pay for his crimes as a Death Eater. If we can fix it so that he's sent to Azkaban, I would be quite happy. At least that way you'll have a competent instructor and be able to do better in potions. So, you said we'll go back in time to when I was dropped off at the Dursleys. Mom, I'm not sure I can go through that again. It won't be the same, Harry. All we need to do is make a few small changes, get the aggression and compulsion charms reversed, and you'll grow up with a loving family. As spirits we're fairly limited in what we can do, but we should be able to carry that out just fine. Still, I'm 17 now. I don't think I can handle being one again. It's got to be done, son. Right now you're an emotionally stunted mess thanks to your upbringing. In the state you're in, if I send you back to your current time, it'll still take you years of therapy to overcome your childhood and you'll be utterly miserable. But don't worry, you won't remember being 17, so it won't feel like you're reliving your childhood. What we're going to do is transfer your memory to your 1-year-old self, but you won't actually be aware of it. We'll charm it so that your memories only become unlocked once you get your Hogwarts letter. You won't need them before that. That means I'll still have to go through 7 years of Hogwarts again. Yes, but once we get rid of Dumbledore, which I plan to do within the first month of you getting there, you're going to have the Hogwarts experience you should have had. Nobody plotting to kill you, no dangerous situations, just school, Quidditch, friends and girls like it should have been. Speaking of Quidditch though, I'd really prefer it if you didn't join the team till at least third year. But I loved Quidditch, Mom. Yes, But Harry, there's a reason first years aren't allowed to try out. At that age you're just too small and the risk of injury too high. I could have killed McGonagall when she forced you into the team in first year. She didn't even ask you if you wanted to play a school sport, nor did she get permission from your guardians like she was obligated to. No, she just dragged you off to Wood and announced that you should be made Seeker. It was highly unprofessional of her. Also, could you please think about becoming a chaser instead? One of the main benefits of sports in school is that they teach you teamwork, but a Seeker is just flying around the pitch on his own during the game. You barely interact with the other players at all. If it wasn't for the huge point imbalance that catching the snitch has, it would be the most useless position on the team. You know, you might be right about that, Mom. While I love flying, sometimes the Seeker position did get a bit boring when the snitch took time to show up. I'll definitely try out for chaser next time. That's good, sweetie. Okay, but what about Sirius? If we manage to keep him out of Azkaban, wouldn't it be better if I live with him? I thought so too. That's why I agreed to make him your godfather, right up till he let Hagrid take you away and went chasing after Peter. You do realize Hagrid can't do much magic, right? And there could have been other Death Eaters around that night. The responsible thing for him to have done was to make sure you were safe before he went herring off to kill Peter. No, I want someone who's going to put my child first, and that means Petunia. Also, don't forget that Dumbledore wanted Sirius out of the way. If you end up living with Sirius, Dumbledore will keep meddling in your life. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to kill Sirius to get him out of the way. It'll be safest if he thinks he's succeeded with his plot to keep you downtrodden and miserable. What if he checks up on how the Dursleys are treating me? He didn't the first time around, did he? No, the overconfident old man will believe in his wards and compulsion charms and probably won't give you another thought until you turn up at Hogwarts. We'll have to make sure Sirius doesn't openly visit you though. For all intents and purposes it has to look like you're being kept isolated from the wizarding world. Okay, so we leave messages for Petunia, Sirius and the Longbottoms to fix my childhood, but that still leaves Voldemort and Dumbledore. I'm still going to have to fight them, aren't I? Actually no, all you need to do is to get rid of Dumbledore. And no, you're not going to have to fight him. Do you think I'm going to let you put yourself in danger again? No, what you're going to do is make an alliance with Quirrell. What? Shouted Harry. What? You heard me, Harry. Dumbledore's a far greater threat to you than Quirrell ever was. You need to make an alliance with Quirrell so that you can get him to take care of Dumbledore for you. But he's possessed by Voldemort, and he tried to kill me. Perhaps we should discuss some of Voldemort's history. You really don't know enough about him, you know. After all, most of your information about him came from Dumbledore, didn't it? Yes, but at least on this he couldn't have lied to me. Voldemort is evil. He murdered you and Dad. He's tried to kill me nearly every single year I've been at Hogwarts. Yes, he is evil. He has murdered a bunch of people, but what made him that way? No one is born a killer, Harry. To truly understand Voldemort you have to know what made him the way he is, and unfortunately a large part of that is also Dumbledore's fault. Come on, he murdered Myrtle while he was still in school, murdered his own father as well. No, he was always evil. Come now, Harry, there's a difference between being evil and being insane. Voldemort was insane ever since he made his first Horcrux, and that's what drove him to those acts of murder, not because he was simply born evil. Let me start at the beginning. You know some of Voldemort's history, but Dumbledore never really gave you the whole picture. Okay, so what's the real story then? Well, what did Dumbledore tell you about Voldemort's origins? You know he grew up in an orphanage, and after Hogwarts worked for Borgin and Burkes, and at some point applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position but was turned down by Dumbledore. Did anything strike you as strange about that? By all accounts he was one of the smartest students at Hogwarts. Why would someone as ambitious and clever as Tom Riddle work in a shop? Why would he apply for a teaching position? Dumbledore said he was using the Borgin job to look for Founder's artifacts. Please, Harry, Dumbledore fed you nothing but half-truths and lies. He never let you get an inkling of the true story. What you have to remember is that for all intents and purposes Tom Riddle was a Muggleborn. While he may have been a half-blood in truth, the purebloods would never have seen him as anything but a Muggle-raised orphan. As you know, the Ministry has always been heavily biased towards Muggleborns, and when Tom Riddle graduated Hogwarts he entered a world where all the doors were closed to him. He couldn't get any sort of meaningful job at the Ministry. And the true reason that Dumbledore turned him down for the Dada position was because Dumbledore wanted to hire a pureblood as well. He might have told you some bullshit about not trusting him, but the real reason is that Dumbledore is as much a pure-blood bigot as anybody. Now during the interview Dumbledore made it absolutely clear that he disliked Tom and also made it clear that he had suspicions about Tom's friends. Now remember, at this point Tom did not really have any Death Eater followers. He simply had friends and people who believed in the same things as him. While he did want power, at that point Tom wanted to push for reforms within the Ministry and gain power in a legal way by working towards equality for all wizards, whether pureblood or Muggleborn. Unfortunately, Dumbledore made it rather obvious that he would work against anything that Tom was doing. This terrified Tom. Dumbledore was an immensely powerful wizard even then. Tom was convinced that Dumbledore would be coming to kill him sooner or later, and this led him to make the biggest mistake of his life. He created a Horcrux. He still had to murder someone to do it. And you were willing to kill him because he murdered your parents, weren't you? We don't know what the situation was, Harry. We don't know what drove him to his first act of murder. For all you know, it could have been an act of self-defense. I believe Tom created his first Horcrux when he murdered his father, and it was after his interview with Dumbledore, not during his school years as Dumbledore led you to believe. Perhaps Tom was desperately looking for a way to save himself from Dumbledore, and he had already learned about Horcruxes in school. Maybe this led him to an act of murder. Just suppose he had always planned on getting revenge against his father, since he might have blamed him for his mother's death. While he may not have intended to kill him before, at this point he decided to take that ultimate step. If you think about it, was he that different from you? Didn't you want to kill him for murdering me? You can't seriously believe that, Mom. How can you excuse away his murdering his father? Harry, I'm not condoning his actions, but you have to agree that there's a major difference between a serial killer murdering victims at random, and a desperate person wanting to murder the person that in their eyes was responsible for their mother's death and all the subsequent misery in their life. Of course this is speculation on my part, but I don't believe Tom was evil until after he created his first Horcrux. Okay, but what happened after that? He's murdered so many people after that. But that's exactly what I was talking about when I said that making a Horcrux was the biggest mistake of his life. You see, Harry, the problem is that souls aren't meant to be split, and furthermore Tom put way too much of his soul into the diary. He didn't just put in a sliver of his soul, he ripped off half his soul, and he ended up putting in his humanity and his conscience. The minute he created that first Horcrux, Tom Riddle was driven irrevocably insane. Where before, he was simply ambitious, he now became murderous. He no longer simply wanted to be powerful within the Ministry, he wanted to destroy the entire wizarding world by pitting pureblood against Muggleborn. That's when he created the Lord Voldemort persona and started gaining influence among the purebloods. In his deranged mind he was wreaking revenge on the world that had denied him his due for not being a pureblood, and he would use those same purebloods as instruments of his revenge. He's still an evil murdering psychopath though. Yes, but Harry, in the Muggle world, when an insane person commits a crime, and if they can prove that they're mentally ill, they aren't punished for those crimes. Generally they're sent to a treatment facility instead, where doctors try and cure them with medication and therapy. Unfortunately, in the magical world even minor crimes can be punished by stays in Azkaban, where exposure to Dementors can drive even normal people insane. In this case, don't you think we'd be better off taking our cues from the Muggles? So let me get this straight, you want us to cure Voldemort? Yes, Harry, a sane Tom Riddle would make a very good ally against Dumbledore. Wow, I don't know if that's brilliant or totally insane. Voldemort's been the enemy my entire life, and now you want me to team up with him? Still sounds crazy to me. Team up might be too strong a term for what I want you to do. Dumbledore manipulated us to get rid of Voldemort. I feel it only fitting to use Voldemort to rid us of Dumbledore. Still, manipulating Voldemort to kill Dumbledore just seems wrong. Harry, I never said we're going to kill Dumbledore. No, death's much too good for him. I intend to make him suffer for a very long time. You know, you're a lot scarier than I thought you'd be. Yes, well, getting murdered does tend to give you a different outlook on things. I suppose it does at that. So, that's the broad strokes of the plan. I'll fill you in on the details on the way. Shall we get going? Well, I was kind of hoping to see Dad as well. Your dad is busy keeping Dumbledore off our necks. Right now he's pretending to be you while Dumbledore spins yet another line of bull. Damn, even in death that guy doesn't give up. You've got to give him points for persistence at least. So what's he telling him? Who cares? It's just more of his half-truths and lies probably. Wait a sec, once we do this and I'm alive again, will we still be able to talk? Probably not. We need to use magic to talk to the living and I don't have any. What about the resurrection stone? Suppose I find that, wouldn't I be able to use it to talk to you and Dad? Harry, that was a children's story. I have no idea if that stone even exists. Hold on, I got it from Dumbledore, and it just showed me you, Dad, Sirius and Remus just a little while back. Do I even need to say it? Crap, so that was a fake as well. Well, if you think your parents would be smiling and cheering you on as you head off to commit suicide, then you've taken too many bludgers to the head over the years. Now shall we go and do what needs to be done? Okay, so how do we do this? Well, I'll just need to borrow a bit of your magic, and then we can be on our way. First stop is Godric's Hollow. First stop is Godric's Hollow, said Lily as the world twisted and turned around the two of them till they were standing in front of a small cottage which had seen better days. The front door was smashed in and from what they could see from the garden the inside of the house looked trashed as well. An extremely large man with an astonishing amount of hair was just stepping out the door with a little bundle in his arms. Okay, there's Hagrid coming out the door and he's carrying me, so Sirius should be along any second, said Harry. Yes, there he is. Oh, for God's sake, he's giving Hagrid his motorcycle. I'd forgotten he did that. I swear that man has no brains at all, grumbled Lily. Okay, there goes Hagrid. Grab Sirius quickly before he heads after Wormtail, said Harry. Stay out of sight while I talk to him, Harry. He'll just get confused if he sees you, ordered Lily. Okay. Lily strode up to where Sirius was watching Hagrid disappear off into the distance with a sleeping Harry. Sirius Black, did you just let Hagrid take Harry away on that flying death trap of yours? Lily, you're alive, thank God. I thought Voldemort killed both you and James, said an astonished Sirius. Wow, Sirius, does it really look like I'm alive? The slightly hazy transparent look wasn't enough of a giveaway for you. I'm dead, you dumb ass, and way to go on being a responsible godparent, letting my 1-year-old son get taken away in that ridiculous contraption of yours. Wait, what? You're dead? Yes, but let's stay on topic, shall we? You were about to explain why you thought it was a good idea for Harry to go flying on a bloody motorcycle, asked an indignant Lily. It's perfectly safe, I charmed it myself, squeaked Sirius in a panicked tone. Oh my God, that means it'll probably drop out of the sky any minute. Tell me, Sirius, did you happen to notice the slight size difference between you and Hagrid? Well, yes, he is quite a bit bigger, but the motorcycle is still perfectly safe. And have you ever tested your motorcycle when it's carrying someone who weighs 4 times as much as you? Not to mention the fact that it's a bloody motorcycle, Sirius. Who the hell takes a baby on a motorcycle? And why the hell didn't you go with Hagrid? You know he had his wand snapped. Don't you think you should have made sure Harry is safe? You daft git. If I didn't already know that Hagrid managed to reach Dumbledore safely, I'd be kicking your ass halfway to the moon by now. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm not thinking very clearly just now. Voldemort found your house, which means that Peter's betrayed us all. I'm going to kill that dirty rat. Yes, why don't you get right on that? Don't blame me when you're rotting in Azkaban though. Azkaban? Why would I be in Azkaban? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because everyone thinks you're our secret keeper, so obviously you're the one who'd have betrayed us. Minor little detail like that probably never even occurred to you, you utter incompetent prat. I'm so sorry, Lily. I should never have suggested Peter as your secret keeper. I'm just as much to blame as he is. It's entirely my fault you and James are dead. Stop crying already, Sirius. As you can see, I'm only mostly dead. Mostly dead? What the hell does that mean? You know, it's no fun talking to you purebloods, you'll just never get the joke. Anyway, let's get inside. You need to sit down and make yourself comfortable. This is going to take a while, said Lily. I know that the Princess Bride movie wasn't out at this point, but as several reviewers pointed out, the book was. So what you're saying is Dumbledore set you up? Asked Sirius. He was still having an incredibly difficult time trying to wrap his mind around that concept. Dumbledore could not have betrayed them. He just could not have done something like that. Yes, and I'm not allowed to go after Peter. No, you're not. Leave that to the Aurors. And I've got to stay away from Harry. Only for the next 5 years or so. By then Dumbledore shouldn't be watching you too closely, and you can start seeing him in secret. I'll also want you to start introducing him to the wizarding world and start teaching him magic around then. It's important that he grows up knowing exactly who he is, but you'll have to do all this in secret. Dumbledore must never know that you're in contact with Harry, otherwise he'll try and get you out of the way somehow. He'll have Arabella Fig watching the house and no doubt he'll be monitoring any owls etc. so the usual communication methods are out. Get yourself a phone, Sirius. I don't think he'll be able to monitor non-magical means of communication, so use only those. Quote, won't Dumbledore wonder why I never try to see Harry? He is my godson after all, asked Sirius. Sometime in the next few days he'll probably deign to tell you he has Harry in a safe place. Act relieved that you don't have to be the one bringing him up. You're barely into your 20s, and he should find it very easy to believe that you're not ready to bring up a child. Accept his assurances that Harry is safe and make sure you thank him for looking after Harry. You can always pretend that seeing Harry would be just too painful for you as it reminds you of James and me. Oh, and never ever meet him alone. I don't trust that man at all. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he decided to just erase any and all knowledge of Harry from your memory. Try and restrict all your interactions to owls and make sure you check any letters from him for compulsion charms. Okay, but why are we sneaking around Dumbledore? Shouldn't I just go straight to the DMLE and tell them that Dumbledore set you up? And who would believe you? Sirius Black of the House of Black versus the bloody savior of the light, the oh-so-wonderful, all-knowing bloody Albus Dumbledore. I see what you mean, but still we're letting him get away with murder. Only for now, Sirius. Remember that Muggle phrase, revenge is a dish best served cold. And you're going to be very busy for the next 10 years. I need you to take your family's seat in the Wizengamot as soon as possible. I need you to gather as much influence in the Wizengamot as you can. You also need to get close to Amelia Bones. I need her to trust you implicitly. By get close do you mean, said Sirius. Oh, for God's sake, Sirius, get your head out of the gutter. No, you're not to get involved with her in that way. You need to be her colleague and friend only. I can't let you mess this up by the two of you sleeping together, said Lily. Okay, and what else do I need to do? Asked Sirius. Learn occlumency. You need to be able to teach Harry, and for that you need to be an expert in it. Also, wand-less magic is another thing you can teach him. Best if he starts learning that first. Once you get used to a wand, it's a lot harder to pick up. Apart from that, you also need to learn how to cast the Imperius. I can't stress how important this is, Sirius. You need to perfect the Imperius curse. It's a one-way ticket to Azkaban, muttered a worried Sirius. Only if you're caught using it on a human. You know how the Ministry regards werewolves. Get Remus to let you practice it on him, and once you're sure you've got it, find a giant or two to practice on. Giants, they're more spell-resistant than humans, so they're excellent to practice on. Plus, since the Ministry doesn't consider them human, it's not illegal. Okay, said Sirius. You have 10 years, Sirius. Make good use of them. You have to be ready to move once Harry gets his Hogwarts letter. You can count on me, Lily. There's no way I'll ever let you down again. For your sake, Sirius, I hope so. I'm giving you a second chance with Harry. Make sure you don't waste it. There had better be no more lapses in judgment like that bloody motorcycle. Oh, and needless to say, you'd better keep this secret from everyone. That includes Remus. You know he idolizes Dumbledore. You're sure about Remus? I think we could probably trust him. Like we could trust Peter. No, Remus is way too trusting of Dumbledore. He can't be allowed to get any inkling of the fact that we're against Dumbledore. He'll probably assume you've turned dark and go running straight to Dumbledore. You'll need to come up with a very convincing story if you want his help with the Imperious Curse, or maybe you should just leave him out of it totally. That might be safer. I'll figure something out. Probably better to keep him at arm's length like you said. I'll probably just find some giants to practice on. Okay then, you'd better get going. Go straight to the DMLE and make sure that they're clear that it was Peter who betrayed us. Okay Lily, I'll miss you and James more than you'll ever know, as he broke down in tears once again. Goodbye Sirius, and you'd better take care of yourself. If I see you on the other side anytime soon I'll make sure you regret it, and that's before I let James loose on you. Ha, you really know how to make someone scared of dying, don't you? With those last words Sirius apparated away to the ministry to make his report to the DMLE. Harry came and stood next to his mother. You know, considering that I've watched Sirius battling Death Eaters while hiding from the ministry and Dementors, that's still the most frightened I've ever seen him. He bloody well should be frightened. Idiot man doesn't have the slightest ounce of self-preservation in him. You'd better take better care of him this time around Harry. I really hope not to see him on the other side for a long time. I'll try my best Mum. I'll wrap him up in cotton wool and Kevlar if I have to, said Harry. Okay, so I know you didn't reach Petunia until tomorrow night, so in the meantime we'll just go and leave a warning with the Longbottoms. No one should be cursed to live like those two were, and poor Neville will be so much happier with his parents around. Mum, wait a sec. I just thought of something. You know my friend Luna, right? Her mother died in an accident when she was around 9. Is there any way we can prevent that? Asked Harry. Well, I don't see any harm in leaving her a warning. It might not work though, Harry. Sometimes it's just a person's time to go. Not to mention that the accident is still nearly 9 years away. She might not remember any warning I leave her. Still, no harm in trying. She was a really good friend to me. Yes, she was. I was quite happy to see you ask her out to Slughorn's party. Pity you didn't follow up on that though. She probably would have made you very happy, said Lily. Yes, well, if circumstances had been different I might have. I got distracted by Malfoy's antics at that party and then somehow the timing was never right, was it? Well, you'll have another chance to be a friend to her. Make of it what you will. Now let's get going to Alice and Frank's. Harry and Lily reached Privet Drive just as Dumbledore and McGonagall were apparating away. Look at that, how they could just leave you on the doorstep like that. That tells you everything about what kind of people they are right there, said Lily in a disgusted tone of voice. Harry, I'm going to have to go in and wake your aunt up. You'll have to stay out of sight while I talk to her. Okay, Mum. Lily walked into the house straight through the closed front door and walked up to her sister's bedroom. Petunia, wake up, said Lily. Petunia woke from a deep sleep, startled to find her sister inside her bedroom. Lily, when did you get here? Exclaimed Petunia. Is everything all right? Why are you here so late? We need to talk, Toonie. Could you come downstairs? Please don't wake Vernon up. I need to talk to you in private. Sure, Lily, said Petunia as she followed her sister to the living room. Toonie, Harry's on the doorstep. Could you please get him in? Why ever did you leave him out there? He could catch a cold, said Petunia as she hurried to the door and fetched Harry. There's a letter tucked in with him. Whatever you do, don't read it. Best if you burn it right away. Could you do that now, please? Lily, why are you acting so strange? Why did you keep this letter with Harry if you wanted it burnt? I'll explain everything. Petunia, could you please just burn that letter right away? It's got a compulsion charm on it. A compulsion charm? Why is there? I'll explain everything, Toonie. Please just destroy that letter first. Okay, I'll just toss it in the fireplace. Will that do the trick? Yes, Toonie. Now I really don't know how best to tell you this. This is going to come as a bit of a shock to you. Could you please come and sit down? I need to tell you some things. Half an hour later, Lily was still consoling a sobbing Petunia who was clutching onto a sleeping Harry as if her life depended on it. How could they just leave him on the doorstep like that? Are they insane? It's November. He could have gotten pneumonia. What if a stray animal had come by? He could have been mauled. They're wizards, Petunia. They tend not to think of things like that, and apart from that, as long as Harry survives to face Voldemort again, Dumbledore doesn't really care about his health or the state he's in. In fact, he wants Harry to be as weak as possible. Why? Why would he do that? What on earth could he have against a baby? He wants Harry to be weak and easy to manipulate. As for the rest, Toonie, don't ask me to explain how that monk's mind works. It's almost incomprehensible to me as well. Now we need to make sure that you're protected from Dumbledore. The blood protection I invoked on Harry will protect this house from any outside magical attack, but Dumbledore's placed some compulsion wards around the house that have to be negated or you'll never have another moment of peace. How do we do that? We need to create a ward to protect your family, Toonie. Since I can't touch or move anything, I'll need your help to create it. How do I do that, Lily? It's not like I can do magic. We're going to use runes, Petunia. The thing with runes is that anyone can draw them. As long as they're created with a magical substance, it doesn't matter who drew them. But we don't have any magical substances, do we? Sure we do, but I know you're not going to like it. What? We'll have to use some of Harry's blood. Not much, we just need a few drops. What? No, I refuse. There's no way I'm going to hurt this little baby. We'll just have to use my blood. Unfortunately, Petunia, your blood wouldn't work. Only a witch or wizard's blood is magical enough to be used to draw runes, and Harry's the only wizard here. It's okay though. All you need to do is prick his finger with a needle. It's no worse than when you take Dudley to the doctors. They've taken blood tests from him, right? It's no worse than that. But those were doctors. What if I mess up and hit a vein or something? I couldn't bear to hurt Harry. Toonie, don't worry, I'm right here. I'll guide you through it. I promise you nothing will happen to Harry. Now see if you can find a bottle of ink and a brush. Any small paintbrush will do. 5 minutes later, Petunia was holding Harry's finger over a small saucer filled with ink. She took a deep breath and pricked the baby's finger, allowing several drops of blood to drop into the ink. Okay. Now clear off a place in the middle of the living room and sit down on the floor. This is going to take some time. What I need you to do is follow my finger exactly with your brush. With that, Lily started tracing shapes onto the living room floor, making sure that Petunia followed her directions exactly. Once this is done, it'll create a ward that will defend the house and your family from any outside magical influences. You'll be protected from any kind of mental compulsion and memory charm. If we do it right, someone could hit you with the Imperious Curse and it'll slide right off you. For the next hour, Petunia drew a series of intricate runes onto the living room floor. Once she completed the last rune, the ward activated with a bright splash of light that swiftly expanded to cover the entire house before slowly dimming away into nothingness. Wow, that was amazing. It's like I could suddenly relax from a tension I didn't even know I was under. Yes, that was the aggression wards being pushed back. It's a slow, insidious ward, slowly makes you tenser and tenser until you're filled with hate, and all that would have been directed against Harry. And you would never even have realized why you hated your own nephew. All because they need to control him. What kind of people did you get yourself mixed up with, Lily? That they could do this to us, to him, it's horrendous. Yes it is, but don't worry, Petunia, I've got a plan in place to make sure they all get what's coming to them. That's good. In a few years, once Harry is old enough to start learning, I've asked a friend of mine to contact you. You remember Sirius, right? James's best man at our wedding. I've asked him to start teaching Harry once he's 6 years old. Apart from him, don't trust any other wizard you might run across, and if someone called Arabella Fig moves in nearby, make sure that you avoid her as well. Okay, but are you sure about Sirius? Won't it be much safer to keep Harry away from all that kind of stuff? It's necessary, Petunia. Once he gets older, there are many wizards out there who mean to do him harm. He has to be prepared to defend himself. Couldn't we hide? We could change our names, move to another country. They'll track him down, Petunia. No, for now it's best you continue to live here. The protections are in place now and you'll be much safer here. And once Harry is old enough, he'll deal with those wizards once and for all. I wish he didn't have to, said Petunia. I know, Petunia, I've got to go soon. Could you give me a minute to say goodbye to Harry? Sure, Lily, I'll just be in the kitchen if you need anything. Call me once you're done. Once Petunia was out of the room, Harry came out of hiding. You know, it's really quite freaky to see yourself as a baby. What do we do now? Unfortunately, this is goodbye, Harry. Now we're going to put you back in your younger self. Since we won't be able to speak after that, I want you to know that your father and I love you very much, and we'll always be looking over you. I know, Mum. I'm going to miss you so much. I'll miss you more than you'll ever know, Harry. I'm just so glad that I got this chance to talk to you," said a teary-eyed Lily as she hugged Harry goodbye. "Now you need to re-enter your body. It should be simple enough after all. That's the place your soul knows as home. You should find yourself drawn into yourself quite easily. Then I'll perform the last bit of magic that will lock your memories away till you need them." "What happens to the soul that's already there?" "Nothing. It's the same soul after all. In effect, all we're actually doing is putting your memories inside your younger self. Since the two souls are one and the same, they'll just sort of blend together." "Okay, Mum. Tell Dad I love him." Harry walked over to his younger self and looked at the baby. He found himself being pulled forward by an irresistible force into the tiny little body, and for a brief moment found himself looking out at the world through sleepy eyes. Lily came and waved her hands over his head whilst muttering an incantation, and then Harry Potter knew no more. "Goodbye, Harry," said Lily as she knelt down and placed a ghostly key on the baby's brow. "I've got to go now, Petunia," called out Lily. "Can't you stay just a little while longer, Lily?" sobbed Petunia, distraught once again at the thought that she would never see her younger sister again. "I'm sorry, Petunia. I wish I could, but I don't have much magic left. Give my love to Vernon and Dudley. Please take care of Harry. You know I will, Lily. I'll love him just as if he was my own." "Thank you, Petunia. I knew I could rely on you," said Lily as she faded away, leaving a sobbing Petunia alone with the infant Harry. 10 years later, in a quiet suburban street in Little Whinging, a pleasant-looking woman was humming happily to herself as she finished preparing breakfast for her family. "Dudley, Harry, get down here now. Your breakfast is ready," she called out. A few minutes later, 2 laughing boys came clattering down the stairs, boisterously joking with one another. "Eat up, boys. Your father has something he wants to say to you." "I do," said a yawning Vernon as he came in to grab his coffee. "Yes, you do. Remember," said Petunia as she glared at her husband. "Oh yeah, the pulky boy," said Vernon, looking at the 2 boys who were trying their best to put on their most innocent faces. "So boys, you want to tell your mother and me how Piers wound up dyed blue from head to toe?" "Haven't the faintest idea," said Dudley. "Really? Are you sure? So his mother was totally mistaken when she said that you and Harry were to blame?" "Yep, total case of mistaken identity," said Harry. Boys, what am I going to do with you? At least tell me you didn't use magic on him, Harry. You know that's against the rules." "Didn't use magic at all, Dad. So how did you do it then?" "Food calorie. Oops," said Dudley. "Still want to go with the mistaken identity defense, boys? Now how about you tell me what really happened?" "Well, I'm waiting." "Okay. See, the thing is, he was bullying some of the kids and we thought we'd just play a little joke on him. Not like it harmed him any." "And how did you do it?" "Food coloring, a bottle of Coke and a Mentos." "I see. How ingenious," snickered Vernon. "Ingenious? Is that all you're going to say, Vernon?" His mother was furious. The poor boy looked like a Smurf. "A Smurf?" giggled Vernon before bursting out into peals of laughter. "I swear you're nearly as bad as the boys," said Petunia. "You're the one who called him a Smurf pet," choked Vernon, still trying to control his laughter. "Okay, but we still need to punish the boys. Ground them for a week," suggested Vernon. "That's not fair. It's my birthday on Tuesday," said Harry. How about no video games for a week then?" "No games, but what will we do then?" wailed Dudley. "Come on, boys. You can't expect to go around turning people blue without any repercussions," said Petunia. "I'd make it 2 weeks if it wasn't your birthday next week, so consider yourself lucky." "That's not fair. Piers is a bully. We were only trying to teach him a lesson," whined Harry. "And now I have to teach you yours. No video games for a week, and that's that." "Okay, Mum," chorused the boys. Mail's here. Could you get it, Dudley?" "Make Harry get it. You've finished breakfast. Your brother's still eating. Now go get the mail." "You finish your breakfast, Harry. God knows you're thin enough as it is." "Now, Pet, you know Harry's perfectly healthy. His height's in the 90th percentile for his age. He's still too thin though." Nonsense. He's perfectly fine. He'll put on some weight once he's done growing vertically is all. Hey Harry, there's a letter here for you. What is it? A birthday card. Dunno. It's addressed to your bedroom though. My bedroom? That's weird, said Harry taking the letter from Dudley. As he turned the letter over he saw a strangely familiar logo on it back. Suddenly a strange feeling of déjà vu swept through Harry which was followed by a tidal wave of memories. A minute later he had crashed face first into his plate of scrambled eggs. Harry! Screamed Petunia as she rushed to his side, frantically wiping his face clean. Ow! Said Harry, that felt strange. What happened? The letter, it triggered something. This letter, who is it from? Said Petunia as she started to open it. Stop! Screamed Harry, don't open it, we're not supposed to open it yet. What? Why ever not? You're acting very strange Harry. What's wrong with you? Mum, you remember the night I was dropped off? Remember when my other mother showed up? How do you know about that? I never told you about that. That's my Hogwarts acceptance letter Mum and well, Mum, that is. Lily, she left a little present with me set to go off once I got it. Basically it's a complete set of memories of what would have happened if she hadn't interfered that night. And it was horrible Mum, all of you were replaced by these cartoonishly evil versions of yourself. Dad was huge and obese, like an elephant, and so was Dudley, and talk about mean, ha. And you had this permanent mean angry expression on your face like, I don't even know how to describe it, I've never seen you look like that. That bad, worse. And anyway I've got memories of the next few years as well so I know how things are supposed to happen. I think we're going to have to make sure some things happen the same way. That means we've got to keep getting rid of the letters until Hagrid shows up in person to give it to me. Damn. Language Harry, what's wrong? Quote, Hagrid is supposed to show up the night before my birthday and take me to Diagon Alley on my birthday. Bit inconsiderate of him isn't it? You should be with your family on your birthday. Mum, don't you get it? We're going to have to cancel my birthday party, this is terrible. Can't you just go with Hagrid some other time? No, it's vitally important that I be in Diagon Alley on Tuesday, everything depends on it. Hold on, let me think for a sec. Okay, let's do one thing, let's have your party on Saturday instead. We'll just tell everyone that we decided to have it earlier as we wanted to have it on the weekend. Thanks Mum, you're the best. Let me see what else, I know I'm forgetting something. Dad, can you take Monday off? We need to take a little road trip. Why? Well, in the alternate set of memories, your evil twin decided to keep me away from Hogwarts so you didn't let me read the letters, but they kept coming so you tried to run away to avoid them. We wound up on some island somewhere. Seems a bit extreme. Where's this island anyway? How do we get there? No clue. I don't remember how we got there last time, and it was horribly uncomfortable anyway. I was thinking we'll just find a hotel somewhere, or maybe we could go camping. It doesn't matter as long as it's a reasonably far away from here. Camping could work, could take a couple of days off. Maybe get in some fishing. I'll figure something out. Okay, what else do I need to do? Cyrus, I need to talk to Sirius, yelled Harry as he ran to the phone. Come on, pick up already, muttered Harry. Sirius, we need to talk right now, yelled Harry down the phone as Sirius answered. What's up Harry? Said Sirius. Okay, remember 10 years back, my mother asked you to do some things, did you do them? How did you know about? That's not important right now, I'll fill you in later, just tell me if you did them. Yes I did. Great, that's a relief, sighed Harry. Okay, so I need you to clear your schedule for the next week. We're going to be going forward with Lily's plan. I'm going to be in Diagon Alley on Tuesday. Before then I need you to do some things. Sure, not a problem Harry, you know I'm always available if you need help. Great Sirius, now this is what I need you to do. Okay, Sirius is on board, now we just need to prepare for Hagrid's visit. Dad, you think you can get a hold of a fat suit? A fat suit? Why, yeah, you're right, that'll probably be overkill. You do need to work on your look though. Can you try and look angry? Like this? No, that's terrible, You need to look angry, angry like someone's beating up Dudley in front of you. How about this? Better, but not quite there yet. We'll have to work at it. Dudley. What? Can you try and look mean? No, not like that. Not tough mean, like stupid mean, like a moronic sadist. No, that's totally wrong. Crap, this is all going to go to hell, isn't it? Harry, maybe we don't have to act exactly like the evil versions of ourselves, right? It's not like any of them have actually met them. You're right, Mum, but remember those wards Dumbledore set up. They would have turned you into nasty people, so at the very least you're going to have to act a little mean and nasty. The meaner the better. If we don't get it right, Dumbledore might start wondering why his wards didn't work, and we can't have that. We'll better practice then. So how angry was I supposed to look again? Things had gone pretty much as Harry planned. Hagrid had shown up at the family's campsite. Vernon had put on an act of being an overbearing muggle who didn't want Harry to have anything to do with that freakishness. Dudley was even currently sporting a pig's tail, which was something that Harry had hoped to avoid this time around. He knew that Sirius would be able to remove it easily, so Dudley wasn't too upset. Actually, knowing him, he was already using it to freak their mother out, thought Harry. Currently he and Hagrid were just finishing up their business at Gringotts. As they stepped outside the bank, Hagrid got a glazed look on his face. Might as well get her uniform, said Hagrid, nodding toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Listen, Harry, would ye mind if I slipped off fair a pick-me-up in the leaky cauldron? I hate them Gringotts carts. Asterisk. Not a problem, Hagrid. Oh, and could hold on to this package for me, said Hagrid as he handed over the small wrapped package they had just retrieved from Gringotts. Sure, Hagrid. Okay. Then I'll just come and fetch ye from Madame Malkin's in a bit. Takes a while to get her robes. Okay. See you then, Hagrid, said Harry as he walked off towards the tailor's. On his way there, he ducked into an alley for a second, and only the most observant of watchers would have seen the small package suddenly disappear from his hand. The rest of the day went the same as Harry remembered. He ran into Malfoy, who was his usual obnoxious self. He got his wand, and the whole brother wand gave you that scar shtick from Ollivander, and was gifted Hedwig by Hagrid. As they were leaving Diagon Alley to head back to the train station, Hagrid's eyes glazed over again for a brief moment, and his pocket suddenly sagged with the weight of the small package. Hagrid escorted Harry to the train that would take him back to Little Whinging. Harry waited for a few minutes until the station was no longer in sight. He then ducked into an empty compartment and activated the portkey he had been carrying around with him since the weekend. One familiar whirling sensation later, he was falling over in the drawing room at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Damn it, what is it with magical travel? Do they go out of their way to make it unpleasant or what? Still having troubles with portkeys, I see, said Sirius. Yep, hate the damn things. Your language seems to have gotten a little saltier lately. Sorry, Cyrus, been a little stressed lately. I can imagine. So, did you get things done? Yep, got the items you wanted last week. Potions all brewed, and I made some gold as well. Excellent. How much potion? 2 liters. A standard dose is 50 mils, so that's 40 doses. Elixir of life is not supposed to have much of a shelf life though. Did you get the stasis boxes? Yep, got a few. Once the lid is closed, no time is supposed to pass inside. They're guaranteed to keep things fresh indefinitely. Excellent. So we're going to need 1 dose today. We should keep another 5 in a safe place in your house, somewhere secure where we can get to it quickly in case anyone we know has an accident. Let's keep the rest in our vaults at Gringotts. How much gold were you able to create using it? I thought 1 metric ton was an appropriate amount. Great. That should buy us a few friends in the Wizengamot. We should start selling it off slowly in the Muggle world. Not to the goblins. Nah. The pounds to galleons conversion rate isn't pegged to the price of gold. We'd get a better return if we sell the gold in the non-magical world. Careful not to sell too much at one time though, don't want anyone getting suspicious. I guess not. By the way, you never said how you got the instructions for the potion. My mother told me. How did she? Remember the night they died? There's not much my mother couldn't do, including speaking to you from beyond the grave. Anyway, according to her, there's no keeping secrets from a spirit. She left me the complete set of instructions. Lily was amazing. That she was. Anyway, are things set up for our meeting? Yep, we'll be having it in the study. And the defenses? Put this ring on. It's a portkey. Anything happens and you press the stone on the top, it'll take you straight to just outside the wards at Privet Drive. You'll be sitting behind the desk, so he'll have to sit in this chair, which is another portkey. Its destination is set to the inside of a furnace at a steel mill. Should be quite unpleasant. The wards are set so that any offensive magic in this room from someone not keyed into the wards will activate the portkey. If you want to set it off manually, just tap the handle on the drawer to your right. Now you've got the wandless banishing charm down pat right. Yep, okay. See these dice? They'll be on the desk, just another knick-knack right. Nope, they're actually made out of lead. Banish them at him with enough force and they should hit him like bullets. He'll never expect wandless magic from someone your age. If those miss, banish this paperweight, lead covered with steel. Aim for his chest, not his head. Head's too easy a target to miss. Remember, this is for contingencies only. Your first option is to get the hell out of here using your portkey. Right, I'll be standing there in the corner covered with an invisibility cloak with my wand trained on him the entire time. Is that my dad's invisibility cloak? Nope, that's a Potter family heirloom. I didn't feel right using that, which reminds me, I've got to give it to you before you head to Hogwarts. Your dad would be very disappointed if you didn't use it to play some pranks. I've been keeping it in safekeeping for you ever since I got it back from Dumbledore, and let me tell you, he really didn't want to give it up. I had to threaten him with going to the DMLE and filing a complaint out against him before he gave it up. Sirius, you know you're not supposed to antagonize him. I know, but there was no way I was letting him hold on to that. As your godfather, I have to make sure that you get everything that you're entitled to. I know your heart's in the right place, Sirius, but you really need to be more careful. Just for a little while longer, all right. It's been 10 years, Harry. 10 years is a long time to wait for revenge. Dish best served cold, Sirius. Yeah. Anyhow, there's one final fail-safe. Once he gets here, the wards will go into complete lockdown. Assuming the portkeys don't work and he gets past me as well, then if he tries to leave the house after that, the wards will fry him to a crisp. They're set to maximum lethality. Excellent, and we're keyed in so that we can portkey or apparate away, right? Of course, do you even have to ask? Okay, then I think we're as set as we're going to be. What do we do while we're waiting? Going to be another half an hour at least till he flews in. Well, I guess I could show you how to use an invisibility cloak properly. What's to know? You just wrap it around you, right? Hardly, Harry. Just because you're invisible doesn't mean that you can't be detected. Okay, quick quiz. How does someone know that you're there? Well, they see you, of course. Yeah, but the cloak will take care of that. What else? Sound. If you make a noise, they can hear you. Yep. So what's the spell to avoid making noise? Silencio. No muffliato. Nope. Silencio will prevent someone else from speaking, while muffliato is used to create a baffling noise that will prevent anyone from overhearing a conversation. No, the one you want is quietus. The wand movement is a quick diagonal slash followed by a thrust toward whatever it is that you're silencing. So what do you need to silence? Shoes, of course. Stop anyone from hearing my footsteps. Close but not quite. Apart from footsteps, there are your robes. When you move, your clothes can make a rustling noise if they rub against themselves. Then there's your breathing as well. Breathing can be surprisingly loud in a quiet environment. So you need to silence your shoes, your clothes as well as the cloak itself, and finally you need to silence your head so no one can hear you breathing. You should still be able to cast spells though, as it doesn't stop you from speaking, just stops anyone else from hearing you. Got that? Yep, good. Now do you think that's enough? Well, I did until you said that. So what's left? Smell, of course. Loads of people have sensitive noses, and that's not even counting werewolves, and don't forget about animals. You know the caretaker at Hogwarts has a cat, right? Horrible creature called Mrs. Norris. You want to make sure that she doesn't come sniffing around. So what's the spell? Nodorio Expulius. Wand movement's a quick circle around your head. Dead useful spell this one is. Great for when you're just done exercising or if you haven't had the time to take a shower. Totally eradicates any smell on you. Remember to recast it every once in a while though, as it only eradicates the smells that are currently on you. Any odors that you pick up after that will be detectable. It's generally a good idea to use it after a potions class as well. Trust me, you don't want to go around smelling like Snivelus. There's a reason he's still single, and it's not just his horrible personality. Got it. Give them a go then. Start with Quietus. A little while later the fireplace at Grimald Place glowed green and a pale nervous-looking young man wearing a turban stepped out. Ah, Professor Quirrell, I'm so glad you could make it here. Well, the note you slipped me at the Leaky Cauldron was most intriguing, Mr. P. Potter. What matter did you have to discuss with me? Shall we go to the study then? Might as well make ourselves comfortable. Lead on, Mr. P. Potter. Harry, lead the way to the study. This is the ancestral House of Black, is it not? I'm surprised to see you associating with a family that is so notoriously dark. I'm shocked that Professor Dumbledore allowed it. Dumbledore has no say in what I do, Professor, said Harry as he seated himself and Professor Quirrell in the study. I'm sure you're wondering why I asked you here today, Professor, but it was extremely important that I speak to you before I came to Hogwarts. Why, Mr. Potter? Did you wish to discuss your DD defense classes? Not quite, Professor. What I actually wanted to discuss with you was something that happened more than a decade earlier. As you know, the Dark Lord, he who must not be named, attacked my family at that time. My parents were killed, and then something happened that resulted in he who shall not be named disappearing and me being bestowed with the rather ridiculous moniker of the boy who lived. I don't think there is a single person in the wizarding world who is not aware of those facts, Mr. P. Potter, stuttered Professor Quirrell. Yes, well, what most people don't know is that there was a reason that Lord Voldemort attacked my family's house that night. It seems that he was informed that a certain prophecy was made about me and him. I believe the wording was, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies." Lord Voldemort decided that I was the one who the prophecy referred to, which led to the events that followed. That is most fascinating, Mr. Potter, but why did you wish to inform me about the prophecy? I'm getting to that, if I could just have a bit of your patience. You see, Professor, what I wanted to discuss with you was the wording of the prophecy. You'll notice it said that I would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. It says nothing about whether or not I would have the desire to vanquish him, now does it? I'm not quite sure I understand. To be plain and clear, Professor, I have no desire to attack or vanquish Lord Voldemort in any way whatsoever. Now that we have cleared that up, I'm about to say something that may incite you to attack me. If you do so, you would be making a big mistake. It would be far more productive of you to hear me out completely. Do you think you could agree to that? Why would I wish to attack you, Mr. P. Potter? What could you possibly say that would make me want to attack you? Well, the real reason that I called you here today was so I could talk to Lord Voldemort directly, so if you could kindly remove your turban and turn around, I would be most grateful. How did you know? Stuttered Quirrell as he reached for his wand. Please, Professor, remember what I said. I am very certain that Lord Voldemort will want to hear what I have to say. Let me speak to the boy, whispered a sepulchral voice. Of course, Master, said Quirrell as he removed his turban and turned around. Where there should have been a back to Quirrell's head, there was a face, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. It was chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Ah, Lord Voldemort, it's so good to finally make your acquaintance. Before we get any further, let me just say that I currently hold the solution to all your problems, and it would be in your best interest to ensure that I continue to be as healthy as possible. So, no attacking me in any manner. Do you agree? I will hear you out, Potter. After that we shall see. I fail to see how you can possibly hold any solution. You are just a boy, one who has probably just bought his first wand. And yet I knew that you were possessing Professor Quirrell here. I dare suppose you find that quite curious. As to your problems, I know that you have an incomplete possession of Quirrell and that his body is already failing as we speak. I also know that earlier today you failed to retrieve the stone you sought at Gringotts, and that without it Quirrell's body will fail before the year is out. If you know all that you must know that the stone has been taken to Hogwarts, I will retrieve it from there. Why do I need you? Why go to all that trouble when I have a far simpler solution for your problems? What solution would that be? I know how to heal Quirrell's body. I also know how you can complete possession of his body so that you no longer have to live in the back of his head hidden by a turban. In return, all I need from you is one simple vow. A vow. Yes, an unbreakable vow to be precise. You will simply make an unbreakable vow to me. The vow will state that neither you, nor Quirrell, or any of your Death Eaters or minions will ever seek to harm or attack in any way me, my family and my friends or their families. In return, I will give you the solution to your problems. And what is to stop you from attacking me once I have made that vow? Lord Voldemort, I am currently 11 years old. What could I possibly do to harm you? But to ease your worries, I will also make an unbreakable vow to you. I will vow to never attack you unless I am attacked first by you, Quirrell, or one of your Death Eaters. Any attack on me or my family and friends will free me to respond in kind. I have certain ambitions, Potter. What is to stop you from declaring everyone to be your friend? Oh, rest assured, Lord Voldemort, I am hardly friends with everyone. In fact, there is one name that will never appear on my list of friends. That name is Albus Dumbledore. Does that ease your mind? You are not friendly with Dumbledore. I would have thought he would have made certain that you were firmly in his pocket by now. Albus Dumbledore is as much my enemy as he is yours. In fact, I was hoping to form an alliance with you to bring about his downfall. Should you be interested in such a thing, of course. I would be very interested in anything that would harm Dumbledore. But explain to me why you feel the same way. Your parents were his followers after all. Why are you not following in their footsteps? Dumbledore believes in that ridiculous prophecy. He believes that as long as I am the one destined to kill you, no one else will be able to. Why do you think he allowed the prophecy to leak in the first place? He could not wait for me to grow up, so he attempted to have you do away with me, so that he could be the one to vanquish you. Imagine his surprise when I managed to survive. Once he knows that you have survived, he will attempt to pit us against each other until I am dead. I have no desire to be used as an old man's weapon. He allowed the prophecy to leak. He attempted to manipulate me, raged Voldemort. Yes, and as such, it is him that I currently blame for the deaths of my parents. Not you. So I see no reason why we cannot work together. Can you? No, provided you are saying the truth, of course. I am. Shall we get to the vows then? I believe we shall require a bonder. Yes, would you allow me to call in my godfather? Sirius Black. I believe several of his family members are among your most loyal followers. They might have been, but he never was. However, for this purpose he would be acceptable. Fine then. Sirius, could you please come in? Called out Harry. Sirius walked to the door, took off his invisibility cloak and pretended to be just entering the room. Lord Voldemort, meet Sirius Black. Sirius, could you kindly act as our bonder while we make our vows to each other? Of course, Harry, if you would join your right hands. Yes, that's good. Sirius placed the tip of his wand on their linked hands. Now go ahead and make your vows. I, Lord Voldemort, vow to never attack Harry Potter or his family members or any such people that are known to be his friends, including the families of his friends, in any way unless attacked by them first. I also vow that neither Quirinus, Quirrell, or any of the people that answer to me, such as my Death Eaters, will be allowed to attack him, his family, or friends. A thin tongue of brilliant flame issued from the wand and wound its way around their hands like a red-hot wire. I, Harry James Potter, vow to never attack Lord Voldemort unless attacked first by him or his followers. Any attack on my family or friends will also be viewed as an attack on me. Another tongue of flame wrapped around the two joined hands. Is that acceptable to both parties? Asked Sirius. Yes, it is, said both Harry and Voldemort. Great, now that's out of the way, shall we get to my solution to your problems? Do tell, said Voldemort. Well, firstly, earlier today Hagrid removed the stone from Gringotts to take it to Hogwarts for safekeeping. Now I'm sure you find the timing of this to be as suspicious as I do. Flamel has kept the stone safe for centuries. Why is he no longer capable of keeping it safe? In short, Dumbledore already suspects that you have returned. The stone is bait for a trap he's setting up for you at Hogwarts. The good news is that we intercepted the stone after Hagrid retrieved it and used it to create some elixir of life. How did you do that? Imperius made him think it was a good idea to have me hold on to the stone for safekeeping. I handed it off to Sirius, who brewed the necessary potions while Hagrid and I finished shopping. We then returned it to him and obliterated any memory of him ever handing it to me. Now the elixir will heal Quirrell's body, but that doesn't solve the problem of you being stuck in the back of his head, and no offense, but there is only so much you can do while you are in this state. How do you propose to fix that? Lord Voldemort, we know about the Horcruxes as well. We know that you have split your soul multiple times. This is the reason your spirit is currently too weak to complete possession of Quirrell's body. Before we go any further though, I must ask, was Quirrell willing? If not, perhaps we should look into other ways of getting you a body. Quirinus is loyal to me. He willingly allowed me to take possession of his body. Okay then, that's one less thing to worry about. Now, as I was saying, your spirit is currently too weak, so we need to retrieve the bits of soul that you have left in your Horcruxes. This will strengthen your spirit enough that you will be able to complete possession of Quirrell's body. My Horcruxes are the only thing keeping me anchored to this plane. I will not allow them to be destroyed. You only need one to stay anchored. We know of at least 5, the diary, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket and the gaunt ring. What I propose is that you retrieve the soul fragment from the diary and one other. The fragment from the diary should be the largest, as it was the first one created. That combined with the fragment from any of the other Horcruxes should be enough to strengthen your spirit, while the remaining will be more than enough to serve as safeguards. You know far more than I am comfortable with, but your solution might be acceptable. We will have to retrieve the diary from Lucius Malfoy. Already done. Sirius put him under the Imperius curse last week, got him to hand over the diary quite easily. I also have Slytherin's locket here. That one was easy to retrieve as well, since you did ask the Black family elf to help you place it in its hiding place. You have 2 of my Horcruxes. Please calm down, Lord Voldemort. We have already taken vows not to harm each other, and I am only attempting to restore you back to your former power. Where are the rest of my Horcruxes? Right where you left them, I'm sure. We only needed 2, so we only retrieved 2. Now, as far as I am aware, the soul fragments are only liberated once the items are destroyed. Is that true? For anyone else, yes. However, since I was the one to create them, I can easily remove them from the items. That's great. I wasn't looking forward to figuring out a way to destroy them, so do you want to give it a go then? Give it a go. Show some respect, Potter. You are talking about items that I had to go to considerable trouble to create. One does not simply reverse years of work just on the say-so of an 11-year-old boy. That would be a 11-year-old boy who has already proven to you that he knows what he is talking about, said Sirius. He has given you a solution to your current predicament. Take it or go. Take your chances with Dumbledore. Perhaps his trap will be easily surmountable. Perhaps he will not be waiting for you. Do you think you can take him on in your current state? If not, then this is your only solution. Personally, as long as you do not attack Harry, I do not care what you do. Go on and attack Dumbledore. I'm sure I'll enjoy the show no matter what the outcome. Swear on your life and magic that my other Horcruxes are safe first. Fine. I swear on my life and magic that, as far as I am aware, Lord Voldemort's other Horcruxes are still wherever he left them, vowed Sirius. You too, Potter. Is this really necessary? Fine. I swear on my life and magic that I have not made any attempt to retrieve the remaining Horcruxes. Is that acceptable? It will have to do for now. Now give me my Horcruxes. Fine, fine. Here's your diary and here is the locket, said Harry as he retrieved the 2 items from a locked chest. Voldemort looked at the items for a long moment while he decided what to do. Finally he came to a decision and placed his hands around both items whilst whispering an incantation over them. A blackish mist seemed to rise from both items. It hung suspended in the air for a moment before darting straight into Quirrell's head. Quirrell took one long breath. He seemed to be in agony for a moment as Voldemort's features seemed to sink back into his skull before disappearing completely. His eyes flashed red and his face took on a totally different expression. Lord Voldemort, are you okay? Asked Harry. Voldemort, who's that? My name is Tom Riddle. Where am I? Whispered the person formerly known as Quirinus Quirrell. Take a minute. It'll come to you. said Harry. Come to me. What are you? Said Voldemort before suddenly falling to the ground screaming as the spirit of Tom Riddle became aware of his memories. Oh my God, what have I done? Screamed Voldemort as he thrashed around on the floor. Quick Sirius, get the elixir, his body might go into shock, we need to heal him now. Well, I wasn't expecting that, said Sirius as he rushed to retrieve the vial of elixir he had prepared earlier. Harry and Sirius forced Quirrell's mouth open and poured in the elixir. Although Quirrell's body immediately began to take on a healthier appearance as the elixir went to work, throughout this Quirrell kept thrashing and screaming in agony. I think we'll need a calming draft, or maybe we should just give him a dreamless sleep potion, said Harry. What just happened? I thought that restoring his soul fragments would just restore his sanity. That's what it did, Sirius, and now for the first time in years he's completely aware of all of the atrocities he's committed. Obviously this is causing him a certain amount of anguish. The elixir will heal his body and hopefully help his mind as well, but we need him to calm down before he does himself an injury. Do you have the potions? I'll send Dobby to fetch them. Yeah, send Dobby. Did Master call Dobby? Yes, Dobby, could you fetch me some dreamless sleep potion, get me some calming draft as well. At once, Master Black, said Dobby as he popped away. I'm glad you managed to get Lucius to free him. Didn't free him. House elves don't do well if they're given clothes, they're ostracized by the other elves and most of them end up committing suicide. No, I had Lucius sell him to me for a canute. Well, that'll do, I suppose, as long as you treat him right. Of course I will, Harry. The way Lucius was treating him was a disgrace to purebloods everywhere. That man is utter filth. Once they had poured the calming draft down Quirrell's throat, they finally managed to get him to quiet down. They then placed him in bed and put him to sleep using the dreamless sleep potion. What do you think? Think he'll be okay? Said Sirius. Should be, once he's over the shock. Once he's settled down a bit, we'll fill him in on the rest of the plan. I also need to get him to look at this scar of mine. We need to figure out if it really contains a bit of his soul. Damn thing was throbbing the entire time I was talking to him. Yeah, best to take care of that as soon as possible. Well, I'm exhausted. Will you be okay handling things here? Sure, Harry, not a problem. He's going to be asleep for the next 24 hours at least. Okay, then I'll just use the portkey to get home and get some rest. Oh, and that reminds me, could you just pop over with me? I need you to fix Dudley's tail. Dudley's got a tail. How did that happen? Hagrid didn't like the way Dad spoke about Dumbledore, decided to teach him a little lesson. What the hell was Hagrid thinking? You can't just go around putting tails on kids. Who cares? Let's just get home and fix him up, okay? Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Let me just hold onto the ring there and activate it. Wait a sec, almost forgot Hedwig. Yeah, go grab your things and we'll go. Oh, and remember to let Creature know that you managed to destroy the locket. He'll be much happier once he knows that your brother's last command to him has been completed. Anything will be an improvement. Creature is the worst elf I've ever come across. Just my luck that my family had to have the craziest elf. Trust me, give him a chance and he'll be much better. I still can't believe you made him an unbreakable vow. I did leave myself a loophole. Any of his Death Eaters attack me and I'm free of the oath. He'll still have to attack you first. Remember, Snape, how much you want to bet that he's still nursing a grudge against my father. And considering how much I look like him, it'll be ridiculously easy to provoke him to attack me, at least verbally. And a verbal attack is still an attack now, isn't it? Very devious. Better be careful or the hat will put you in Slytherin. In the house that Snape is the head of, the one filled with junior Death Eaters, like I'll let that happen. Not bloody likely. Harry, Sirius is on the phone for you. Coming, Mum, yelled Harry as he ran to the phone. Hi Sirius, what's happening with your guest? I don't know what to do with him, Harry. Ever since he woke up he's refused to get out of bed. He's not eating, not talking, just keeps silently staring at the ceiling. He's still not snapped out of it, huh? Well, I'll come by later today. Guess I should talk to him. If you think that will help, come over as soon as you can. Yeah, I'll pop over in just a bit, said Harry as he hung up the phone. Mum, I need to head over to Sirius's place. Have your breakfast first, Harry, and no, you can't just grab a piece of toast. Sit down and have a proper breakfast. Mum, I've got stuff to take care of at Sirius's. Whatever it is can wait for you to eat first. Okay, I never said I wasn't going to. After grabbing a quick breakfast, Harry headed to the train station. Due to Sirius's paranoia or basic security precautions, as Sirius called it, he had never been allowed to portkey directly to his house from Privet Drive. He always had to head to someplace else first. Today he was headed to the train station, where he would buy a ticket despite the fact that he didn't intend to use it. He would then head to the restroom, where he would duck into an empty stall and activate his portkey. Hopefully any watchers would assume that he had simply caught a train. While he didn't think that Dumbledore would be monitoring him that closely at this point in time, he felt that it didn't hurt to take some precautions, even if they were a major pain in the ass. "Sirius, I'm here," called out Harry as he materialized in the drawing room at number 12 Grimmauld Place. "Harry, thank God, I don't know what to do with him. He's been totally unresponsive ever since he woke up." "That bad, huh? Guess I'll have to try to talk him out of it then. If you think it'll help. Otherwise we're going to have to call in a healer." "I'd prefer not to do that at this time. What would we tell a healer anyway?" "Hi, do you have any experience in healing former Dark Lords?" That would be quite the awkward conversation. "Yeah, tell me about it. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you this all week, but with all the other stuff that's been going on I keep getting sidetracked." Whatever happened to Pettigrew Wormtail? He was key-ed back in 83. After I testified about his betrayal under Veritaserum, the DMLE put out an order for his arrest. They gave out his description along with the description of his animagus form. The ministry was inundated with people bringing in rats for months. Finally Arthur Weasley brought him in. He'd spotted him skulking around his garden and he stunned him. Ended up getting an Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Really? Good for Arthur. Yep, I think he got a promotion out of it as well. That's cool. Harry, something else I've been meaning to talk to you about. What? It's Remus Lupin. He was best friends with your dad and me back in the Hogwarts days, and well, he's mentioned you several times over the years, and I know he's asked Dumbledore about you as well. I think that now, since you're going to be re-entering the wizarding world, it would really mean a lot to him if you could meet with him. You haven't discussed our meetings with him, have you? No, your mother made me promise to keep them secret. Good, keep them that way. The thing is serious. I wouldn't mind meeting him as such, but now's not the right time. Maybe after we've dealt with Dumbledore. Yeah, that's probably for the best. It's just hard, you know. We were the best of friends at one time. Yeah, but think about this, Sirius. I'm sure he must have met both my mum and dad at least once at my parents' wedding. He knows that they were my mother's closest relatives. It's not outside the realm of possibility that I would have ended up with them. How hard would it have been for him to look up their phone number? He could have done that anytime during the last 10 years, but he didn't. Actually, Harry, everyone assumes that Dumbledore's placed you with a wizarding family. Placing a magical child with muggles is practically unheard of. It's just not done. Yeah, and yet no one has ever bothered to check up on me, even though for all intents and purposes I disappeared a decade ago. Everyone just trusts Dumbledore even though he had no legal right over me at all. Yeah, it's been like that for years. Anytime he does something questionable, most people just let it slide because he's Albus Dumbledore, he must have his reasons, etc., etc. Makes me sick, the amount of crap they let that man get away with. Well, hopefully that state of affairs will change soon, as long as things go according to plan. Yep, well, guess I shouldn't put it off anymore. I'll best go talk to our resident Dark Lord. Should I come with you? Just to be safe. Nah, the unbreakable vow's still in place. I'll be perfectly safe, plus I think he might talk more freely if it's just me. Harry walked up the stairs to the bedroom that Quirrell had been placed in. He knocked on the door and entered to find the room in darkness, the blinds closed tightly. Lord Voldemort, he called softly. For a long moment there was no sound at all apart from a low hoarse breathing, and then, "Do you realize I came up with that name when I was 12? It's a bloody anagram, for God's sake. How did people not realize that I was insane once I started calling myself by that ridiculous appellation? Whispered Quirrell. I don't think anyone knew that it was an anagram. Not that the name itself wasn't laughably grandiose. Lord Voldemort. Bah. What would you prefer to be called? I don't know. Am I still Tom or am I Quirinus Quirrell? Who am I now? I don't know. Perhaps you can be anyone you choose to be. The question is, who would you like to be now? I don't know, Potter, I simply don't know. Well, I take it you're no longer interested in being Lord Voldemort. No, and I would take it as a personal favor if you never mentioned that name again. And what are your views of your former followers, people like Lucius Malfoy, not Crabbe and Goyle for example? I don't know, much of my memories don't make sense. Why would anyone have followed me? I was clearly insane. The things I did, the people I killed, why would anyone have followed me? They saw you as their route to power. Or maybe they were insane themselves. Sane people do not act the way that the Death Eaters did. The things we did were monstrous. Monstrous. They were purebloods, in their view Muggles, Muggleborns, they're all inferior beings. I don't think they even see them as being human. They are the ones who are not truly human. Tell me, is it true that most of them are still around? How is it that they were not all incarcerated in Azkaban? Some were, the rest had enough money and power to buy themselves out of trouble. And the Ministry let them. What kind of people do we have running our world? Politicians. Politicians, yes. I would like to ask you about something. I was given conflicting information about your early years. Could you clarify some facts for me? What would you like me to clarify? Your first Horcrux. Did you create it by murdering Myrtle while you were in school, or did that happen later? I never murdered Myrtle. That was an accident. I had just discovered the Chamber of Secrets, and in my youthful pride and arrogance I awakened the basilisk. Before I could control it fully, it got away from me. By the time I caught up with it, its gaze had already killed that poor girl. Once I managed to gain control, I immediately sent the basilisk back into hibernation, but I could do nothing for Myrtle, to my everlasting regret. You then framed Hagrid for the crime. They were going to close the school. I was desperate not to be sent back to the orphanage, and I know I shouldn't have blamed Hagrid for unleashing that animal, but when I found him with the Acromantula, it seemed like a godsend, the answer to my prayers. I told myself that it was the only thing to do. After all, once the Acromantula had grown, it would have been just as big a threat to the students. I told myself Hagrid should have known better, that even though he had not been responsible for the monster that killed Myrtle, he was still responsible for another monster, so he deserved what he received. Then when did you create your first Horcrux? It was after I had left Hogwarts. Every orphan dreams of finding his real parents someday. Dreams that they'll tell him they love him, that they regretted giving him up, but they had no choice. I was no different. I had finally tracked my mother's family down, and from them I found out who my father was. I went to him, told him who I was. I didn't want much, just a chance to get to know him, but he rejected me. He told me that my mother had ensnared him, that he wanted nothing to do with me. He called my mother a tramp. I was furious. I could not control my anger, and then you killed him. I didn't mean to. I only meant to punch him. I hit him as hard as I could. He fell and hit his head against a table. The next thing I knew, he had stopped breathing. And then, I was terrified. Dumbledore had already made clear his dislike of me. He didn't like the fact that I had been protesting against the Ministry's anti-Muggleborn policies. I knew that if the case went to trial, he would push for me to be given the key. To be fed to the Dementors. What did you do then? In the course of my studies I had come across Horcruxes. I knew that they were the darkest magic that there was, but in my panic and fear I felt that I didn't have any other choice but to use my father's death to create one. How else could I save myself from Dumbledore? All I was carrying with me at the time was my wand and an old-school diary, and so you used the diary to create your first Horcrux. Yes. Post that point, none of my memories make sense. They seem like someone else's memories, yet I know it was me doing those actions. How can I live with those actions, Potter? How do I live with all the blood on my hands? Well, wasting away in a darkened room isn't the answer, I know that much. And yet, I don't know what else I can do. What reason do I have to go on living? You have a chance to make amends. To set right the wrongs you once did. How do I do that? What could I possibly do at this point? I have a little plan. A plan that would be considerably more difficult if I do not have your help to carry it out. Tell me about it. I fully intend to, but first could I trouble you to look at this scar? It's the remnant of the killing curse you hit me with, and for some reason it reacts whenever I'm close to you. Even now it is throbbing quite painfully. Why should that happen? You received that scar a decade ago. Any pain should have long disappeared. I don't fully understand it myself. There is a theory that due to your creation of multiple Horcruxes, your soul was unstable enough that a fragment of it detached the night you attacked me, and created an accidental Horcrux out of me. An accidental Horcrux? How ridiculous. A very specific ritual has to be done to create a Horcrux. There is no such thing as an accidental Horcrux. Whoever came up with that theory clearly has no idea what they are talking about. Yet my scar gives me pain only when we are close to each other. True, but then it could simply be a side effect of the killing curse. After all, you are the only known survivor of the curse. Who knows what effect it had on you? I am also a Parselmouth, much like yourself. The same person who came up with the accidental Horcrux theory also theorized that you somehow managed to transfer that ability to me when your curse rebounded that night. You were a Parselmouth as well. That is quite the coincidence. It is a very rare ability. Tell me about it. Perhaps I should have a closer look at your scar. Could you please come closer and sit by the bed? Quirrell lifted himself from the bed and waved his wand over Harry's forehead. Strange. Quite strange. Clearly you are not a Horcrux. There is no known way you could be, yet there is a remnant of my magical signature still residing within your scar. What do you think it is then? Frankly, at this point I have no idea, but perhaps. Yes, perhaps. Tell me, Potter, have you read up much on the theory of magic? A bit. Do you know what actually happens when you cast a spell? A spell is simply a way to make magic do what you want it to do. Simplistic, but true. Spells are simply one way of performing magic. They are stylized rituals that we learn in order to perform various tasks, but in its rawest, most elemental form, what we call a spell is simply the expression of our will over magic. Magic exists within all living being, in every fiber, every cell of our bodies. The only difference between wizards and muggles is that for some unknown reason more magic exists within us. When we perform a spell, we are forcing the magic out of our bodies through our will. Our will expels the magic from within us. It makes the magic perform a specific action before allowing it to withdraw back into our bodies. Some theorize that we are also expelling our will as well. We forcefully project our will out into the world to shape our magic and make it obey us. A killing curse requires a large amount of power. The caster forces magic to do what is anathema to the basic nature of magic. It forces it to kill. Thus the amount of magic and will expelled from the caster's body is obviously rather large. Now when the spell is finished, the will and magic return to the caster's body, but when I cast the spell on you, it was never completed, and the backlash of the disrupted spell destroyed my body as well. Perhaps the remnant I sense within your scar is simply the remains of the will and magic that I threw at you. Since my body was destroyed, it could not return to me, neither could it dissipate due to the fact that my Horcruxes anchored my spirit to this world. It causes you pain whenever we are near because the fragments of magic and will recognize their creator and the spell cries out for completion. Since it also contains the essence of my will, I would not be surprised that it gave you some of my abilities as well. On the other hand, Parseltongue, while rare, does occasionally crop up here and there. So you're saying that the scar will continue to trouble me until I die? Perhaps, perhaps not. Quirrell cocked his head quizzically. I wonder, if my will exists as a separate entity outside my body in such a way, would it be possible for me to use it to communicate with you or it in some fashion? It should theoretically create some sort of link between us. I'd rather you not experiment with it. It does cause me a load of pain when we are near each other after all. Of course, Mr. Potter, I wouldn't dream of doing anything to cause you any discomfort. Apart from the vow I swore to not attack you, I am also fully aware of the debt I owe you. Debt? You returned me my sanity. Truth be told, at this point I don't know whether to thank you or curse you, but on the whole, despite the pain, I think I would rather have my sanity. I must look into this further. Rest assured, Potter, I will not rest until I have found a solution to your dilemma. Thank you, Professor Quirrell, or would you prefer Mr. Riddle? I think, after all, that I would prefer to be known as Quirrell. At least for the time being. All right then, Professor Quirrell, perhaps you should get out of bed and get something to eat then. After all, you wouldn't be of much help to me if you waste away in your room. Harry walked back down to the drawing room to find Sirius pacing furiously. At last, what happened? Is he any better? I managed to get him out of bed at least. Dobby's helping him into the bath right now. Some progress at least. What happened? Why do you look so angry? Did he do anything? No, it wasn't him. I just confirmed that something that I once allowed somebody to convince me off was in fact an utter load of steaming hippogriff crap, and while I knew it was most likely a lie, hearing it confirmed just pissed the hell out of me all over again. What are you talking about? I'll explain some other time, Sirius. Really don't feel like going over it right now. Okay then, I'm here for you whenever you need me, you know that. I know, Sirius, thank you. Do you think he'll be capable of doing what we need him to do? I think so. The remaining days left before school started were among the most exhausting in Harry's life. Sirius insisted on drilling him mercilessly in defense, which generally left him bruised and battered. In addition to that were the daily occlumency lessons. While Harry had mastered the art of blocking his mind from legilimency attacks years ago, this would not do at Hogwarts. He knew that if Dumbledore or Snape attempted to read his mind and failed, it would raise too many suspicions. In order to prevent that, he had to perfect another occlumency technique called false mind. The technique consisted of creating false memories, so that when a legilimens attacked they would only be shown the false memories and hopefully would not suspect that things were being hidden from them. The main difficulty in this technique was that false memories generally lacked the detail of real memories. It took an inordinate amount of imagination and attention to detail to create a false memory that would be able to fool a master legilimens. However, Harry had one huge advantage here. He had been provided with the complete set of memories from his earlier life, so at least he didn't have to create memories from scratch. All he had to do was shunt and redirect any legilimency attack into his carefully selected memories so that Dumbledore would only see what he expected to see, a poor downtrodden boy who had not been shown the slightest amount of love his entire life. While this was going on, Quirrell was holed up in the Black family library researching healing techniques that might be used to cure Harry's scar. Whenever he emerged, he would insist on going over the plan again and again, trying to find any flaws that might have existed. No detail was too small for Quirrell. Every little facet had to be examined to the nth degree until Harry was utterly exhausted. The way things were going, Harry thought that going to Hogwarts would be a relief. Even dealing with Snape would be preferable to the endless debates that Quirrell subjected him to. Finally, with just a week left to go before he had to head to Hogwarts, Harry had had enough and insisted on taking a break. He decided to spend the remaining time with his family, especially as Dudley had been feeling rather abandoned without Harry around all the time. As the two of them were so close in age, they had always tended to do everything together, and now that they were both headed to different schools, Dudley had started to feel a kind of separation anxiety. He had been moping and sulking around the house ever since Harry got his Hogwarts letter. On top of that, his mother seemed to be having some kind of nervous breakdown as the reality of him heading to Hogwarts started to sink in. She seemed to alternate between resigned acceptance and utter hysteria 20 times a day. Harry knew she was terrified of something happening to him. She had lost her only sister to a deranged homicidal wizard after all, and he tried his best to reassure her, but so far he hadn't had much success. All in all, it had been a totally nerve-wracking month for the young boy. As September dawned, Harry found himself being dropped off at King's Cross Station by an unusually somber Vernon. "All right, Harry, here we are, King's Cross Station. You sure you'll be able to find the platform on your own?" "Yes, Dad, we discussed this. You know they expect you to be nasty to me, and since you can't act at all, better to avoid anyone else seeing you." "Come on, I wasn't that bad. Dad, you barely managed to convince Hagrid, and he's really gullible. I just needed a bit more practice, that's all. You kept apologizing to me, not to mention you looked horribly unconvincing and embarrassed when we were practicing." "Well, it's not that easy to pretend to be someone who hates their own son," Still think I could have managed though. I did act in a few plays back in college, you know. Now are you sure you'll be okay? It's okay, Dad, I'll be fine, stop worrying. You'd better be. I swear if your mother hadn't promised her sister that you would be educated at Hogwarts, I'd never let you within 100 miles of that place. If you get so much as a scratch at that place, I'm sending you straight to Smeltings, promise or no promise. Dad, we've been over this 100 times, I need to do this. You're 11, Harry, you don't need to do anything. Smeltings is a great school, and we could always hire tutors through your Uncle Sirius to teach you all that other stuff. Plus you'll be with your brother, always good to have family to rely on. I know, Dad, but I have to go to Hogwarts, there are things I need to do there, and I'll be fine. You really shouldn't worry so much. Can't help it, that man Dumbledore, the one who set up those wards, will be there. I still can't believe anyone would be that cruel to a baby. It's okay, Dad, you know I've got a plan, he won't be there for long. Promise me you'll be careful though, and keep that emergency portkey and the shrunken down broomstick that Sirius gave you on you at all times. Remember, the first sign of trouble, you get out of the grounds and portkey home immediately. Yes, Dad, stop worrying, things will be fine, and if things don't work as planned, we're going to get the hell out of there. No way am I spending 7 years in Hogwarts with that old coot in charge. Okay, now remember, you may be a Potter but you were brought up a Dursley, and what don't Dursleys do? We don't take crap from anyone. Damn straight, we don't. Now if anything at all comes up, you contact me immediately. You've got Sirius's mirror handy, right? Yep, got it right here. Mum's got the other one. I'll call you on it tonight as soon as I can get some privacy. Okay, now give your old man a hug and go give them hell. They won't know what hit them, Dad. I'll talk to you soon, all right. Harry grabbed his trunk from the boot of the car, waved goodbye to his father and headed off to find platform 9 3/4. Unlike last time, he knew exactly how to get onto the platform and wasted no time in getting to the train. First things first, got to find Hermione, he thought. Harry had spent a lot of time thinking about his memories of his friends from his previous life, and despite her inclination towards bossiness and tendency to worship authority figures, he was truly looking forward to getting to know Hermione again. Ron Weasley, on the other hand, he would be better off avoiding, he had decided. Apart from his mother's warning about the redhead's activities, on analyzing his memories, Harry had been shocked at how easily he had forgiven the boy's betrayal during the Triwizard Tournament, as well as his abandonment during the Horcrux hunt. The boy had called him a cheat, refused to believe the truth, and on top of all that, not even warned him about a dragon, a bloody dragon for God's sake, and yet he had taken him back without even a proper apology on the Pratt's part. He must have been truly desperate for friends to put up with such behavior. The person he was now would never tolerate such a betrayal from a friend. Things were going to be different this time around, he vowed to himself. Harry had jammed a hat upon his head to hide the trademark scar, hopefully that, along with the fact that he was wearing Muggle clothes, would be enough to stop people from recognizing him. He definitely didn't want to deal with the whole boy who lived crap today, even though he knew he'd have to at some point. However, he was hoping to put that off as much as possible. He had arrived relatively early and the train had hardly any students at this point. He briefly debated whether he should look for Hermione first or secure himself a compartment. That choice was made redundant soon as he saw a familiar head of bushy hair in the distance. That's lucky, he thought. Guess Hermione came early as well. He waited a moment before following her into the same compartment, which luckily enough had no other students in it yet. He entered and silently cast a wandless notice me not charm at the door. Hopefully that would prevent anyone else from entering so that he could get to know Hermione without any interruptions. Hi, is this seat taken? He asked her. No, go ahead. Are you a first year as well? Said Hermione. Harry tucked away his trunk, which had earlier been charmed weightless, into a corner of the compartment, before taking a seat across from Hermione. Yep, so you're a Muggleborn, right? Yes. How could you tell? Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart. Of course, I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, who are you? She said all this very fast. Name's Harry. As for how I could tell, it was the clothes. Kids from wizarding families tend to dress differently. Even the ones who don't wear robes all the time tend to dress differently from what we're used to. So you're Muggle-born as well. For all intents and purposes. Technically I'm a half-blood, but I was Muggle-raised. Oh, Hermione said, not quite sure if she should ask about why he was Muggle-raised if he was a half-blood, then she pressed forward. Do you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Well, any house would do I suppose, except for Slytherin. I really don't like the whole snake thing they have going for them. But you said you've already learned the course books by heart. Yes, I've even tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. Okay, that's it, I'm calling dibs. Dibs. Yeah, I'm calling dibs on you sitting next to me in class, also as a study partner. You can't call dibs on that. Why not? You just can't. That's not a reason, I'm calling dibs. Why? Just because I tried a few spells. Not just that. Then why? Well, the spells and the fact that you've memorized all your textbooks simply proved one thing. You're smart, and if it's one thing I've learned is that smart people are way more interesting to hang around with than dumb people. Secondly, you're really pretty, which doesn't hurt at all. You think I'm pretty? Blushed Hermione. Yep. Hell, in a few years I'll have to beat the guys off you with a stick. I should write a reminder down actually. Note to self, get a big stick. Very funny. And finally there's the fact that you're Muggle-raised like me. What does that have to do with anything? Have you tried hanging around with some of these so-called pure-blood kids? Well, I haven't really met any yet. Trust me, you're not missing anything. I mean, I don't want to be rude. We are entering their little world after all, but some of these kids are absolutely hopeless. Really? How? Well, for one thing, most of them don't know anything about what's happening in the rest of the world. For instance, they probably have no idea who Margaret Thatcher is, and if they do they'll probably tell you she's still the PM. They can't be that ignorant surely. You have no idea. Most of them led these horribly insulated lives. A bit like the Amish, I would imagine. The Amish. Yeah, you know, like in that Harrison Ford movie. Witness. Yeah, that's the one, and this is just another example. If I talked about a movie with some of these kids they wouldn't know what I'm talking about. So any kind of cultural reference is totally lost on them. Get back to the Amish, how are they like them? Well, think about it. Now, I don't really know that much about the Amish, I'm just going off the movie here. But wizards are just like the Amish. They tend to live on their own away from normal people. They have a term for the normal people. In the movie the Amish called everyone else the English, wizards call everyone else Muggles. They dress funny in an exceptionally old-fashioned way. The Amish clothes were simple, slightly old-fashioned. These guys go around in dresses for God's sake. And the worst part is they don't use technology at all. You know what that means. No computers or cars. Worse, no TV. Can you imagine a life in which you've never seen an episode of Doctor Who? That would be terrible, but they still have books. Yeah, but they don't read the same ones. I asked one kid what his favorite book was and he started talking about something called Babbity Rabbity and Her Cackling Toe or Stump or something. Quote, Babbity Rabbity. I know, right, and you can't even talk to them about football or cricket. No, if they're into sports at all, it's some game called Quidditch which, believe it or not, is supposed to be played on brooms. I guess they can't help it. I heard that magic interferes with electricity in some way so you can't get Muggle appliances to work in magical homes. I heard that too, but I think that's total rubbish. I know someone who enchanted a motorcycle to work off of magic. Made it fly and everything. Now if he could do that, why can't someone enchant a television? The thing is, they've made that kind of thing illegal. They claim it's because of the statute of secrecy. Supposedly they're worried about an enchanted item falling into the hands of Muggles, but you know what I think it really is? What? Information control. They only have a few newspapers in the magical world and something called the Wizarding Wireless. All of these are tightly controlled by the Ministry. That way the Ministry can control the sources of information. You know that's the first thing that any group goes after when they have a coup or revolution in a country, right? They always try to get control of the television and radio stations. Control the flow of information and you control the public. That's a bit paranoid, isn't it? You've got a better explanation for why they seem centuries out of date. No, but I've just entered the magical world, I barely know anything yet. You'll learn, but anyway, back to the main topic, do you agree I've got dibs? I guess, but what if we're not sorted into the same house? In that case we can still have our study group, but don't worry, as long as you don't get sorted into Slytherin, which is so not likely to happen, I'll make sure we're in the same house. How will you do that? The sorting's alphabetical, so you'll go before me and I'll just make them put me in the same house. Do you know how we're sorted? Oddly enough, it wasn't covered in Hogwarts, a history, even though they had a section on sorting songs. And none of the people I asked would tell me, they all just said, you'll see. Yeah, I hate it when they do that too. Okay, it's a bit of an unofficial tradition not to tell kids how they'll be sorted, but what happens is that they make you wear a magic hat. A hat? You're kidding, right? I wish I was. Anyway, the hat reads your mind and decides on which house to place you in based on your personality. You know, Ravenclaw for the smart, Gryffindor for the brave, blah blah. That's the way it's supposed to work anyway. Supposed to work? Well, it seems that certain families always tend to be sorted into the same houses. Do you see that family of redheads just coming onto the platform? Hard to miss them, seem to be a lot of them. Yeah, 7 kids, 2 of them have already graduated, the 6th should be in our year. Anyway, all of them have traditionally been sorted into Gryffindor. Now I don't know about you, but I refuse to believe that the 5 kids who've been sorted so far all had exactly the same personality, not to mention the fact that their parents had the same personality as well. Does that seem feasible to you? I think if you've been brought up in the same environment then. Let me guess, only child, right? Yes, but, well, if you'd have had any siblings you'd know that's just not true. Even twins can have wildly different personalities. So how do you explain it? Obviously the hat takes your wishes into account. Some kids heard stories about his parents' house and how great it is his entire life, so when he comes to Hogwarts he wants to enter the same house and the hat obliges him. Then the kid's sibling enters and wants to be in the same house as his brother, etc., etc. So basically if you really want to be in a particular house, the hat will put you in it. Yep, after all, who has their personality set in stone at 11 anyway? The hat will put you in a house, you start identifying with that house's attributes and you start acting in the way you're supposed to. Kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy if you ask me. So choose carefully, because whichever house you're going in I'm going to tell the hat to put me in the same one. You'd do that for me? Sure, why not? You're way better than any of the pure-blood kids I've run across so far. So which house should we choose? Truth be told, I think Ravenclaw would be the best fit for you. I know you said that you think Gryffindor's the best, but think about it, Gryffindor tends to attract the loud kids, the ones who'll only study if you force them to. Kids who would never ever read a book for pleasure. Does that sound like someplace you'd want to be stuck for the next 7 years? You're right, those don't sound like the kind of people I'd be friends with. Or you could take your chances with the hat. If you don't request a house it should just put you in the house that's best suited for you. I bet that'll be Ravenclaw. You think so? Hermione, I'd bet anything you want that no other kid on this train has already memorized all their books. How could you not be sorted into Ravenclaw? By now the train had started moving and all the students seemed to have been seated, so Harry removed the "Notice Me Not" charm from the door of their compartment. He didn't want to miss the lady with the cart full of sweets after all. A little while later, after the sweet cart had been by, Hermione and Harry were both on a bit of a sugar high after overdosing on chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Harry had to persuade Hermione to try some of the sweets. There was something creepy about biting into a moving frog after all, but eventually she had not been able to resist them. There was a knock on the compartment door and a young boy came in. Harry recognized Neville Longbottom right away, even though he looked quite different from his memories. In his other set of memories, the first time he had met Neville, he had been a tearful round-faced boy who had been looking for his toad. This Neville looked a lot more athletic and not at all tearful. Sorry, he said, but have you seen a toad at all? I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me. Guess some things always remain the same, thought Harry. No, but I'll keep an eye out for him. What did you say your name was? Neville Longbottom. Longbottom. Any relation to Frank Longbottom? He's my father, said Neville. Wow, that's so cool, said Harry, turning to Hermione. Frank Longbottom's an Auror. He's famous for capturing Bellatrix Lestrange back during the last war. She was this really vicious terrorist, belonged to this group called Death Eaters. I've read about them in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Did your dad really capture one of them? That's amazing, said Hermione. Yeah, but he always gives the credit to my mum. Claims that without her warning of their attack he would never have been able to capture them. Mum had a vision before the attack, you see, warning her that it was going to happen. Dad's been half convinced she's a seer ever since. Your mum had a vision. Wow, said Hermione. Yeah, she was asleep and she dreamt that a friend of hers who had just passed away came and spoke to her about the attack. She never says who the friend was, but she's always very sad when she talks about it. So what do you think it was? Said Harry. Is your mum really a seer? She always says no. She thinks her friend managed to give her the warning somehow. All this time Neville had been looking at Harry strangely. Excuse me, but you kind of look like the pictures of one of my father's friends. You wouldn't be Harry Potter, would you? You're Harry Potter, gasped Hermione. Why didn't you say so? I've read all about you in those same history books. That's exactly why I didn't say I was Harry Potter, said Harry. I prefer to get to know people first before I bring all that boy who lived crap into it. But you were the boy who lived, said Neville, looking a little intimidated. Oh, don't be like that, Neville. Most of that stuff was made up to sell books. Made up, said Hermione, shocked that history books could have been filled with inaccurate information. Yep, out of all the people there that night, I'm the only survivor, and I was a little over a year old at the time, so I couldn't tell you what happened. Yet there are all these books which claim to know exactly what happened. Ever since I heard about it, I've seriously been considering suing the publishers. You should definitely do that, raged Hermione. How dare they make up stories and sell them as fact? I should probably be going, said a nervous-looking Neville. He seemed to be slightly perturbed by Hermione's outrage. I really should find Trevor. He'll turn up, said Harry. Neville left the compartment, but unfortunately it seemed that he could not keep the information that the boy who lived was on the train to himself, as hardly any time had passed before Draco Malfoy came knocking on their door. Is it true? He said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, said Harry, looking at the three boys that had entered the compartment. He pushed down the surge of anger that had come over him at seeing the three idiots that had been responsible for so much destruction during his previous life. Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle, said the pale boy carelessly, noticing where Harry was looking. And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Hermione gave a slight snigger, no doubt thinking the boy was trying to introduce himself in the James Bond manner. Unfortunately, this caused Draco to round on her in fury. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. You're obviously a mud. Draco never got to finish the sentence, however, as before the word Mudblood was even fully out of his mouth, Harry had leapt up and dragged the boy out of the compartment, leaving Hermione behind with a befuddled Crabbe and Goyle. A few minutes later, a visibly nervous Draco re-entered the compartment with Harry following close behind. My dear Miss Granger, please permit me to apologize for my outburst earlier. I don't know what I was thinking, and I do hope that you can kindly forgive me for my rash words, said Draco. It's quite all right, I'm sure, said a puzzled Hermione. Thank you so much. Now if you don't mind I'll take your leave, said Draco before hurrying out of the compartment flanked by his two minions. What just happened? Said Hermione. Why did you drag him out of the compartment like that? And why did he look so nervous? Did you threaten him or something? Do I look like the kind of guy who would stoop to threatening someone? Said Harry. I don't know, I just know you did something. Now spill. He was about to call you an extremely rude word, and I couldn't let him do that. Draco's a prat, and if you're not someone important then you don't matter, you see. He's one of those pureblood kids who thinks that a Muggleborn is somehow inferior to them, you know. His father's a former Death Eater, so he's got his head filled with all sorts of crap. So what exactly did you do? Well, if he had finished calling you that word, I'd have had to hit him at the very least, and getting into a fight before you're even in school didn't seem like the wisest move. So I just convinced him that he was making a huge mistake by being rude to you. How? I told him that since he was my godfather's cousin's son, he was practically family, and as such I felt I had to prevent him from making a big mistake. Is that true? That he's related to my godfather? Yes. However, Sirius actually told me to avoid him. He totally disapproves of the Malfoys. Anyway, so I told him that he was making a big mistake and that he so didn't want to get you angry at him since it would have had terrible repercussions for him and his family. Really? How? Said a puzzled Hermione. I may have insinuated that you might be the long-lost heir to the Ravenclaw line. What? But the Ravenclaw line died out centuries ago. How could I possibly be the heir? The thing is, many pureblood families tend to disown any squibs born to them. However, any wizards or witches born to these squibs can be reinstated into the family. If the rest of the family has died out and the person can prove that they're still related, then they can in effect resurrect and take over the family, as they're the only magical person left in that family. If the line of squibs is long enough, it's possible that the current generation has totally forgotten that they're descended from a magical family. So it's totally possible that a Muggleborn is really from the squib branch of a long-dead family. You see. I'm not sure. So you told him that I'm the heir to the Ravenclaw line, and he believed it? I insinuated it. I let him fill in the blanks on his own. No doubt he's writing to his father right now about how he's just met the Ravenclaw heir. What happens when his father tells him I'm not? How will his father know that you're not? I told him you're keeping it quiet because you're very shy and don't want all the extra attention. Besides, all I have to do is have my godfather start the same rumor in the ministry, and before you know it his father will be totally convinced as well. But why go to all that trouble? No trouble at all. Besides, you heard how rude he was. Now we're going to be at school with the kid for the next 7 years. You really want to put up with his insults for the next 7 years? No, I guess not, but it still seems dishonest. Not really, only if you accept his gifts. Gifts? Yeah, he asked me to find out what you like, so that he can apologize properly. So what do you want? Chocolates, flowers, jewelry, rare books. I'm sure I can arrange for any of those. The kid is loaded after all. But we can't just go around doing things like that. Sure we can, Hermione. Stick with me and you'll be surprised at what all you can do. The remaining journey sped by, and before Harry knew it he was once again before the doors of Hogwarts. He was assaulted with memories, a lot of them unpleasant. After all, the last time he had seen the place he had been leaving it to go to his death, but interspersed with them were quite a few happy ones. In the distance he could see the Quidditch pitch that had been the setting of his best times at Hogwarts. There was the Whomping Willow that he and Ron had crashed into in second year. The lake from which he had to rescue Ron. Flying on Buckbeak with Hermione. Dementors attacking him on the Quidditch pitch. He remembered friends dying, others being horribly injured. The memories crashed over his consciousness in an unending stream until he ruthlessly crushed them and hid them away in the furthermost recesses of his mind. He could not afford to dwell on his previous life. He had to live in the here and now. And now the sorting was going on, and most of the people had already been sorted into the same houses that he remembered them being in, and Hermione's name was about to be called. He held his breath and crossed his fingers. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor, shouted the hat. Asterisk. Damn, what was with that girl? He went out of his way to steer her away towards Ravenclaw, and she still ends up in Gryffindor. Guess her bravery won out over her cleverness. Stupid bloody hat. Can't it see that she'd make a better Ravenclaw? Should have scrapped the damn thing years ago. And I was really looking forward to living in another house. Stupid hat. Oh well, guess I'll have to be in Gryffindor too, he thought. Soon enough it was his turn. Potter. Harry. As Harry stepped forward, Whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Asterisk. Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. Haven't seen occlumency shields on a first year in quite a while. Excuse me young man, but you'll have to drop them if you want me to sort you properly. No need for that, just put me in Gryffindor. That's not quite how it works, you know. I am supposed to read your mind for this. Not going to happen. Just put me in Gryffindor. Are you sure? Yes. Now quit fooling around and put me in Gryffindor. Well, if you're sure then it'd better be Gryffindor. Dear Mum and Dad, I'm already missing you lots. I've reached the school and gotten sorted into Gryffindor, which is supposedly the house for the brave. I was expecting Ravenclaw, as that's supposed to be the house for people who love books and learning, but Gryffindor is also supposed to be good. I made a friend on the train. His name is Harry and he's also been sorted into the same house. I wanted to ask for some advice about him. The thing is, he's quite nice and all, but at the same time he told me a conspiracy theory about why he thinks wizards don't have television. Something about information control. And there was this other boy who started being mean to me, but then Harry convinced him that I'm the heir to Ravenclaw, which is sort of the wizarding equivalent of being related to the royal family, and after that the boy started being all apologetic. The thing is, do you think this is normal? Is he just a little bit strange, or is he totally crazy? Love, Hermione. Dear Father, you will never believe who I met on the train. I met Hermione Granger, who is the heir to the Ravenclaw line. Oh, and I also met Harry Potter. I think we're well on the way to becoming great friends, even if he had the misfortune to be sorted into Gryffindor. I do need to get a great gift for Hermione though, just a little something to impress her. Just before the sorting I heard her quoting stuff from Hogwarts, a history, so she seems like the type of person who would appreciate a good book. Do you have any idea what I can give her? Your obedient son, Draco. Hey Mum. I know I was supposed to sit with Harry Potter on the train, but I went over the whole train twice and never saw him. The first time I saw him was at the sorting. He must have flowed directly to the castle or something. But not to worry, he and I are both Gryffindors, so I'm sure we'll be best mates very soon. We are both in the same dorm, but he's right on the other side of the dorm from me. Maybe I can get one of the guys to switch with me later. Can you send me some cakes or chocolate biscuits? They just don't have enough dessert here. Love, Ron. Harry settled into his bed. Thankfully he'd been prepared in case he was sorted into Gryffindor, and he'd had Dobby make sure that Ron's luggage was placed on the furthest side of the dorm from him. He closed the curtains around his bed tightly, cast a few privacy and silencing spells, then called Sirius. Hey Sirius. Hey pup. Why so glum? Nothing. Just I'm in Gryffindor. Oh come on, that's a great thing. Gryffindor is the best. Yeah, you're not the one that has to listen to Ron Weasley snoring. Well, that's what silencing spells are for, aren't they? Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, just wanted to check in and let you know that everything went all right. I've reached the castle safely. No Legionnaire attacks or anything like that so far. We didn't really expect Dumbledore to do anything like that on your first day, but keep your guard up. Will do. Good night, and I'll check in again tomorrow same time. Got to call Mum and Dad now. Okay pup. Take care. My dearest son. Never have I been prouder of you. Rumors of the Ravenclaw heir resurfacing have been all over the ministry, but no one had any idea of who she is. For you to find out who she is before school has even started properly is a great achievement. Do not tell anyone else who she is at the present time. If she is trying to keep it quiet, she will resent you if you let everyone know who she is. I shall be attaching a signed first edition of Hogwarts: A History with this letter. You must start laying a foundation with both her and Potter right away. It would be a wonderful thing if we can influence them to support our pureblood causes. No doubt Potter at least has had his head filled with Dumbledore's muggle-loving propaganda, so be patient with him, and do not disparage muggles or muggleborns in front of him. We must wean him away from Dumbledore's influence gradually. Your father, Lucius Malfoy. While he had been expecting it, he still found it incredibly annoying. He was actually quite thankful for having been brought up in the Muggle world. He couldn't imagine how horrible it might have been if he had had to endure this level of scrutiny his entire life. On the other hand, perhaps if he hadn't been away for so long they would have gotten used to him by now and the intense public interest in him would have died out. Another thing he was amazingly thankful for was the fact that his other set of memories included tons of knowledge about Hogwarts. The other first years were constantly getting lost thanks to Hogwarts' moving staircases and corridors which seemed to change constantly. He also kept having to dodge Ron Weasley, who seemed hell-bent on getting to know him. To avoid him, Harry had been forcing himself to get up earlier than the others in his dorm. It helped that Ron was already notorious for being the last one out of bed in the mornings. In addition, he made sure that he always sat next to Hermione in class so that Ron couldn't accost him there. Instead of hanging out in the common room, he spent a lot of time with Hermione in the library. He had managed to avoid the red-headed menace till then, but he knew that was a state of affairs that couldn't last forever. So far that week they had already had herbology, astronomy, transfiguration and history of magic, which was just as soporific as Harry remembered, so he'd asked Hermione if she wanted to study with him that evening. She had been a little ticked off at him because Draco Malfoy had cornered her earlier that day and insisted on giving her a present and had refused to take no for an answer. Of course, Hermione, being Hermione, came right out and told him that she was a Muggleborn and not related to Ravenclaw at all. Fortunately, Malfoy had still refused to believe her and instead started insisting to her that she had nothing to worry about, as he would never ever dream of revealing her secrets to the other students. Hermione found it all terribly embarrassing and blamed Harry for the whole thing. He was hoping to get back on her good side before long. After the usual delicious Hogwarts dinner, Harry and Hermione got together in the Gryffindor common room. He saw Ron coming towards him, but he quickly pulled out his books, and sure enough, that was enough to deter Ron from approaching them. "So did you want to get the homework out of the way? We've got the herbology essay and the transfiguration essay as well," asked Hermione. "Nah, finished those already. When did you get the time to do that? We just got the transfiguration assignment today." "During history of magic, of course. What were you doing during that class?" "Harry, why weren't you taking notes? What will you study from for the exams?" "Oh, for God's sake, Hermione, don't tell me you took notes for that class." "Well, of course, we'll need them. Crap, didn't I tell you about this? Binns has been giving the same lectures ever since he became a ghost. They haven't changed at all ever since he died. Still, you do need to take notes." "Hermione, Hermione, Hermione. Wait just a second." Harry ran up to his dorm room and returned a few minutes later with a ridiculously thick file folder. "There you go, that's your copy." "My copy of what?" "History of Magic notes for the next 7 years, of course. They were compiled by a Ravenclaw student a few decades ago, and ever since they've been available from the upper year Ravenclaws. I'd have gotten only this year's, but they only sell them as a set. So there you go, you're all set for history notes. I already verified. They're word for word exactly what he said in class, plus they have additional material on stuff that he forgets to cover but which generally shows up in the exams." That's, why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Sorry, must have slipped my mind, but hey, I get points for picking up an extra copy for you, don't I?" "Yeah, I guess you do. How much do I owe you for this?" "Forget it. Malfoy can't be the only one allowed to give you gifts now, can he?" Hermione gave Harry her best glare, which unfortunately for her just seemed to amuse him. "Anyway, so if you've already finished your homework, what did you need help with?" "Who said anything about me needing help? Arg, then why did you want to study together?" "'Cause it's better than studying alone, isn't it? So what do you need help in?" "Me, but I thought you would need my help," said a surprised Hermione. "That's remarkably egotistical of you, Hermione. But you said you wanted to be friends with me because I was smart. Why then, if you don't need help?" "Hermione, that was only one of the reasons I gave. I prefer hanging out with smart people because they're more interesting to talk to, and I want to be friends with you because I like you, not because I need you to do my homework. Now, do you want help with the herbology essay, or would you like to do something else?" "Well, I guess since you've already done the essay we could do something else." "Okay, I've got an idea. Tell me, you must have done accidental magic as a child, right?" Did you ever get something, any type of object to come to you? Yes, that was one of my first incidents. There was this book that I wanted to read, but it was on a shelf that was too high for me to reach. I kept jumping up but I couldn't reach it and then it just fell off the shelf. Great, that kind of thing is one of the most common types of accidental magic, although for most kids it's because they can't reach the cookie jar or something. Harry pulled out a book from his bag, hiding the cover from Hermione. This book is the best book you will ever read. No, no, Harry said, pulling the book out of Hermione's reach. You can't just be handed it. It is a very special book and the only way you will ever get to read it is if you make it come to you. Now I want you to imagine the book coming to your hands. Visualize it flying from my hand right into yours. Hermione glared at the book. Nothing's happening. Hermione, this book holds the answers to life, the universe and everything. If you don't get to read this book you might just fail all your exams and then they'll send you back to a non-magical school. Do you want that? Do you want to fail? Come on Hermione, unless this book comes to you, you will never ever be able to learn magic properly. Are you a witch or not? Now make it come to you. The book flew from Harry's hand and smacked into Hermione's hands with a thump. Harry smiled at a surprised Hermione. Congratulations Hermione, you just performed a wandless summoning charm. Wandless magic, but that's supposed to be terribly advanced. They don't even teach it here at Hogwarts. What is accidental magic Hermione? It's all wandless, right? The only difference is that one is controlled and the other is not. Now, how do you feel? A bit tired. That's to be expected. Wandless magic does require a lot more effort. You should rest a bit before trying again. Okay. Hermione finally got around to looking at the book. Hey, this is the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I did tell you that it held the answer to life, the universe and everything. Yes, but I didn't think you meant 42. That was amazing Harry, you have to teach me more stuff like that. Not a problem. The next day was their first defense against the dark arts lesson which everybody had been looking forward to. Unfortunately it was yet another class with the Slytherins. Professor Quirrell was still sporting the turban which he told everyone had been given to him by an African prince as a thank you for getting rid of a zombie. It looked absurd but Quirrell thought that since he had started wearing it to hide the face in the back of his head he might as well continue in case Dumbledore asked him why he had stopped wearing it. Thankfully he had decided to forego the stutter. The first years entered the Dada classroom to find Professor Quirrell waiting for them. He waited until they had all seated themselves before starting. Good morning class, I am Professor Quirrell and today I will be introducing you to Defense Against the Dark Arts. For now please put your wands away. Now who can tell me? Mr. Weasley, you seem to be wearing some of your breakfast, said Quirrell pointing at a spot on Ron's robes. Do you mind? Said Quirrell taking his wand and pointing it at the spot. On getting an embarrassed nod from Ron, he cast a Scourgify which vanished the spot. That will be 1 point from Gryffindor. Mr. Weasley. Would anyone in the class like to inform Mr. Weasley of the mistake he just made? He shouldn't have dropped food on himself, sneered Malfoy. That was a thoroughly useless answer, Mr. Malfoy. Anybody else? No. Let me give you a hint then. Mr. Weasley, do I look like your mother? Your maid perhaps? No. Am I here to teach you defense against the dark arts or to do your laundry? Then why did you let me cast a spell on you, Mr. Weasley? When a wizard points his wand at you, it is a threat, and you have to treat it as a threat. But you're a professor, protested Ron. And, what do you know about me, Mr. Weasley, apart from that useless fact? Have I taken any oaths not to harm you? No, I could just as easily have cast a cutting spell that would have left you bleeding to death. For those of you too slow to understand my point, let me be absolutely clear. When you were handed your wands, you were being given a deadly weapon. A wand can be used to torture, maim or kill. Magic is not all unicorns and rainbows. This piece of wood is also the deadliest weapon that most of you will ever handle, and it must be treated with respect. Now Mr. Weasley, what is rule number 1? Never let anyone point a wand at you. Almost correct, Mr. Weasley. Take 5 points for Gryffindor for helping me illustrate my point. Rule number 1 is that if you see a wand pointed at you, it is a threat and you will treat it as such. Duck, run away, Do whatever you have to, but do not let anyone you do not absolutely trust cast a spell on you. For our Muggle-born students, when a wizard points a wand at you, it is exactly the same as someone aiming a loaded gun at your head. Now can anyone guess what rule number 2 is? The class was silent and absolutely no hands were raised. Rule number 2 is that you never ever point your wand at a person. Whenever you are holding your wands, they must be pointed straight down at the floor at all times. If I see any of you wandering the halls with your wands pointed anywhere else but at the floor, I will deduct points. Repeat offenders will be banned from my class. Is that clear? I said, is that clear? Yes, Professor Quirrell, chorused the class. Good. Now rule number 3 is also very simple. Be aware of your field of fire. Right now you are just starting to learn and will have little or no control of your magic, so you will never ever cast a spell where it might hit a person. You will only practice spells when your field of fire is absolutely clear. Is that understood? Yes, Professor Quirrell, chorused the class. Good. Rule number 4 is that you will never ever use what I have to teach you against another student. If I ever catch a student hexing another student, I will have that student in detention for the rest of the year, and I will refuse to ever teach that student anything ever again. I don't care if your father is on the board of governors, this was with a quick glare at Malfoy, or the Minister of Magic himself. If I hear of you hexing another student, I will make sure you are punished most severely. Now, there is a small circle on each of your desks. Does everyone see it? Good. Take out your wands and touch the circle with them. Quirrell waited a few minutes, then waved his wand at the blackboard, which filled with the names of the class. Each name had a time next to it. That is the amount of time taken by each of you to touch the circle. I see Mr. Potter managed to touch the circle first with a time of 2 seconds. That is very good, Mr. Potter. For a beginner anyway, take 1 point for Gryffindor. Miss Brown, could you tell me why it took you more than a minute to touch the circle with your wand? I had to get my wand out of my bag, Professor. And that leads me to my final rule. A wand is useless unless you can get to it quickly. If you had been in a combat situation, Miss Brown, in that 1 minute you could have been killed many times over. Always make sure your wand is easily and quickly accessible. You might want to look into wand holsters and their like. Remember to take good care of your wand. Keep it clean and well maintained. It may mean the difference between life and death someday. I want each of you to write these rules down now. Remember them, for I will not be repeating this lesson, but I will definitely be enforcing these rules. Quirrell gave the class a few minutes while they all copied down his rules. Now, the name of this class is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Can anyone give me a definition of what the dark arts are? Hermione's hand was reaching for the sky. Yes, Miss Granger. The dark arts consist of spells and rituals that are used for destructive purposes. It can refer to any type of magic that is mainly used to cause harm. Very good, Miss Granger. Take a point for Gryffindor. Now class, if I simply teach you all how to defend yourself against dark magic, do you think that is enough to keep you safe? Is dark magic the only thing you have to defend yourself from? Can you give me an example of a purely light spell? Yes, Mr. Finnegan. Well, there's Lumos. Very good, Mr. Finnegan. The Lumos charm can be used to provide light. As such, I'm sure you will all agree that it is purely light magic that could never be used to harm anyone. Correct. Put up your hand if you agree. Almost the entire class raised their hands. Professor Quirrell raised his wand and a bright flash of light blinked from the tip of his wand, leaving the class blinking with watering eyes. How many of you are now seeing spots? That was just a variant of Lumos that was developed for photography. Just a little more power and I could have blinded all of you for at least several minutes. Extending that spell could permanently damage your eyes. Now in the dark arts there is a blinding curse, but why would I ever need it if I can blind you with a simple Lumos? Even that simple flash I just did might give me an edge in a duel. It does not matter if magic is light or dark, children. What matters is how you use it and what you do with it. Professor Quirrell then went on to demonstrate several other offensive uses for some common charms and spells, even going so far as to conjure up a training dummy to demonstrate upon. Finally he called the class to a close. For your homework assignment you will each select 5 spells from the Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 textbook and describe how you would use it in an offensive manner. In addition, you will also select 5 spells from the examples of dark spells provided in Chapter 4 of your Dada textbooks and describe how you might use them to help someone. In our next class we shall be covering basic jinxes and their counters, so read ahead on those, but do not practice them on your own. Quirrell dismissed the class but signaled Harry to stay behind for a minute. What did you think of your first Dada class, Mr. Potter? It was great, Professor. Although I did see some of the students looking a bit green when you showed them how to drown someone using the Aquamenti charm. Excellent. It's very important to impress upon them exactly how dangerous magic can be. Can't have foolish children playing around with spells they don't fully understand. A little nausea now may save their lives someday. That Friday was their first potions lesson. It was a double class with the Slytherins. Potions lessons took place down in one of the dungeons. It was colder here than up in the main castle, and would have been quite creepy enough without the pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the walls. Snape started the class by taking the roll call. He paused at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said softly, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class. His eyes were black, cold and empty, and made you think of dark tunnels. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. More silence followed this little speech. Hermione was on the edge of her seat and looked desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. Potter, said Snape suddenly, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand had shot into the air. I don't know, sir, said Harry. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. Tut, tut, fame clearly isn't everything. He ignored Hermione's hand. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? I'm sorry, Professor, I must have missed the announcement that there was going to be a quiz. When exactly did you make it? Said Harry. He turned to the other students and asked, did the rest of you hear about it? Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter. Sneered Snape. Actually, sir, considering that this is the first class of a subject that I'm sure is absolutely brand spanking new to most of the people here, I expected to be taught something before being quizzed. At the very least I should have been informed that we were expected to read ahead before coming to class. I mean, that is the way most teachers do it. Or did they not cover that in whatever the magical equivalent of teaching school is? Teaching school, I'll have you know that I am a potions master, Potter, said an apoplectic Snape. Ah, so you know your potions but no one ever taught you how to teach then, that certainly explains a lot. I do apologize, Professor, I shall remember your shortcomings in future. A few people laughed. Harry caught Seamus's eye, and Seamus winked. Snape, however, was not pleased. Why, you arrogant little, that shall be 10 points from Gryffindor and detention this evening with me for your cheek, Potter. As for the rest of you, for your information, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons. Well, why aren't you all copying that down? As the potions lesson continued, Snape put them all into pairs and set them to mixing up a simple potion to cure boils. He swept around in his long black cloak, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was seeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. Idiot boy, snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire. Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. Take him up to the hospital wing, Snape spat at Seamus. Then he rounded on Harry and Hermione, who had been working next to Neville. You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point you've lost for Gryffindor. This was so unfair that even Hermione was outraged. She opened her mouth to protest but subsided at a look from Harry. I can't believe it, you lost 11 points for Gryffindor and got detention as well. What were you thinking, talking to a professor like that, honestly, said Hermione as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon an hour later. It was the principle of the thing, Hermione. He had no right to single me out like that. And why are you so hung up on house points anyway? What? How can you say that? You heard Professor McGonagall, didn't you? The house with the most points wins the House Cup. It's a big honor. Yes, the house wins. But what do you get? Personally, I mean. The honor of being in the house that wins. Okay, let me backtrack a bit. Have you seen the records of House Cup wins for the last few years? It's up on a board in the Great Hall. Yes, Slytherin's been winning consecutively for the last few years. And yet the smartest kids in school are all supposed to be in Ravenclaw, right? Well, yes, but maybe the Ravens are just more book smart, and if the Slytherins are better in practical magic then they would earn more points in class. Not if you look at the Owl and Newt results, which have both practical as well as written exams. They have a record of the top scorers in the library and they're almost always Ravenclaws. So tell me, Hermione, why is it that the Ravenclaws don't win the House Cup every year? I don't know. People do say that Professor Snape is biased towards the Slytherins and awards them more points. Snape is biased, that's a fact, but he's also just one teacher. The other teachers should be more than enough to counteract him. So why does Slytherin win more House Cups than Ravenclaw? I don't know. Have you considered the fact that the Ravenclaws just might be smart enough to realize something that the rest of the school doesn't? What? House points are meaningless, Hermione. But how can you say that? Said an outraged Hermione. For one thing, they're not tracked at an individual level. They never show up on a report card and they don't affect your grades at all. They don't. Nope. You're graded on your essays, assignments and tests only. And when you try and get a job after graduation, do you think they're going to ask you how many house points you won or lost? No. They're going to ask you about your Owl and Newt scores. Then why do they have the house point system at all? Come on, Hermione, wake up and smell the manipulation. The house point system is simply a method for the teachers to enforce discipline through peer pressure. Nothing more than that. They know that if you lose too many points that the other students will get on your case, and they use that as a means of making you behave the way they want you to. Then we should still try to earn points, otherwise everyone else will hate us. Nobody will hate us if we don't earn points, Hermione. Sure, they might be mean if we lose too many points, but not if you don't make points. They will hate someone who keeps showing them up in class though. You really think so? Are you saying that you hate me now because I tried to answer the questions Professor Snape asked you? No, I don't hate you, Hermione. Far from it. I was talking about the other students, okay? They're the ones likely to resent you if you show them up in class. Just do me a favor and give someone else a chance to answer a question sometime. I'm not telling you to dumb yourself down or anything like that. All I'm saying is that when a professor asks a question, wait a bit. You can't always be the first one to jump up with your hand in the air. Kids tend to hate students like that. They start referring to them as teachers' pets and the like. But I like earning house points. I know, Hermione, I know, but consider this hypothetical situation. Say you get a reputation for being the top house point scorer in the entire school. Now say there's some subject you need some help with and the best student in that subject is not from our house. When you go to that student to ask for help, do you really think they're going to help you? Why would they help you if it means you'd earn yet more points and their house ends up losing the House Cup because of that? So what happens? Gryffindor might win the House Cup, but you personally lose by doing badly in that subject. I see what you mean. Good. Now remember, I am not asking you to do badly in class. Go all out in the practicals, knock them out with excellent essays. Just tone it down a bit in class when it comes to answering the teacher's questions. That's all. Okay, said a rather subdued Hermione. Cheer up, Hermione. Tell you what, let's go to the hospital wing and check on Neville. After visiting Neville and then dropping Hermione off at the Gryffindor common room, Harry went and found Professor McGonagall in her office. Professor, could I have a few minutes of your time? Of course, Mr. Potter. I always have time for my Gryffindors. What did you want to talk to me about? It's about Professor Snape. He gave me a detention today and... Let me stop you right there, Mr. Potter. I do not interfere with another professor's disciplinary actions. Whatever problems you have with Professor Snape, you will have to take it up with him. Harry just stared at his head of house for a moment. You know, the other students did tell me that it was useless to talk to you about this, but I thought you'd at least hear me out before dismissing my concerns, lied Harry. He had not needed to talk to anyone about this. His other set of memories let him know exactly how McGonagall was going to react to this situation. In all his memories, she had only stood up for him once, during his career counseling session in 5th year, and that time had been more because of her dislike of Umbridge rather than anything else. Even then, she had refused to listen to him when he had gone to complain to her about Umbridge's blood-quill detentions. She had been no help when they went to her with their suspicions about the Philosopher's Stone. Nor had she done anything when the entire school was calling him the heir to Slytherin and accusing him of attacking the Muggleborns. Not even when he had been dragged into the Triwizard Tournament and half the school had been wearing Potter Stinks badges had she been of any help. Mr. Potter, you will show respect when you talk to me. I will not be spoken to like this by a student. In my book, respect has to be earned, Professor, and as you don't like being talked to like this by a student, let me make it easy for you. I'm withdrawing from Hogwarts effective immediately. Kindly see to the refund of my fees. Goodbye. With that, Harry walked out the door and started down the corridor. He counted to himself, 1, 2, 3 and, Mr. Potter. Get back here immediately and explain yourself, shrieked McGonagall. Harry smirked to himself and turned around. I don't see any point in explaining anything to someone who does not wish to listen, Professor. You had your chance to hear me out. You didn't take it, and I am not in the habit of handing out second chances. McGonagall hurried over to Harry and ushered him back into her office. All right, Mr. Potter, I apologize for not hearing you out. Now would you like to tell me what happened? Like I said before, Professor Snape gave me a detention earlier today, and I just wanted to inform you that I will not be attending any detentions with him. Mr. Potter, you cannot refuse to do a detention. Professor, why exactly am I famous? What does that have to do with detention? Just because you are the boy who lived does not mean that you are exempt from any disciplinary actions handed out by the teachers at this school. Did I say that? No, what I meant was I'm famous for supposedly defeating Voldemort when I was a baby, am I not? Yes, Mr. Potter, but again I fail to see. Now, since I supposedly am responsible for the death of a Dark Lord, it's only natural to assume that his former followers don't look too kindly upon me. In fact, I'm sure most of them would jump at the chance to do me harm. Wouldn't they? Mr. Potter, I hardly think you have any reason to be concerned about that. Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain. Professor Snape has been glaring at me ever since I walked into this castle. He has been looking at me with undisguised loathing in his eyes, and today he singled me out in class, tried his best to humiliate me, and jumped at the chance to give me detention. Since I have never met the man before, the only reason I can see for his attitude is the fact that he is a former Death Eater and obviously blames me for his master's death. Therefore I refuse to attend detentions with him, as I do not feel safe being alone with a Death Eater. Mr. Potter, just because someone does not like you does not mean that they are a Death Eater. Professor, do you take me for a fool? Just because I was raised by Muggles does not mean that I am totally ignorant of the wizarding world. Once I found out about Voldemort and my status in the wizarding world, I made it my business to find out as much as I could about what happened 10 years ago. The Death Eater trials got extensive coverage, and back issues of the Daily Prophet are available for a small fee. During the trial of a Death Eater named Karkaroff, Severus Snape was clearly named as being a Death Eater. Only Professor Dumbledore's intervention kept him out of Azkaban. Mr. Potter, not only has Professor Snape reformed but he also helped our side during the war. I assure you that he means you no harm. Professor Dumbledore has the utmost faith in Professor Snape. Professor, in order for me to accept that assurance I would have to have faith in the headmaster's opinion. Unfortunately I do not. Mr. Potter, that is Albus Dumbledore you are talking about. You will not disrespect him. Professor McGonagall, I am well aware of the headmaster's reputation. However, I have always been taught not to base my opinions on what others think. My parents always told me to only judge someone based on my own observations and not on hearsay. And well, so far all I've seen of the headmaster was at the opening feast where his opening words were nitwit, blubber, oddment and tweak. This was followed a little while later by a statement that a painful death awaited me on the 3rd floor of this school. What exactly in that was supposed to fill me with confidence in the headmaster? McGonagall groaned silently to herself. She had known that Dumbledore's predilection for eccentric opening speeches would someday come back to bite him in the ass. However, she had not expected him to be called on it by a 11-year-old student. As for the 3rd floor corridor, that was something she really did not want to talk about. Be that as it may, you cannot refuse to attend a detention. Well, in that case, as I've already stated, I shall be withdrawing from Hogwarts. I'm sure that some homeschooling options are available. If not, I believe there is another school in France. Beauxbatons is also supposed to be quite a good school. Mr. Potter, you cannot. I mean, what about your parents? They would have wanted you to attend Hogwarts. My parents died trying to protect me from Voldemort. They died trying to keep me safe. I hardly believe that they would have wanted me to dishonor their sacrifice by allowing myself to knowingly put myself in danger by being alone with a Death Eater during a detention. The man could tie me to the top of a lit cauldron and bugger me senseless. A few healing and memory charms later and I would not even be aware that anything had happened. I refused to take that risk. Watch your language, Mr. Potter, snapped McGonagall. I didn't want to bring this up, but I am certain that Professor Snape does not hate you because he is a former Death Eater. She softened her tone slightly. The fact is, Professor Snape and your father did not have the best relationship when they attended school together, and you do look a lot like your father. I'm sure he is simply reacting to that. So you seem to think it is acceptable for him to pick on me because he hated my father. Is that the level of professionalism I can expect from all the teachers here at Hogwarts? That they will feel entitled to carry out grudges against a man who has been dead for a decade? That is not what I meant, Mr. Potter, said an exasperated McGonagall. Then please do explain to me, Professor. Why exactly do you think I should endure abuse heaped on me by Professor Snape? I'm telling you right now that I have no intention of ever stepping into his class again. Potions is a required subject until you take your owls, Mr. Potter. I have seen his teaching methods, Professor. I would be far better served by studying the subject on my own. Even self-study would be better than having to put up with that man. If I decide to continue at Hogwarts, that is the route I will take, and I will expect a refund of my fees proportional to what I would be paying for potions classes. Mr. Potter, will you please stop threatening to withdraw from Hogwarts? You simply cannot do that. Why not, Professor? Last I checked, this was a school, not a prison. McGonagall sighed in exasperation. She was torn between banging her head on her desk and throttling Severus Snape for creating this mess. If the boy who lived withdrew from Hogwarts after attending just 1 week of classes, the press would eat them alive. Especially if he told anyone that he was withdrawing because he didn't feel safe at Hogwarts. They would never be able to live it down. She could only imagine what someone like Rita Skeeter would have to say about the situation. All right, Mr. Potter. I see I cannot convince you about Professor Snape. What can I do to persuade you to continue your schooling here at Hogwarts? You can start by ensuring that Professor Snape never comes near me again. He is to be banned from ever interacting with me in any way. That includes house point deductions, etc. I do not want to have the man even speak to me ever again. Ideally, I would like you to arrange for another potions teacher, but barring that, I want you to authorize me to study potions on my own. Arrangements will have to be made for tests and exams to be graded by someone else. If that is not possible, I would rather skip the yearly exams, as I'm sure he is quite unable to grade me fairly. I will prepare on my own for the ALs and NEWTs, as they are graded by external examiners. All right, Mr. Potter, I shall talk to the headmaster and see what can be done. Please inform me of any decisions as soon as you can. If I have to arrange for alternative schooling, I would prefer not to waste any time. Professor McGonagall stormed up to Dumbledore's office. She marched into his office and practically screamed at him. "Albus, get that greasy idiot up here right away. I want to know exactly what he was thinking." "Greasy idiot? Who are you talking about, Minerva?" twinkled a bemused Dumbledore. "Severus, of course. Get him up here. I want him to explain to me exactly what he was thinking. Thanks to his behavior in class today, I have had to spend the last hour convincing Harry Potter not to leave Hogwarts." "What?" exclaimed a shocked Dumbledore. For Harry to have been willing to leave Hogwarts and go back to an abusive Muggle household was unbelievable. Clearly Snape's behavior had been beyond the pale to warrant such a reaction. He knew that Severus would have had a problem with any son of James Potter, but at the very least he had expected him to hold it together for longer than this. Just then the flow lit up. Frank Longbottom's face appeared in the flames. "Albus, can I come through?" "Of course, my boy. You know you're always welcome," said Dumbledore, clearly grateful for the interruption. A minute later Frank Longbottom was stepping out of the fireplace. "What can I do for you, my boy?" "You can start by explaining how my son wound up in the hospital wing after his first potions class. Then perhaps you can explain exactly what your pet rehabilitation project was thinking when he insulted the heir to the House of Longbottom by calling him an idiot in front of the entire class." "He did what? So that makes 2 of my Gryffindors he abused today. Get him up here, Albus. I want to see exactly what he has to say for himself," snapped an infuriated McGonagall. Dumbledore groaned. It looked like a bad situation had just gotten immeasurably worse. What had Severus been thinking to antagonize not only the boy who lived but the son of Auror Frank Longbottom as well? The man held notoriously dim views of any Death Eater who had managed to escape imprisonment after the last war. For Severus to bring himself to his attention was just begging for trouble. As Harry was leaving the Gryffindor common room for dinner, he was hailed by Neville, who was already looking like he was back to normal. Harry, wait up. My father wants to talk to you." Neville hurried up to Harry, followed closely by an older man who from the family resemblance was clearly Neville's father. "Hello Harry, it's wonderful to meet you after so many years. The last time I saw you, you were just a baby. You know, whenever your parents came over, you and Neville used to share a crib." "I didn't know that. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, sir." "Oh no, please Harry, there will be no, sir-ing me. Your parents and I were very good friends once upon a time, and well, if things had been different you'd have grown up calling me Uncle Frank. I'd appreciate it if you could call me that instead." "Of course, sir, I mean Uncle Frank," smiled Harry. "Just wanted to let you know that I've spoken to the headmaster. After hearing about Neville's potion class today, I've decided to pull him from that class and hire a tutor for him. After I heard about what happened with you and Snape, I wanted to let you know that you're welcome to join Neville in those classes." "Dad ripped Snape a new one. Wish I could have seen it," said Neville. "Really? That's great. You have to let me chip in on the tutor's fees though." No, none of that. I'd be paying the fees for Neville anyway, and the fees are the same whether it's 1 student or 20, and I'm sure Neville would appreciate the company. In that case, do you think it would be all right if I asked our friend Hermione to join us as well?" "The more the merrier, Harry. The tutor will probably be coming in every Saturday for a couple of hours. I'll be owling the details to Neville so he'll let you know the times. Now one last thing. Neville's mother, your Aunt Alice, would love to meet you, so perhaps you and your guardians could come over for dinner, say during your Christmas break." "I'll send them an owl and ask them, sir. It's Uncle Frank, remember. Now go on and have your dinner. I'll be expecting your owl with respect to your plans over Christmas, so don't forget." "I won't, and thank you again, Uncle Frank." "No need to thank me at all, Harry. It's the least I could do. I've heard from Neville here that your guardians are Muggles, so anytime you need help or advice in the wizarding world, I want you to know that you should feel free to come to me. In the future, if you ever have another problem with any teacher here, please send me an owl immediately. I'll come over at once." Harry was extremely happy to see Frank Longbottom alive and well. His memories had the man in an almost comatose state in the long-term spell damage wing at St. Mungo's. He looked forward to getting to know him and Neville's mother better. It was an unusually cheerful Harry Potter that went down to dinner that night. After dinner one night Harry received a note from Quirrell asking him to meet him in his quarters. They had been using Dobby to pass messages back and forth as that was the most secure method of communication. There were hundreds of house elves within Hogwarts and none of the staff would ever think twice about it even if they somehow managed to spot him. House elves were ridiculously good at going about their business unseen after all. Harry pulled out his version of the Marauders map which Sirius had recreated for him. This version was in the form of an innocuous black notebook and was keyed only to Harry's magical signature. To anyone else it would appear to be nothing more than a schoolboy's notebook, full of class notes, doodles and the like. He checked the route to Quirrell's quarters and noticed that several teachers were currently wandering around the school. Instead of taking chances with his invisibility cloak he asked Dobby to pop him over to Quirrell's rooms directly. Less than a second later he found himself right in front of Quirrell surprising the former Dark Lord. Damn, don't do that. Don't you know it's considered rude to apparate directly into someone's room? Not to mention, how did you do that anyway? You're not supposed to be able to apparate inside Hogwarts. It wasn't apparition. I had Dobby pop me over. They can't ward against elf travel or the elves would never be able to get anything done. Can't believe I forgot about that. Most wizards wouldn't be caught dead letting an elf carry them to another place. Does make things a bit more secure, how convenient. What did you want anyway? Your message said you wanted to talk to me immediately. I believe I may have found a solution to our scar problem. Go on. As you know I have been approaching the problem as that of an interrupted, incomplete spell. This leads us to the inescapable conclusion that one simple way of dealing with it is to simply complete the spell. But the only way to complete it would be for you to kill me. Isn't that right? Yes, and that would obviously not be something we would want to do. Obviously, yes, said Harry in an extremely dry tone. Now as you know conventional methods of dispelling curses mostly involve a counter curse. However no one has ever developed a counter curse for the killing curse simply because it is impossible to reverse death. Unless we use your Horcrux method, of course. Please don't mention that again, it would be quite counterproductive to our discussion. Sorry. Anyway what about something like a finite incantatum? That's used for dispelling curses right? Why not give it a try? Potter. Please. Yes, finite incantatum is a general counter spell, but it cannot reverse everything. Please don't forget that this spell has been attached to you for the last decade. The amount of power required to dispel it would be massive. While I might be able to manage it, once again we run into the problem that it has never been done before. What if a finite on it has some sort of side effect? It would do you no good if a finite on your scar would for example release enough energy to blow your skull open. We could try to recreate the interrupted Adava on something else, like a rat or something. I have tried, and I used mice for your information, but whatever protected you that night is impossible for me to duplicate. Trying to interrupt my own spell either results in the spell failing completely or killing the test subject. So what do we do? I assume you had some idea other than killing me to complete the spell. Yes, let me ask you a question, Potter. Do you know why most wizards need to get up close and personal in a fight? Why don't we attack from a nice safe distance like the Muggles do with their rifles and guns? Don't most spells lose power the further you are from the target? Yes, to some extent. However, for a truly powerful wizard that is not a consideration. My killing curse could conceivably still be able to kill you even if I cast it from a mile away. However, I would never even think about attempting an attack from that distance. Care to guess why? Not really, no. Accuracy. Potter, I've seen your practice sessions with Mr. Black. One of the things he had you doing was dodging spells. So you know that spells have to be aimed at your opponent, correct? Yes. Now, in the Muggle world, you have handguns as well as rifles. Have you ever thought about why rifles are used over handguns? Handguns are far more convenient to carry after all. Rifles are more powerful and more accurate. Precisely. The longer barrel of the rifle makes it far more accurate than a handgun. The wand as a weapon is far closer to a small short-barreled revolver than say a hunting rifle. It is impossible for the average wizard to hit a target further than 30 or 40 meters using a wand. Even with countless hours of target practice, most wizards would be unable to hit anything that is further than 100 meters. So the wand is useless for long-range attacks. Not completely. A bombardment curse which would blow up a large area would still be a viable method of attack. However, something like the killing curse is impossible to aim from a distance. During the Grindelwald War, a lot of research went into this problem. There was talk of setting up a sort of magical sniper team. They researched ideas such as the use of longer wands to provide greater accuracy. This was not viable as the power requirements to use such a wand are beyond the average wizard. Eventually they came up with the Premonstro spell. What this does is allow you to shift the target of the spell after it is cast. This was again of very limited use as the spell has to be cast instantly after the first spell. The power required to cast a killing curse is such that casting a second spell so quickly after is beyond the capabilities of most wizards. However, the spell does work, and if cast correctly will allow the caster to guide the original spell right to the target. If the target moves, the caster can modify the original spell's trajectory to compensate. Line of sight is still required, obviously. So, you want to cast this Premonstro on my scar and shift the curse away from me, say to a mouse, and then complete it. Precisely. As this has been tested with the killing curse before, we do not need to worry about any side effects. I will simply attempt to shift the spell off of you. Wait, I thought you said the spell has to be cast instantly after the first. That is simply because in order to control the first spell, one must capture it with the Premonstro before it has moved too far away. In our case, the spell is frozen upon your person, so that is not a consideration. Okay, this sounds feasible, but I want Sirius's opinion before we do anything. Of course, Mr. Potter, I shall send him all my research before we attempt this. There is also the consideration that Dumbledore might notice the difference in your scar and this might arouse his suspicions. You're right, so we shouldn't attempt this until we're ready to take on Dumbledore. Precisely, all the elements of our plan are not yet in place. I propose we attempt this right before we make our move against Dumbledore. Before, not after. Mr. Potter, one must always take the worst-case scenario into account. If our plan against Dumbledore goes awry, there is the possibility that I might be injured or die. Therefore we should try this immediately before we make our move. Okay, sounds like a plan. Excellent, now why don't you get Dobby to help you back to your dorm? I'm sure you need your sleep. Good night, Professor. Harry had Dobby drop him off close to the entrance to his common room after checking his map to be certain that there was no one around to see him suddenly appear. As he entered through the portrait, Ron spotted him and came bouncing up like an eager puppy. Hey Harry, want to play a game of chess, mate? How about gobstones? Hey, it's Ron, right? Sorry buddy, I promised to go over this week's homework with Hermione. Maybe some other time. With that, Harry swiftly walked away from a disappointed Ron. Luckily for him, Hermione was still in the common room and he rushed to claim the empty place next to her. Harry, what was that about? We weren't scheduled to do homework today. I thought we were going to take the night off, asked Hermione, who had overheard the entire conversation. Luckily she was speaking softly so Ron did not hear her. I know, just didn't want to be around that guy, whispered Harry. But why? Why did you brush Ron off like that? He seems so eager to be your friend. That's just it. You know how famous I am, right? For someone to be so eager to be my friend just makes me suspicious. He obviously just wants to be friends with the boy who lived. Not me, not Harry Potter, Muggle-raised first-year student. Still, you could give him a chance. Harry decided to put up a privacy charm before continuing. He put up a simple one that he could do wandlessly and silently so that no one would notice. This would prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. I don't know Hermione, there's also the matter of his family. I'm not sure they're the right sort. Thought Harry, the right sort. Damn it, I'm starting to sound like Malfoy. Why, you know about the last war, right? Yes, but I never heard that the Weasleys were on Voldemort's side. No, They supported Dumbledore, but that's not the point. The thing is, Voldemort got the Purebloods' support by playing on their fears of the Muggleborns. They were calling for the extermination of all Muggleborns and for greater power to the Purebloods and all that rot. Yes, I know that. So, say you're a believer in that whole Purebloods are better stuff. And your main problem is the increasing number of Muggleborns, however you're too squeamish, or maybe just too moral, to support killing them off. What are your options? I don't know. Don't inform them of the wizarding world. Don't let them attend Hogwarts. That's not viable because nearly all magical children have incidents of accidental magic. Leave them out there and untrained, and how long will it be before the non-magical governments start realizing that there's this whole bunch of people with unexplained abilities? How soon will it be before they start researching it? What if they manage to learn how to control it on their own? Even if you're crazy enough to start killing them off, eventually someone is going to start looking into it, especially if it's a bunch of children getting murdered. No, in order for the statute of secrecy to remain unbroken, Muggleborns have to be brought into the wizarding world. Okay, but I'm still not getting what that has to do with the Weasleys. Let's say you believe that Purebloods are superior. You can't kill them off, you can't keep them untrained, and every year more and more Muggleborns enter the wizarding world. You know, if things continue the way they are, Purebloods will soon be a minority, and then what's going to happen to your cushy little Pureblood existence, which depends upon you being on top of the wizarding heap? How do you prevent Muggleborns from outnumbering the Purebloods? The only option left seems to somehow increase the number of Purebloods. And the only way you can do that is by having more. By having more Pureblood children. Exactly. And the Weasleys have 7 children. 7. Maybe their parents just wanted a large family. A large family is 3 or 4 kids, Hermione. They don't have a family. They have an entire Quidditch team, even though they clearly can't afford it. What makes you say that, Harry? We don't know much about them. Why do you say they can't afford it? Have a look at Weasley's wand sometime. It's chipped in places and it's got a bit of unicorn hair poking out it. Your wand is the single most important piece of equipment you own, Hermione, and it has to be matched to you. If a parent can't afford to get their child a proper wand, clearly they can't afford to properly raise that child. And let's not forget that in the wizarding world, contraceptive potions are cheap, widely available, and extremely safe to use as well. There are also none of those religious beliefs against contraception to prevent anyone from using them. So we have a family that has deliberately chosen to have more kids than they can afford. I don't know about you, but that just screams Pureblood fanatics to me. But you've seen how he acts around Malfoy. He clearly hates Malfoy, and we know from the way that Malfoy talks that his father is also a Pureblood fanatic. Yes, but they both have very opposing viewpoints. For Malfoy, Weasley's a blood traitor for not supporting the extermination of Muggleborns. What do you think Weasley's view of Malfoy is? After all, Malfoy's father is supposed to be extremely well off, and yet he has only 1 child. To someone who's had 7 kids, a pureblood wizard who's only got 1. Why, that must make Malfoy Sr. the worst kind of blood traitor in Weasley's opinion. Oh my God, that does make a certain kind of sense. Still, if Ron's father supported Dumbledore, he can't be all bad. Still makes them a family of pureblood fanatics, just of a different sort than Voldemort's kind, and I don't want to become friendly with someone who might be looking down at me condescendingly just because my mother was a Muggleborn. Even if he's all friendly on the surface, who knows what he's really thinking? It's best to just avoid people like that. The next Thursday found Dumbledore wondering what to do about Harry Potter. After the incident with Snape, he had decided it would be best to move up his timetable with regards to the boy. He needed to endear himself to the boy as soon as possible. If only he still had the invisibility cloak. He could have anonymously gifted it to the boy. No doubt the boy would have been eager to explore the castle after curfew. A tracking charm on the cloak would have allowed him to catch the boy out after hours. Letting him go without punishment would no doubt have cemented his kindly grandfather role with the boy. Unfortunately, the cloak was now with Sirius Black, who seemed to show no inclination to contact the boy, let alone give him his father's cloak. Shocking really, but what could you expect from a Black? Perhaps I should remind Sirius of his responsibilities as a godfather. A gentle reminder that he should think about giving the boy the cloak. No, Black could not be allowed to influence the boy. He must see me as his refuge from the Muggles, not Black. I must find some other way to manipulate the boy, thought Dumbledore. Just then Dumbledore noticed the group of first years getting their first flying lesson. He could see them bobbing up and down in the distance. Harry's mop of unruly black hair made him quite distinctive even at that distance. The boy does seem quite comfortable on a broom, seems like a natural. Perhaps I should see if he is interested in playing Quidditch. Minerva was mentioning something about having to find a new seeker for the Gryffindor team. Perhaps waiving that rule about first years being allowed brooms might make the boy feel indebted to me. Pity I can't use Minerva to soften the way, not after the way she reacted over the Snape thing. I'll just have to talk to the boy myself. Dumbledore popped another drop into his mouth before leaving his office. Harry left his first flying lesson feeling quite pleased. He had not been expecting a repeat of the Remembrall incident. Draco was being astonishingly civil to both him and Hermione and so far had not antagonized any of the other Gryffindor students either. Perhaps he thought that insulting their housemates would not endear himself to them. But apart from that, this time around it seemed Neville's father had taught Neville how to fly years ago. Without Neville falling off his broom, not only had there been no repeat of the Remembrall incident, it had also had the unexpected side effect of Hermione doing much better at flying. It seemed that watching a boy fall off a broom and break his arm had put her off flying in the previous timeline. In this one she had done exceptionally well at her flying lesson and had seemed to enjoy herself immensely. As he entered the castle he found himself suddenly coming across Dumbledore, who had been standing there clearly waiting for him. Oh crap, what now? Thought Harry as he instantly reinforced his occlumency shields. Harry, my boy, how are you doing? Asked the headmaster, twinkling away and doing his best grandfather impression. I'm fine, headmaster, thank you for asking. Well, I couldn't help but notice that you seemed quite skilled out there. Extraordinary really, especially as that was your first lesson. Thank you, headmaster, flying is a lot of fun. Excellent, my boy. Now tell me, did you know that the Gryffindor Quidditch team needs a new seeker? Perhaps you should think about playing for your house. I thought you needed your own broom to play and that first years aren't allowed to have brooms, said Harry, putting on a puzzled face. Normally that would be true, my boy, but exceptions can always be made. Especially for someone skilled enough to get on their house team. Really? Wow, that's great news, said Harry. Neville, Seamus, Dean, the headmaster says we can try out for Quidditch and get our own brooms, yelled Harry as he waved to the other boys. All the other boys, including the Slytherins, who were still quite close by, came running up immediately, wide-eyed, all looking extremely excited. Really, headmaster, we can try out for Quidditch? Cried Malfoy. Of course, there is, after all, no rule about not allowing first years to try out for Quidditch. And if we get on any team, we can get our own brooms. Isn't that great? Yelled Harry. The other boys were extremely excited and showered the headmaster with thanks before running off to find the Quidditch sign-up sheets. What just happened? Thought a bemused Dumbledore. He turned around to find Madam Hooch glaring at him. Have you decided to replace me as flying instructor, headmaster? No, Madam Hooch, I would never dream of replacing someone of your caliber. Then where do you get off telling the first years they are allowed to try out for Quidditch? I have yet to certify any of them as having the requisite skill. Does Madame Pomfrey not have enough patience? Dumbledore groaned silently to himself. This looked like it was going to be another long conversation. So you're going to try out for Quidditch? Asked Hermione. Nope. Then what was that all about? That was the headmaster trying to ingratiate himself with me by allowing me to try out for Quidditch. I decided I didn't need anyone giving me special favors, and so I forced him to give everyone the same chance by announcing it to everyone. Why was he trying to do that? Hello, exceptionally famous boy here, remember? Yes, not like I can forget. But why don't you want to try out for Quidditch? None of the other boys can talk about anything else. How best to explain this? I saw you reading that Quidditch book, so you're familiar with how it's played, right? Quidditch through the ages. Yes, I was looking for flying tips, but yes, I did read the game rules as well. So you know about the bludgers? Yes. Tell me, ever played dodgeball? A few times, back at my old school. How did it feel when you got hit by a ball? Painful, especially if it hit my nose or face. Right, and that was playing against people your own age. The Quidditch team is formed from students across all years. That naturally means that most of the players are older. So I want you to imagine playing dodgeball against 17-year-olds. Have you seen the size of Marcus Flint? He's the captain of the Slytherin team and he's only a 5th year. Imagine someone even larger than him tossing a ball right at your face. And don't forget that bludgers are a lot harder than any ball used in dodgeball, not to mention the fact that this is all happening high up in the air. Now tell me again why I should be excited about playing Quidditch. Point taken, said a rather green-looking Hermione. Unfortunately, she had been blessed with an excellent imagination, and the thought of a burly 17-year-old tossing a hard ball at her face made her feel quite ill. But then, what about the other boys? Won't they get hurt trying to play? They might, but come on, I don't think any of them will manage to get selected. Most likely they're just going to have a great time trying out. No point in ruining their fun by pointing out how absurdly dangerous the game is. Yeah, I guess not. So, what would you like to do now? Want to go have tea with Hagrid? He's invited me over a couple of times. Okay. Ron Weasley was not a happy camper. He had tried time and again to make friends with Harry Potter but had been thwarted at every turn. Either the boy was not to be found or he was busy doing something with that annoying know-it-all girl. The other day, for the first time, he had managed to get the boy alone and the boy had flat out refused to play. What kind of boy would rather do homework with a girl than having fun? He had to be some sort of sissy. If only his mother wasn't so hell-bent on making sure he got to know the boy. He had gotten yet another letter from her this morning asking him about his progress, and the constant nagging was driving him up the wall. Why did he have to be the one forced to make friends with the sissy? Suddenly an idea bloomed in his mind and he swiftly grabbed a parchment and quill. Hey Mum, how are things at home? Just wanted to let you know that you can stop asking me to get chummy with Harry Potter. He and I spent ages playing chess yesterday and are now best mates. He'd probably love to try some of your pumpkin pie, so send me some. Love, Ron. Ron smirked as he looked over his letter. That should get her off my back, he thought before heading off to the Ollery to send the letter. He was already daydreaming about the pie. Potter, all the elements of our plan are nearly in place. It's high time you made your decision regarding Snape. Harry was once again in Quirrell's quarters. Sirius was also attending the meeting through one of the charmed mirrors which Harry had set up on a stand so that Sirius could see both of them. The thing is, Professor, I absolutely detest the man, and part of me really wants to say yes. I'm afraid that I'm letting that affect my judgment, and I really don't want to condemn a man based purely on my personal feelings. What is the hold up? He was one of my inner circle, and for that he deserves to die. Plain and simple. He has to pay for his crimes along with the rest of them. Unlike the others, there are some mitigating circumstances with Snape. Really, are you talking about that cock and bull story about him being a spy for Dumbledore? You forget, Potter. I know Snape. He was clearly the most intelligent of all my Death Eaters. Do you really think someone as brilliant as that would not have hedged his bets? He was the one who informed me of the prophecy after all. That alone would have given him enough reason to go to Dumbledore. He was simply protecting himself against the chance that the prophecy was in fact true. He's got a point, Harry, interjected Sirius. I know, but what if he truly repented? There is the slim chance of that. Really, if he had truly repented, he would have some guilt about your parents' deaths. Would he have treated you the way he did? Everyone has heard about your first potions class. You do not treat an 11-year-old child that way, Potter. Hot calling kettle. You put Weasley on the spot in your class. True, it was nowhere as vicious as Snape, but you did embarrass the boy. Not that I'm complaining. As far as I'm concerned, you can embarrass him whenever you want. And then I gave him points to make up for it. Did Snape do that with you? Was he trying to make a point, or was he simply bent on humiliating you? Yes, I know. But how do we know for a fact that Snape wasn't truly trying to reform? He did ask you to spare my mother, right? Is that what this is about? Yes, Potter, he did ask me to spare your mother, but that is all he did. He was one of the people I consulted when I was attempting to ascertain who the child of prophecy was. You know there were two choices, you and the Longbottom boy. If Snape truly wanted to protect your mother, he could have attempted to convince me that the Longbottom boy was the one that the prophecy spoke of. Did he do that? No. For that matter, Mr. Black here was not in hiding at the time. He was in fact quite visible as he acted as bait. Snape could easily have warned him when I was close to finding you. Simply sending him an owl would have been enough. Did he do that? No. True, he hated Mr. Black, but if he had truly wanted to help your mother, he would have looked past that and found a way to warn her. All he did was go to Dumbledore, pretend to be remorseful and agree to act as a spy. Those are the actions of someone looking out for themselves, nothing more than that. And let's not forget the fact that he was only too happy at the thought of your father being murdered. Still, as long as there is the slightest chance of him not truly being evil, I find it hard to condemn him to death. In that case, I vote we arrange for him to get arrested. At his trial, I will make the motion that he is be interrogated under Veritaserum. If we find that he does in fact deserve to die, why then, chances are that the Wizengamot will sentence him to die. Even if they don't, he will probably get sent to Azkaban. That's worse than death in my book, said Sirius. And what if he somehow manages to get off? He is a potions master and an expert occlumens. There is the chance that he can beat Veritaserum, snarled Quirrell. What will you do then? Then we track him down and kill him, said Sirius. I guess that's our best option, said Harry. Fine, but don't blame me if the man manages to escape, said Quirrell. We won't. I'll blame myself if that happens. Is that acceptable to you? Said Harry. Fine, it's decided then. We shall make sure he gets arrested. Then we shall see what happens at his trial. So where are we on the rest of the plan? Said Sirius. I have been ordered to procure a troll for the stone's protection. Once that is in place, we can implement the first part of the plan. How long will that take you? Said Sirius. It should be here by next week, said Quirrell. So, everything is more or less on track then. Excellent, said Harry. Harry was sitting in the Gryffindor common room waving his wand at what used to be a matchbox. Now it was sporting rather more legs than nature would have found feasible. He was still wound up after his meeting with Sirius and Quirrell, and he figured that concentrating on a little transfiguration might help him to relax. Hey Harry, what's up Hermione? Well, I just found out that you were wrong about something. What would that be? Pray tell, Harry said, a bit put off at the smugness in her voice, but he decided to ignore it. The girl did love to parade her knowledge after all. Remember when we were talking about electronic items on the train and you said that electrical items can be made to work around magic? Well, have a look at this section in Hogwarts, a history. It clearly says that electronic items or electrical appliances don't work in Hogwarts due to the large amounts of magic in the air. Hermione, how many times do I have to tell you that you can't believe everything you read? Aha, but I confirmed this. I spoke to some of the older Muggleborn students and all of them say that their electronic stuff stops working after a while. So that proves it, doesn't it? Okay, let's start at the beginning. You said that electronic items stop working after a while. Now what type of items are these? Harry frowned at his transfigured creation. It needed something. He jabbed his wand at it and added an eye. The student I spoke to said her Walkman shorted out after a couple of weeks. So we're talking about music players. Do you know when music players first started becoming truly portable? I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, probably around the 50s or 60s. Right. What kind of music was getting popular around then? Rock and roll, of course. Ever see any of those movies about the birth of rock and roll? One of the really common themes was about the reaction of the older generation to that type of music. There were a ton of people who claimed rock and roll was subversive and was going to corrupt the youth of the day. Remember Footloose? That came out in the 80s and it still had rock music and dancing being banned in some town. Yes, but that was just a movie. True, but that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people did not approve of that type of music, and those were in the normal world. You've seen how wizards are, their culture is clearly far more conservative. I'm still not seeing what that has to do with electronic items. So, it's the 60s, portable cassette players are becoming popular and affordable, so obviously some Muggle-born students would have started getting them to school. In fact, that's probably the first type of electronic items that were brought to Hogwarts. Is that a fair assumption? I guess. So what do you think the staff's reaction was the first time they walked into a common room and heard the Beatles singing "It's Been a Hard Day's Night"? What do you think their reaction was to lines like, "When I get home to you I find the things that you do will make me feel alright"? Especially because it sounds like they're singing, "When I get on top of you." I would assume that the headmaster of the time was quite horrified, and that was a reasonably, in fact, extremely tame song. So what would a dyed-in-the-wool conservative wizard do in this type of situation? He could have simply forbidden the use of music players or playing music in the common room. Oh please, Dumbledore talked about the list of forbidden items at the opening feast. Does anybody ever bother to read the list? I think not. So what do you think they did? Modified the Hogwarts wards to fry any electronic item that is used within the school, of course. He's not going to tell the students he's done that, because if they knew that they might start looking for ways around it. Some sort of Faraday cage would probably work quite well. So he simply tells the staff to tell any student that asks that electrical items don't work around magic. Purebloods wouldn't care, and Muggleborns can't practice magic at home, so there's really no way they can test it. Not until they leave school at least, at which point they probably assume that it's just Hogwarts that had levels of magic high enough to affect electrical gadgets. I'm getting a headache. Honestly, Harry, you and your conspiracy theories are going to drive me crazy. Hermione, just because I have a theory regarding why Muggle tech doesn't work in Hogwarts doesn't make it a conspiracy theory. And, if you're so sure I'm wrong, how do you explain Diagon Alley? Diagon Alley and the Ministry are both in London. That's one of the most densely populated areas in all of Britain. If magic really interferes with electronics, then there should be a large zone around Charing Cross Road where Muggle electronics would simply refuse to work. The Ministry is somewhere near Whitehall in central London. Do you really think the Muggles would not notice something like that? But still, music being the reason that electronics don't work here. You have to admit that's a little far-fetched. Well, rock is only one reason for someone to prevent electronics from working here. For all I know, previous headmasters simply didn't like any kind of Muggle tech and didn't want any inside Hogwarts. That would explain why we're still forced to use parchment and quills too. Tradition is fine, but quills? Really? There's got to be a way to test this. If there is, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Hermione blinked at the table in front of her. There seemed to be an eldritch monstrosity with hundreds of eyes staring at her. Harry was still jabbing his wand at it, and each jab seemed to add a few more eyes to the creature. Harry, I think that it's got enough eyes, really. Should I add a few more tentacles then? Only if you're planning on making me throw up. Why on earth are you making the thing anyway? Just practicing. Practicing what? I don't think you're ever going to have to create something like this, Harry. Maybe you should just stick to matchsticks and needles for now. Nah, this is more fun. You should give it a try sometime. You are such a boy. Why can't you make something pretty? Then I wouldn't be a boy, now would I, Hermione? Snickered Harry. Messing with Hermione's preconceptions of the wizarding world never failed to cheer him up. A few weeks later, Harry was sneaking down an underground passage while wearing his invisibility cloak. It was a chilly Friday night, and he found himself shivering both from the cold and in anticipation. He reached the end and entered very disordered, dusty room. Paper was peeling from the walls. There were stains all over the floor. Every piece of furniture was broken as though somebody had smashed it. The windows were all boarded up. He was in the shrieking shack where Sirius and Quirrell were waiting for him. Finally, exclaimed Sirius, I thought you'd never get here. Sorry. Filch was creeping about and I had to take the long way around to avoid him. Anyway, things are all set up with the goblins. Late tomorrow evening they'll be sending a message to Fudge that they're raising the interest rates on all Ministry loans, said Sirius. Are we certain that this will draw Dumbledore away from Hogwarts? Asked Quirrell. Of course it will. The first thing that Fudge will do is panic and call an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore has to show up for that, said Sirius. So how much did this cost us? Asked Harry. Surprisingly enough, it didn't cost us a canute. The goblins were only too happy to stick it to the ministry. Excellent, chorused Harry and Quirrell. So nothing left to do but wait for tomorrow night. I'll have to be at the ministry as well, so are you absolutely certain you're up to handling things at Hogwarts on your own? Sirius asked Quirrell. I am more than capable, Mr. Black. And Harry, promise me you're going to stick to the plan. You are going to be in your dorm, right? Yes, I promise. I still think I should be somewhere closer to the professor though. Just in case something goes wrong. No, you will be safely ensconced in your dorm. There will be no further discussion on this, snapped Quirrell. Fine, muttered Harry. Don't be like that, Harry, you have an important part to play as well. Yeah, 'cause watching a map and keeping the professor informed is so exciting, risky even. Why, I don't know if my poor heart can take that much excitement, grumbled Harry, rolling his eyes at the overprotective attitude of the two men. Do I have to make you take a wizard's oath? Snapped Sirius. Nah, it's fine, Sirius, I already promised, didn't I? Now since we are all here, I think it's time we did something about that scar as we have discussed, said Quirrell. Are you ready, Harry? As ready as I'll ever be, I guess. Good. Now I will need you to be absolutely still while I do this, so I'm going to have to immobilize you, said Quirrell. He then proceeded to transfigure a few pieces of broken down furniture into something that looked like a hospital bed. He also produced a cage that had a little white mouse in and set it down next to the bed. Harry grimaced at the sight of the mouse. Do we really have to kill that? Perhaps not, but it would be an indicator that the curse has been successfully transferred. Now if you would kindly get into the bed. Harry climbed into the bed and Quirrell waved his wand at the bed again. Straps rose out of the bed and entwined themselves around Harry's limbs. The pillow swelled and rose around Harry's head, holding it firmly in place. Is this really necessary? Said Sirius. I believe so. His scar already causes him pain whenever we are near. Removing it might be even more painful. If he flails around during the procedure, it would be distracting, and I cannot have that. All my focus must be on the removal of the curse. Quirrell then transfigured another piece of rubbish into a smooth stick padded with layers of cloth. Here, Harry, put this in your mouth and bite down upon it. It will help with the pain, ordered Quirrell. Bite down on a stick. Is that the best you can do? Shouldn't we be giving him some pain-relieving potions or something? Said Sirius. I have those as well. Unfortunately, I cannot give them to him until after the procedure. We cannot have any other magic working upon him during this, said Quirrell. I see, said an extremely worried-looking Sirius. Well, then if you're ready, then we shall begin. Harry, if at any point the pain gets too much to bear, signal us by slapping your hand against the side of the bed. Is your hand free enough to do that? Harry tapped his knuckles against the side of the bed. Yes, that's good. All right then, let us give this our best shot. Quirrell limbered up a bit, bouncing on his toes as if he was preparing for a fight, then pointed his wand straight at Harry's head and said, Premonstro. A blue beam of light shot from Quirrell's wand and hit Harry's head, which immediately started glowing the sickly green of the killing curse. Harry convulsed upon the bed, his teeth clamping down upon the stick as waves of pain swept forth from his forehead. The green glow was slowly getting brighter and brighter, and Quirrell was gritting his teeth and trembling from the effort when it coalesced suddenly into a bright green ball which slowly rose from Harry's forehead. Tendrils of green were still leaching back into Harry, but as Quirrell forced the ball to move away from Harry, they snapped off one by one until there was nothing connecting the green ball with Harry. Harry went limp upon the bed as Quirrell swept his wand around to point at the mouse, which let out a loud squeak as the green ball blasted into it. The mouse shuddered once and was still. Quirrell collapsed onto the floor of the shack, breathing heavily as if he had just run a marathon. Harry, are you okay? Speak to me, shouted Sirius as he rushed to the side of the bed. Harry spat the stick out of his mouth. Damn, that hurt, he whispered hoarsely. Could you get me out of these straps? Quirrell flicked his wand at the bed and the straps dissolved into nothingness. He was still kneeling upon the floor. "Help me up, Black." That was tiring. "Here, give Harry this," said Quirrell, as he handed a vial of potion to Sirius. "Don't think I need it actually, the pain is already fading away. In fact, I'm starting to feel incredible, all the pain has gone," said an ecstatic Harry as he got off the bed. "Let me have a look at it," said Quirrell as Sirius hauled him to his feet. He waved his wand at Harry's head. "Excellent, I can no longer sense any trace of my magic within you. It seems to have worked." Looks like your scar has faded a bit as well," said Sirius as he hurriedly inspected Harry. "Better keep your hair brushed over it. Don't want anyone to start wondering why it's no longer so prominent." "Well, since you don't seem to need the pain-relieving potion, I could probably do with it," said Quirrell, quickly proceeding to down the potion in one gulp. "Ah, that's better. I could do with some pepper up as well, but I think it would be better to get a good night's sleep. Harry, could you please check your map? I think it would be best if we headed back to the castle." "Black, I am too tired to do anything right now, so could you clean up the place and remove any traces of our being here?" "Yes, I'll take care of it. Are you sure you're okay? You look incredibly worn out. Should we postpone tomorrow's plan?" said Sirius. No, I will be right as rain by the morning. We will go forward as planned. Now if you don't mind, I really must be going," said Quirrell. Quirrell disappeared as he apparated away to make his way back to the castle from the Hogsmeade path. "Do you think he'll be able to handle things tomorrow?" asked Sirius. "I'm sure he will, as long as nothing unexpected occurs. I'll best be off now as well, it's getting late," said Harry. "Harry, wait a minute, I need to talk to you about tomorrow," said Sirius. "What about?" "It's that idea you had about using the mirrors as well. I don't like it, Harry. You were only supposed to use the map, not. Tomorrow is going to be difficult. I know you want to be involved and you have every right to be, but I'd really prefer it if you just went to bed early and left it to Quirrell. I don't want you to see what happens tomorrow. It's going to be messy and bloody as all hell, and sod it all, Harry, can't you just leave it to us?" "No, Sirius, I need to see this through. I helped plan it and it would be cowardly is the word, I guess, for me not to see the results. Don't worry, I can handle it. Now I really have to get going," said Harry as he checked his map and proceeded to hurry back down the underground passage. It was late at night the next day and Harry was sitting on his bed with the curtains drawn. He had placed every single silencing and privacy charm he knew upon his bed. In addition, he had placed a subtle sleeping charm upon each of his dorm mates. Nothing short of a bucket of water would wake them now. In front of him was the Marauder's map and several of the charmed mirrors. One was linked to matching mirrors carried by Sirius and Quirrell. It was not showing any images as both of them had placed them inside their robes, however Harry could clearly hear sounds coming through from the two mirrors. On the other end, the two wizards were listening in through tiny enchanted spheres which had been shoved into their ear canals. Two other mirrors currently showed differing views of the Hogwarts grounds. Harry had gotten Dobby to place tiny mirrors in strategic positions around Hogwarts and they were busily transmitting away. Sirius was at the Ministry and he had already informed them that Fudge had called the emergency session of the Wizengamot. Now Harry was anxiously watching the tiny dot labeled Dumbledore that was still in the headmaster's office. He saw the tiny dot move towards the fireplace and suddenly disappear. A few minutes later a buzz sounded from Sirius's mirror signaling them that Dumbledore had reached the Ministry. "Snape's still in the dungeon, Professor. Looks like he's sitting at his desk in the potions classroom." Quirrell did not bother to reply. Instead, Harry saw Quirrell moving towards the potions classroom and step inside. He heard a thump over the mirror as Quirrell stunned Snape. A few seconds later the dot labeled Snape was following Quirrell out the door. Quirrell had wrapped him up in Harry's invisibility cloak and was now levitating him towards the Hogwarts entrance doors. Harry followed their progress through the halls of Hogwarts. Luckily no one else was around at the time, so Quirrell made excellent time to the doors. He opened the door and levitated Snape out and laid him out in the grass before digging his wand into the dark mark on the man's arm. The mark flared and darkened into a vivid red tattoo as Lord Voldemort sent forth his call for his Death Eaters to join him. Harry quickly zoomed out of the map until it showed the entirety of the Hogwarts grounds as well as some of the surrounding area. He expected that it would take a few minutes before the Death Eaters started showing up. Those were among the longest moments of Harry's life. The seconds ticked by with agonizing slowness. He was terrified that one of the other teachers would come across Quirrell standing at the entrance, even though Quirrell had set up repelling wards that would divert anyone heading that way. Then with a shocking suddenness, dots started appearing just outside the Hogwarts gates. He zoomed in and saw the names of Avery, Malfoy, McNair, Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, Amicus and Electicaro, Yaxley and a few others he did not recognize appear. The dots started moving towards the gates. Harry held his breath. People always said that Hogwarts was the safest place in Britain, that its wards would keep out any enemy. He did not believe that they were currently configured to keep out Death Eaters, as not only was Snape a member of the staff but Lucius Malfoy was on the board of governors and would have been keyed into the wards regardless. However, there was always the slim chance that Dumbledore had tightened down the wards before leaving the castle, and if that was the case they would have to change their plans. Quirrell would have to go to the gates to meet the Death Eaters, and that was not as good a strategic position as where he was currently situated. The point became moot, however, as the dots continued to move through the gates onto the Hogwarts grounds completely unimpeded. "We've got incoming at the gates, Professor. Looks like Dumbledore didn't change the wards after all." "Trust the old goat to be as incompetent as always," said Harry to Quirrell over the mirrors. Quirrell did not reply. He simply tapped his mirror once, which caused it to buzz on Harry's end. Harry continued to watch on his map, and soon he could see the Death Eaters on his surveillance mirrors as well. They were dressed up in their usual outfits with the black hoods and the snake-like masks. Foolishly enough, they were bunched up in a way that was almost perfect for Quirrell. Lucius Malfoy was confused. For the first time in a decade he had felt his master's mark burn upon his arm. He had been ecstatic. Finally, after these many long dark years of pandering to fools like Cornelius Fudge, his master was back. Soon they would put all those muggle-loving fools in their proper place, at the feet of the purebloods, serving their betters. He rushed to answer his summons and had been shocked to see that he had been called to Hogwarts. Hogwarts, the stronghold of Dumbledore. Why had Lord Voldemort called him here? Unfortunately, the wards around Hogwarts prevented apparitions, so he and the others had been forced to materialize outside the Hogwarts grounds and were now rushing on foot to where their master should be. However, they were now almost at the place and he still could not see his master anywhere. Where was Lord Voldemort? There was only one person visible, and it seemed to be that ineffectual fellow who used to teach Muggle studies. What was his name? Monk something. No, not monk, but it was definitely something to do with some sort of rodent. Marmot. Beaver. No. Squirrel. That was that squirrel fellow. Why was he here? Where was his master? He turned to his fellow Death Eaters and was about to order one of them to subdue that squirrel fellow so that he could question him, when out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw a flash of light leap forth from the wand of the former teacher of Muggle studies. That was the last thing he ever saw. On his map, Harry saw the group of dots denoting the Death Eaters suddenly bloom and expand. All the dots seemed to jump out from a central point. As Harry continued to look at the map, his brain finally started filling in on what he was seeing. Quirrell had fired off an immensely powerful bombardment curse. This had landed right in the middle of the Death Eaters, blowing them apart like so much confetti. As Harry looked at the map, dots were already fading out as the people they represented ceased to exist. He stared at his mirrors where he saw Quirrell standing tall, his body aglow with power as spell after spell burst forth from his wand. He had never seen anyone cast so many spells so quickly. Bursts of light were flashing out of Quirrell's wand, and where they landed, people were being torn apart. He saw an arm fly from Goyle's body as the rest of him was propelled in the opposite direction by a powerful reducto. It seemed longer, but in reality barely any seconds had passed before it was all over. Harry blinked at the map. There was only one single Death Eater left alive on it. He switched to the mirrors where he saw that Quirrell was holding Knott under the Imperious Curse. Knott raised his arm and let loose with a barrage of reductor curses. They hit all around Quirrell, scorching and shattering the stone around the Hogwarts doors, but none of them came even close to hitting the turbaned professor. Quirrell had not fire off a few more barges before killing him with a single reductor to the chest. Quirrell then levitated Snape to lie amongst his former comrades. He placed Snape's wand in his hand, then blasted it with a low-powered reductor curse, shattering the wand and a few of Snape's fingers. He then hit Snape with another curse of some sort to the head and shot off a few more low-powered spells at Snape's clothes, ripping and burning them so that it looked like Snape had been right there in the middle of the attack. "Professor, it looks like the noise has alerted the other teachers. You need to disable your repelling wards now before they arrive," said Harry as he spotted McGonagall and Flitwick leaving their quarters and start hurrying towards the main doors. Quirrell grunted in response and headed to the nearest flow, dispelling his wards as he went. He would be alerting the DMLE at once. Harry continued to stare at his map. He saw Quirrell enter the hospital wing and pause before its fireplaces. He was clearly using the flow to contact the DMLE. Soon he saw ores suddenly bubble forth in increasing numbers from the fireplace. It looked like half the DMLE had decided to pay Hogwarts a visit. Harry sat back on his bed. He was covered in cold sweat. He suddenly leapt up and rushed into the toilet, where he spewed forth the contents of his stomach. Part of him wished he had never decided to use the mirrors, but he had needed to see the results. He could not be one of those people like Dumbledore who saw others as abstract pawns to be discarded at a whim. If he decided that someone had to die, and if he was the one who instigated a plan that led to a person's death, the least he could do was watch it as it happened. Investigators: Amelia Bones and Frank Longbottom. Place of interview: Hospital Wing, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Date: October 20th, 1991. Time: 7 a.m. Bones: This is Amelia Bones conducting the interview with Professor Quirrell at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry regarding the events of the 19th of October 1991. Also present is Head Auror Frank Longbottom. Professor Quirrell, could you please state your name for the record? Quirrell: My name is Quirinus Quirrell. I am currently the Professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Before we begin, I feel I must apologize for not giving you my statement last night, Madam Bones. Unfortunately, after what happened, I was in a bit of a state, as you can imagine. I had to take a calming draft from Madame Pomfrey, and that, coupled with a slight case of magical exhaustion, well, Poppy tells me I passed out almost immediately. Bones: That's quite all right, Professor. I'm just glad to see you up and about today. I've had trained Aurors collapse for much longer after a strenuous fight, and from what I saw of the crime scene, that was quite a battle you had last night. Quirrell: Yes, it was quite an eventful evening. Bones: So to recap, last night you informed the DMLE that Hogwarts had been attacked by Death Eaters. When we arrived, we found the corpses of several people and one stunned person. Could you take us through the sequence of events? Quirrell: Well, I was just heading out the front doors of the castle when I saw a group of people dressed in Death Eater robes heading towards me. Longbottom: Why were you leaving the castle grounds at such a late hour? Quirrell: I was just going to have a walk before I went to bed. Longbottom: Do you make it a habit to take these late-night walks? Quirrell: Yes, I occasionally feel the need for a cigarette, and I do not like to smoke inside the castle. Longbottom: Why not? Quirrell: The smell tends to linger if I smoke inside my rooms, and I do not like to do it anywhere else inside the castle in case a student might see me. It sets a bad example, you know. So whenever I feel like a smoke, I tend to do so outside where I am unlikely to be observed by any student. Longbottom: I see, so you were headed out to smoke and you saw a group of Death Eaters. How did you know they were Death Eaters? Quirrell: The robes and masks were a dead giveaway. I was too young to fight in the last war, but I do remember how the Death Eaters looked like. We saw photos of them in the paper often enough. There is also the fact that they fired a reductor curse at me. Once they did that, I had no choice but to retaliate in kind. Longbottom: You could have attempted to stun them. Why did you choose to respond in a lethal manner? Quirrell: Stun them? Surely you're joking, Mr. Longbottom. Unfortunately, I do not know any spell that can reliably stun a large group of people. If I had tried to stun them one by one, they would have definitely killed me. No, I had no choice. If they got past me, the students inside the castle would have been at risk. As a teacher at this school, I am responsible for ensuring my students' safety, so I had to stop them from entering the castle. So I did the only thing I could. I fired a bombardment curse right at the center of the group. Luckily for me, they were close together, so most of them were taken out by that. The rest continued to fire curses at me, but I managed to dodge them all as I finished the rest of them off with reductor curses. Bones. Except for Snape. Quirrell. Yes, he was with them but not dressed as a Death Eater. I did not know if he was a prisoner or working with them, so I threw a Confundus charm at him, disarmed him with a low-powered reducto to his hand, and then stunned him. Longbottom. Oh, he was with them all right. You might not know this, Professor, but Snape is a former Death Eater, just like all the rest of the scum we found littering the grounds last night. All of them, Malfoy, Yaxley, the Carrows, all of them had the dark mark on their arms. Unfortunately, we could not question him last night. Your Confundus charm seems to have been particularly strong. He was totally incoherent last night, didn't seem to know what was going on at all. Quirrell. I see, that is rather unfortunate. I would have liked to know what he was doing with them. The man is a professor at this school. For him to be involved in an attack upon the school, it is rather shocking. Bones. Don't worry, Professor, we will be questioning him again after he has recovered and we will get answers. So after you had dealt with the attackers, what did you do? Quirrell. I immediately rushed to the hospital wing, which had the closest working flow. I contacted the DMLE and I believe you know the rest. Longbottom. Professor, I must say that I find it hard to believe that you single-handedly defeated such a large group of Death Eaters. I doubt that many of the Aurors that I know would have been able to do such a thing. How do you explain your unusual success? Quirrell. Well, for one, I was in a slightly better strategic position than them. The doors of Hogwarts are slightly elevated over the drive and I used that to my advantage. As for the rest, I used to be the Muggle Studies professor. However, since I had ambitions to take over the Dada position, I took a sabbatical last year. I spent all of last year in intense training in defense so that I would be able to adequately teach my students. I spent the entire year doing nothing but training and traveling around to gain experience. Obviously I was successful. Bones. Yes, I would say you were. Did any of the attackers give any indication of why they were at the castle? Quirrell. No, but if I had to guess, they were probably after whatever Professor Dumbledore has hidden in the third-floor corridor. Bones. I'm sorry, what was that about the third-floor corridor? Quirrell. Are you joking, Madam Bones? Surely you are aware that Professor Dumbledore has hidden an artifact of supposedly great value in the school. Bones. No, I was not aware of that fact. Quirrell. But I've sent 6 letters, 4 to the DMLE and 2 to the governors about the matter. I thought it was rather irresponsible of the DMLE to not investigate the matter, but then I assumed that Professor Dumbledore must have obtained permission from the Ministry. Bones. I am not aware of any letters. What exactly were you trying to inform us of? Quirrell. Madam Bones, since the beginning of the school year the third-floor corridor has been out of bounds. Professor Dumbledore has had something hidden there, supposedly because Hogwarts is the safest place for it. I have had severe reservations about his actions and I have sent several letters outlining my fears regarding the risk and danger to the students. Bones. Risk to the students. Quirrell. Well, I don't consider keeping a Cerberus in the school to be particularly safe. Nor do I think it prudent when the headmaster of a school forces me to obtain a troll for additional protection. Hogwarts is supposed to be a school, not a vault. Bones. A Cerberus and a troll. Quirrell. Those are just the ones I know of. The headmaster had several of the teachers provide additional protections for whatever he has hidden. He forced me to obtain a troll and I believe he had Hagrid provide the Cerberus. I am not aware of what the other teachers have provided. Bones. Frank, get another team down here. Have them start looking into the third-floor corridor right away. You and I are going to go see Dumbledore and take him down to the Ministry for questioning. We have to get to the bottom of this. I can't believe the man, to keep a Cerberus in a school, in the same building as my niece. Longbottom. And my son. How dare he put our children in danger? He'd better have a good answer for this, Amelia. We need to investigate why we didn't receive Professor Quirrell's letters as well. Obviously someone has been tampering with the mail sent from this school. Bones. I think that will be all we need from you, Professor Quirrell. We will contact you if we need to ask any more questions about last night. Thank you very much for your time. No doubt the ministry will be issuing an official commendation for your actions in defense of this school, but on a personal note I would like to thank you as well. My niece Susan is currently a first year and I thank you for keeping her safe last night. Quirrell. Ah yes, Susan, she is an excellent student. Very attentive in class. So far she's gotten O's on nearly all her assignments. She needs to work on her grammar a bit, but her knowledge of defense is first rate. Your influence, I assume. But there is no need to thank me, Madam Bones, I was simply doing my duty. Longbottom. What about Neville, how is he doing? Quirrell. Neville is doing very well. An excellent work ethic from what I've seen. A mix of O's and E's on his assignments so far. He needs to work on his concentration and casting accuracy a bit, but then nearly all the students do. He'll get there with some practice. Bones. Well, as much as we'd like to continue discussing how our children are doing in class, this is an official inquiry, so we'd best save that for another time. Quirrell. Of course, Madam Bones, please feel free to contact me anytime you want an update on your niece's progress. Of course that goes for you as well, Mr. Longbottom. Bones. End of interview with Professor Quirrell. Dicta quill off. By the time Harry went down to breakfast, the Great Hall was already in an uproar. Not one single member of the faculty was in sight and the place was swarming with oars. Rumors were flying thick and fast. None of the students seemed to know exactly what had happened yet, though some of the prevailing rumors were surprisingly accurate. The fact that Death Eaters had attacked and that some of them had been parents of Hogwarts students was being thrown around left and right, but there were other rumors flying around as well. The strangest perhaps was that Dumbledore had gotten drunk and blown up the lawn while trying to create a fireworks display. According to that one, he had then accidentally blown up the teachers who had come running out to see what had happened, and now the entire staff was insane. Mungos. Harry snickered at the thought that some students actually believed that Dumbledore would do something so insane, but then half the school had always believed he was somewhat barmy. He remembered that even Percy, the boy who seemed to have a stick permanently stuck up his butt, had once described him as being a bit mad. He spotted Narcissa Malfoy standing near the entrance with an Auror escort. He realized that she must be here to collect Draco and quickly checked his map to find Draco before heading towards the dungeons. He psyched himself up. This was a crucial moment for him and Draco. He had to be as convincing as possible, or he was sure that 10 years down the line he would find himself having to deal with Draco. Harry caught up with a shell-shocked Draco on his way out of the dungeons with his trunk. Draco was a pale shadow of his usual self, with red-rimmed puffy eyes. "Are you leaving then, Draco?" said Harry. "Didn't you hear? My father was killed last night. He was murdered right here at Hogwarts while I was happily sleeping in my room." "I heard. It's not like anyone is talking about anything else. The whole place is going crazy with the fact that Death Eaters attacked the school last night. My mother's pulling me out of Hogwarts. She doesn't want me to stay at the place my father was killed." "Crab, Goyle and Nott may be leaving as well," whispered Draco in a monotone voice. "God, I'm sorry to hear that, Draco. I wanted to give you my condolences. I was very sorry to hear about your father." Why would you care about him? A Death Eater. He attacked the school," sobbed Draco. "Oh come on, Draco. Everyone knows your father was under the Imperious Curse during the last war." "What? Yeah, obviously the Death Eaters needed more people for their attack, so they put your father under the Imperious again." I don't know. Is that what you think happened?" "Of course, Draco. After all, I'm sure your father loved you. Attacking the school would have put you in danger, and your father, he would never have put you in danger." "Right. And no, he wouldn't have. Then that means he had to be under the Imperious. Obviously the Death Eaters had it in for him. But he supported them. He advocated the Pureblood causes. Why would they?" "Draco, come on, you can't think that way about your father. There's a big difference between being a supporter for the Pureblood way of life and being a Death Eater. And don't forget, the Imperious is a particularly nasty curse. Not only does it rob you of your free will, but even after it's lifted, people make excuses for why they acted the way they did. I've heard that victims can rationalize away their actions as something they really wanted to do. They come up with all sorts of excuses as to why they acted the way they did. I read about a case where a wizard used the Imperius to make someone jump in a river, and even after the curse was lifted, the victim claimed that he just felt like a swim. So you're saying that whenever he went on about the Muggleborns, he was justifying his actions under the Imperius, of course. I don't know what to say. I have to get going. My mother's waiting for me in the hall. That's okay, Draco. Just wanted to let you know that I'm here for you. If you ever want anything, even if it's only someone to talk to, just tell me. Okay. Yes, I'll do that. Let me know if you're going to visit Sirius during the Christmas break. He's your mother's cousin, so you'll probably visit at some point, right? I could meet you then. I don't know. They've never been very close. Yeah, but at times like these, families should come together. I'm sure that you'll probably be seeing a lot more of him now. Harry knew Sirius would be seeing a lot of the Malfoys. After all, Lucius had changed his will after Sirius's little visit back in August. The new will designated Sirius Black in his capacity as head of the Black family and Narcissus' cousin to take over management of the Malfoy estate until the time he felt that Draco was ready to manage things himself. Unless Draco grew up without a single trace of pureblood prejudice, it was highly unlikely that Sirius would ever turn over management of the Malfoy estates to him. Tell you what, if your mother isn't comfortable coming over, I'll have him bring me over for a visit. If that's okay with you, of course, said Harry. Why, yes, I'd like that. With that, Harry dropped Draco off near the entrance and watched him head off with his mother. Part of him wondered why he was even bothering with Draco. His other memories of the boy were of someone he absolutely detested. On the other hand, this Draco had not done anything so far. This Draco had been quite affable with him, and a small part of him felt guilty that the boy had lost his father due to his actions. He wondered whether the seed he had planted within Draco would be enough to sway him away from his father's path. Probably not, he thought. Oh well, Sirius will be keeping an eye on him. And with Sirius acting as the main male influence in the boy's life, there's no telling how Draco will turn out. Harry shook himself from the melancholy mood that meeting Draco had put him in and headed back to the Great Hall to eat his breakfast. He grabbed a seat next to Hermione. Hey Hermione, did you hear about Dumbledore going insane and blowing up the faculty? Honestly, Harry, how can you believe that? Neville's dad, the Auror, already made an announcement. He did. What did he say? Death Eaters attacked the school last night but were defeated by a professor. He didn't say who. All the staff has been taken to the ministry to help the Aurors in their investigations. Really? Help them in their investigations, huh? Isn't that usually a euphemism for when the police arrest you and work you over with rubber hoses? I really don't think they'd be doing that, Harry. I think I preferred the Dumbledore going batshit story. Made much more sense. I think I smell a cover-up. Okay, Miss Smarty Pants, you tell me why they would arrest all the professors if the school was really attacked by Death Eaters. They haven't been arrested, shrieked Hermione. Of course not, they're just helping the police with their inquiries. Harry made air quotes around the phrase, further infuriating Hermione. Oh my God, will you look at that, he said, pointing behind Hermione. Hermione turned around to see a team of Aurors levitating a sleeping three-headed thing down the corridor. Some of the Aurors seemed to be bleeding from what looked like large bite marks. What on earth is that? She screamed, getting up to get a better look. Looks like a giant dog, with 3 heads. That's kinda cool, said Harry. Wonder what they're doing with it. That thing was in the castle. What on earth was it doing here? See, looks like the story of Dumbledore going batshit insane wasn't that far off. I mean, if he had that kind of thing in a school full of kids, said Harry. A stunned Hermione could not come up with any kind of rebuttal as she saw the Aurors carefully levitate the sleeping monster out the front doors of Hogwarts. Kingsley Shacklebolt hurried up to where Frank Longbottom was sitting in the Great Hall. Got something to tell me, Kingsley? Yes, sir. Checked out the Ollery like you said. We found a couple of very interesting things. Go on. It seems that there's a ward around the Ollery that affects every letter sent out from the school. All the owls were charmed as well. What does it do? It seems to tag each letter sent out with a selective notice me not charm. Basically, if any letter contains certain words or phrases like three-headed dog, Cerberus, third floor corridor, danger, etc., then the recipient will ignore those sentences totally. So if someone were to send a letter warning that the school children were in danger due to a three-headed dog in the third floor corridor, then the letter will be totally ignored. Yes, if the letter contains some other content, then the reader will focus only on that, but if the letter only talked about the Cerberus or the third floor corridor, then the entire letter would be ignored. Then the letter sorters at the ministry would probably have just binned the letter, thinking it's a blank letter. Yes, could you determine who cast the ward? Unfortunately, we could not isolate the magical signature. Damn, so we can't pin it on Dumbledore. Sorry, sir. Not your fault, Kingsley. Just dispel that ward and make sure all your findings are documented properly. Right away, sir, said Kingsley before hurrying off to do just that. Severus Snape was in a great deal of pain. He could not understand what had happened. He had been in his classroom grading assignments, and then the next thing he knew he was being woken up in the hospital wing surrounded by Aurors. Every single nerve in his wand hand seemed to be on fire. The thrice-damned Aurors had not even let Poppy finish healing his hand before roughly dragging him to the ministry and tossing him in a holding cell. His mind still did not seem to have recovered from whatever had happened, and he found it incredibly difficult to string together a coherent thought or sentence. All he knew was that somehow he had been injured and had been arrested for being a Death Eater. Why would they arrest him now? It had been a decade since he had been a part of Voldemort's circle. Dumbledore had vouched for him. Why was he in a cell? He wished his mind would clear. He wished his damn hand would stop paining. Perhaps he should just sleep. Yes, sleep. No doubt some rest would help him heal. When he awoke, this would all make sense. Dumbledore would come for him. Till then he would sleep. Dumbledore was finding it exceedingly difficult to keep a hold of his kindly grandfather persona. Amelia Bones and Frank Longbottom had insisted on dragging him to the ministry and had grilled him for an hour before leaving him to wait. Harping on about danger to the students. Couldn't they understand that he did what he had to do for the greater good? After all, what was more important, the safety of a few snot-nosed brats or the well-being of the entire wizarding world? He wished he could just hex the two of them to Kingdom Come and obliviate them of the events of last night. Unfortunately, by the time he got back to Hogwarts, there had been far too many Aurors there to safely obliviate. Damn Quirrell, why did he have to inform the DMLE? The incompetent fool should have contacted him first. How dare he go to the DMLE? The first thing he was going to do when he was finished here was fire the turbaned fool and make sure that he would never be able to find another job. But first he would make him suffer. Yes, he would make that fool realize that no one comes in the way of Albus Dumbledore's plans. Certainly not someone like Quirrell. So he got lucky facing a couple of Death Eaters. He would soon learn the difference between scum like them and Albus Dumbledore. And when he was done with Quirrell, he would turn his attention to Bones and Longbottom. How dare they presume to question him? He was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the ICW. He would weather this little storm in a teacup, and then he would show them the full meaning of what it meant to trifle with him. Yes, yes he would. He plastered a smile on his face and beamed at Amelia Bones, who had just walked in. I trust that you have sorted out matters by now, Amelia. If you have any more questions, you can contact me at Hogwarts. Now I must insist on heading back to the school. There are matters there that require my attention urgently. Sorry, Albus, I have to keep you here for just a little while longer. I've gotten the preliminary reports about the third floor corridor, and I'm afraid you're going to have to answer some questions about them. But of course, Amelia, what did you want to know? Start with how you planned on keeping the students safe from the Cerberus. Didn't you think it was dangerous keeping a beast like that in a school full of children? Come now, Amelia. There was no danger. Do you really think I would endanger my students? All the students were warned on the first day of school to stay away from the third floor corridor. Was that the extent of your precautions? A simple warning to stay away. The students know better than to disregard my orders, Amelia. What need was there for anything else? I see. said a grim Amelia Bones, already deciding that this insanely reckless man was going to get the full force of the DMLE thrown at him. It would be a cold day in hell before Albus Dumbledore would ever set foot in Hogwarts again. Not while she had a single breath left in her body. Did you ever consider the fact that a student might get lost and stumble across the corridor by accident? The door was locked, Amelia. My Aurors report that they could open it with a simple Alohomora. That's a first-year charm, Albus. Hell, it's such a simple charm that I learned it before I even attended Hogwarts. Hagrid had to be able to visit Fluffy every day, to feed and care for him. We could not use stronger security measures on the door as he is unable to perform magic. I see, and why wasn't there a warning sign? After all, if a student did get lost, how were they to know that they were not supposed to open the door? The students learn to find their way around Hogwarts soon enough, Amelia. What are the chances that one would get lost? It has been a long time since you were a first year, hasn't it, Albus? Unfortunately, I remember only too well how easy it was to get lost back in first year. I must have gotten lost dozens of times in the first few months at Hogwarts. That may have been something I overlooked. However, no student has entered that corridor, so I fail to see what the problem is. Amelia had to restrain herself from grabbing a chair and battering the man sitting across her to death. Very well, Albus. Please wait, I'll be back in a minute or two. With that, Amelia Bones left the room. She returned a few minutes later with a stack of paperwork. Albus Dumbledore, I am officially informing you that there is to be a full hearing on this matter. Please sign these papers to acknowledge that you have received the notification. Is this really necessary, Amelia? I believe I have sufficiently explained matters. I believe it is. If you believe that your explanations are sufficient, then you have nothing to fear from a hearing. Kindly sign the papers. Very well, Amelia. Dumbledore looked at the papers, signing the acknowledgement form for the hearing. Then he looked at the second set of papers and paused. What is this, Amelia? That is a restraining order. Until the hearing is concluded, you are hereby banned from the Hogwarts grounds. You will be fitted with a ministry tracking charm to enforce your compliance. At this time, I must remind you that breaking the restraining order is punishable by 6 months in Azkaban. Interfering with a ministry tracking charm or circumventing it in any way is punishable by a year in Azkaban. Kindly sign the paper to acknowledge that you have been informed of these facts. Dumbledore's facade finally cracked a bit. He glowered angrily at Amelia. I don't believe this, Amelia. How on earth do you justify this? I am the headmaster of Hogwarts and you are treating me like a common criminal. How will I be able to carry out my duties if I am not able to enter the grounds? Shouted Dumbledore. Minerva can take over for you. In any case, this is only until the hearing is concluded. I can do you a favor and schedule it within a week. Until then, you will just have to stay away from Hogwarts. If you need to retrieve any personal items, you may give a list to one of my Aurors. They will fetch them for you. Dumbledore signed the papers, shoved them back at Amelia and stalked from the room in a temper. He decided that Amelia Bones would go to the top of his list for payback. By the time he was done with her, she would be swabbing toilets in the ministry. No, she wouldn't even be able to get a job swabbing toilets. He would ruin her. Yes, he would. He would show her exactly what it meant to go against him. Sirius Black entered the ministry and made his way to Cornelius Fudge's office. He had Fudge's secretary announce him, and a moment later he was being ushered into the minister's office. "Ah, Sirius, so good to see you. What can I do for you?" said Fudge. "Hello, Minister. You're looking well, better than I expected. After all, I heard about your undersecretary. Quite unfortunate that." "Yes, that was quite a surprise. I would never have expected it of Dolores." "Yes, most surprising indeed. Does anyone know what happened?" "No, not really. They tell me the stress of her position must have gotten to her and made her snap. I guess not everyone can handle the pressures of a job in the ministry," said Fudge pompously, implying by his tone that he could more than handle anything that the ministry threw at him. "Is it true that she went insane and used a blood quill to scrawl obscenities all over the walls of her office until she died from blood loss?" "Unfortunately, yes. That has to be one of the strangest ways to commit suicide that I have ever heard of." "What was she doing with a blood quill anyway? I wouldn't imagine that there would be much use for something like that at the ministry. Who knows? The quill was part of a set that belonged to her. Why she had it is unfortunately something only she could have answered, said Fudge. Still, at least with all the attention that this situation with Dumbledore is getting, no one is asking too many questions about her. Otherwise it could have been quite the scandal. Yes, Dumbledore, that's another thing that we could have done without. Honestly, what was that man thinking? Grumbled Fudge. That was the other matter that I hoped to discuss with you. Oh come now, Sirius. Don't start with that. I've had more people than I can count in here telling me I have to do something to protect that man. I'll tell you what I've told them. I cannot and will not push this under the rug. Amelia has made that impossible. I cannot throw out the case against him unless I am willing to fire Amelia, and I cannot do that with all the support she has in the ministry. Surely you can see that. But don't worry, I'm sure he'll provide an adequate defense at his hearing, and I'm sure he'll be found innocent, so there is no need for you to worry at all. I really wasn't about to suggest that you dismiss the case. No, matters have progressed too far for it to be quietly swept under the rug. We have to have a public hearing. Have you seen the headlines this matter has been getting all week? Rita Skeeter has been braying for his blood, and the public isn't far behind. Child endangerment is an issue that everyone has extremely strong feelings for. Every parent in the country is going to be judging us. No, we have to be seen to investigate this matter most thoroughly, said Sirius. Yes, that's exactly what I've been saying all along, said Fudge. The only problem is that no matter what we do, there will still be people who will criticize us. In her latest column, Rita Skeeter has said that she doubts the ministry will ever move against Dumbledore. We must fight this perception, Cornelius. We cannot be seen as people willing to let things slide just because of the stature of the accused, said Sirius. No, of course not. I totally agree, but how do we handle this? After all, I'm sure Dumbledore will be found innocent. The man is far too cunning to let something like this bring him down. Yes, the problem is whether we find him guilty or innocent. There will be people who say that we only ruled that way because of who he is. Find him guilty and they will say his political enemies have orchestrated this. Find him innocent and they will say that of course we are too much in Dumbledore's pocket to ever go against him. So we're damned either way, asked Fudge in a mournful tone. Perhaps we should have a little chat with the Prophet's managers. It shouldn't be too difficult to get them to report the news the way we want. No, Cornelius, muzzling the press is at best a short-term solution, and it's too late for that now anyway. People are already thinking along those lines, not to mention the fact that the international papers have started to pick up the story as well. We can't muzzle all of them. I do have a solution though. I propose that at the hearing you ask each member of the Wizengamot to take a wizard's oath on their magic that they will try this case purely on its merits without any consideration of the accused's history or stature. Ask each of them to swear to strictly abide by the laws of the land in this case. The Wizengamot is not likely to agree to that, Sirius. If they are asked to swear publicly by you, Cornelius, then they will have no choice. What will their options be? If they don't agree to swear, then they're publicly admitting that they do not intend to be unbiased in this case. The press will drag them over the coals in that case. Your idea does have merit. After all, if we all take this oath, then the press cannot criticize us at all, no matter what the outcome of this case. Precisely, said Sirius, outwardly calm but inside he was ecstatic. Fudge had bought it hook, line and sinker. Take that, Dumbledore. I've taken the liberty to write out a suitable oath that I believe should suffice to ward off any accusations of bias or favoritism, said Sirius as he handed over a piece of parchment to Fudge. A supremely confident Dumbledore strode serenely into the courtroom that was absolutely packed with spectators and reporters. He was wearing long midnight blue robes and a perfectly calm expression. He had spent his week away from Hogwarts extremely productively, calling in all the favors and political capital he possessed. More than half the Wizengamot was firmly in his pocket, and he was absolutely certain that the case would be dismissed. He paused to give Amelia Bones a glare. There she sat like she owned the place. Well, he would soon disabuse her of that notion. For now, though, he put on his most genial smile and beamed at all the sitting members. Harry sat on his bed with the curtains drawn around him, once again watching events on one of his communication mirrors. He wished that he could have been in the courtroom, but Sirius had refused to allow it. This was the next best thing he guessed. This mirror had been set up by Sirius and Dobby to give him a perfect bird's-eye view of the entire court. Luckily the hearing was happening on a Saturday, otherwise he'd have had to come up with an excuse for missing class. As it was, he had been forced to pretend to have a headache and tell his friends that he wanted to go have a lie down. Luckily for him, they had not dragged him off to the hospital wing, although Hermione had looked like she was pretty close to doing just that. He looked at the members of the Wizengamot. There were about 50 of them, all wearing plum-colored robes with an elaborately worked silver W on the left-hand side of the chest. In the very middle of the front row sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. He saw Amelia Bones sitting on Fudge's left, looking very forbidding in her monocle and short gray hair. On Fudge's right sat Sirius, looking every inch the powerful pureblood that ordinarily he would never act like. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot," greeted Dumbledore, taking out his wand and giving a little flick at the normal chair for the accused, the arms of which were covered in chains, changing it into a squashy chintz armchair. The members of the Wizengamot were muttering. All eyes were now on Dumbledore. Some looked annoyed, others slightly frightened. 2 elderly witches in the back row, however, raised their hands and waved in welcome. Dumbledore sat down, put the tips of his long fingers together and surveyed Fudge over them with an expression of polite interest. The Wizengamot was still muttering and fidgeting restlessly. Only when Fudge spoke again did they settle down. "Very well," said Fudge. "The accused being present, let us begin. Criminal hearing of the 26th of October 1991, said Fudge in a ringing voice, into the charges of child endangerment by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, resident at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Court Scribe, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Acting as counsel for himself, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, announced Dumbledore. "Yes," said Fudge again, shuffling his notes. "Well, then, so, the charges." "Yes." He extricated a piece of parchment from the pile before him, took a deep breath, and read out, "The charges against the accused are as follows: that he did knowingly, deliberately and in full awareness of his actions did endanger the lives of the children entrusted into his care as headmaster of Hogwarts by keeping several dangerous animals and artifacts within the confines of said institute without taking adequate safety precautions, which constitutes an offense under paragraph F, Section 37 of the Child Protection Act of 1885. How does the accused plead?" "Not guilty," announced Dumbledore. The muttering in the crowd rose to a roar, and Fudge had to resort to a sonorous charm to order them to be quiet before the crowd settled down. "Yes, well then," he started in a slightly nervous tone before his voice gained strength again. "Due to the highly emotional nature of the charges and the status of the accused, I am going to have to order all members of the Wizengamot to take a magically binding oath to try this case without any bias," announced Fudge. Dumbledore was shocked out of his complacency. A magically binding oath like that might negate all the work he had done to sway the members of the Wizengamot to his side. He had to stop this, so he stood up and declared, "Come now, Cornelius, I hardly think that such a measure is required. I have full faith in all of the members sitting here today and have no doubt in my mind that they will be scrupulously fair and unbiased in this matter. I will remind you, Albus, that I am in charge of this court, not you. I happen to think that this is a very necessary measure to counter any charges of bias that are bound to be leveled at this court. I second the minister's motion and fully agree that such a measure is called for," announced Amelia Bones in a booming voice, cutting off the protests that some of the Wizengamot members were making. "Very well then, I shall be the first to take the oath," announced Fudge in a pompous tone as he took out his wand and raised it in his right hand. "I, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, do solemnly swear upon my magic that I shall be absolutely fair and unbiased during this hearing against Albus Dumbledore. I shall try and sentence this case purely upon its merits and evidence presented to the court. I shall strictly follow the laws of the land without letting the status and history of the accused have any bearing whatsoever upon the outcome of the case. So mote it be." The court was in an uproar and Dumbledore was absolutely shocked. He had not expected this at all. Fudge was closely followed by Amelia Bones, and then one by one the rest of the Wizengamot followed them in taking the oath. Some of them looked extremely reluctant, but they all seemed to realize that they had been backed into a corner by Fudge and all took the oath. Good, now that's that done, let us continue with this case. The court calls upon Frank Longbottom, head Auror of the DMLE, to present the evidence gathered at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The next few hours went by slowly as the evidence against Dumbledore was presented. Harry was highly amused at the looks of shock and outrage when pictures of the Cerberus were displayed. The magical photographs clearly showed the ferocity of the creature as it lunged against the bars of a cage, all three heads snapping and biting in unison. This was soon followed by pictures of Devil's Snare, the flying keys, the chessboard and the troll. Snape's potions didn't get much of a response, being relatively tame, although a few members did say that they thought that leaving bottles of poison lying around was a clear case of child endangerment just on its own. Surprisingly enough, one of the members seemed to be incredibly outraged when the Mirror of Erised was brought up. He seemed even more incensed than he had been upon seeing the photographs of the Cerberus. "Am I hearing this correctly, Albus?" snapped Tiberius Ogden. "You had the mirror in an unlocked room without any protections upon it whatsoever." "It was only there temporarily. I had planned on moving it very soon as it was to be used as the last line of defense for the stone," defended Dumbledore. "That is no excuse, Albus. At least the other objects were behind a locked door, inadequate protection as that might have been, but to have the mirror just kept in an unused room. What would you have done if a child had stumbled across it, Albus? Grown men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. For you to just keep it out in the open where any child could come across it is shocking." "Come now, Tiberius, it is hardly more shocking than the headmaster of the school announcing to the entire school on the very first day that there is something dangerous on the 3rd floor, said Sirius. "After all, I remember what my friends and I were like back in our school days. Such an announcement would have drawn us like moths to a flame. I doubt we would have even bothered to unpack before heading there to find exactly what was making the corridor so dangerous." "Not everyone is as reckless or impulsive as you, Black," snapped Dumbledore. "My students know better than to disregard my orders." "Really," drawled Sirius, "I draw your attention to the transcripts of the student interviews taken at your school." "Let me see now, where was it? Ah, here it is. Members of the Wizengamot, kindly look at page 75 of the file entered with evidence number 25. During the interviews of the 6th-year Gryffindor boys, they admitted that a group of them had already checked out the 3rd-floor corridor and seen the Cerberus. It seems they were planning on holding a little contest. The only reason they hadn't already held it was that they were still debating whether the winner would be the one who got closest to the Cerberus or the one who managed to spend the longest amount of time within the room. What do you have to say to that, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore opened and closed his mouth like a fish several times before finally saying, I admit that I may have underestimated some aspects of my students' characters, but as you can see, none of them got hurt, so what they may or may not have planned to do is immaterial." After a few more hours of this, Fudge finally announced an end to the prosecution's case. "Members of the Wizengamot, you have heard the evidence against the accused. At this time I will ask the accused if he has any evidence to present on his behalf." "Members of the Wizengamot," started Dumbledore as he majestically rose to his feet, "to begin, I would like to remind you that historically the Ministry has no rights to interfere with the running of Hogwarts, and I was well within my rights as headmaster of Hogwarts to act in the manner which I did. All that I did was for the greater good, ladies and gentlemen. It was for the greater good that the Philosopher's Stone had to be kept safe. It was imperative that certain unsavory elements of the wizarding world not get their hands upon such an item of incalculable power. As such, it was well within my right to utilize the walls and wards of Hogwarts to keep this item safe. I took the danger upon myself to keep all of you safe. I have served the wizarding world my entire life, and I would do anything for the safety of the wizarding world, as I have proved time and time again in the past. I assure you that the students of Hogwarts were perfectly safe at all times, and the presence of the stone and its protections did not endanger them in any way whatsoever. I respectfully submit myself to the will of the court. All I can do now is to await your verdict." Dumbledore put his fingertips together again and said no more. Harry was surprised. He had half expected Dumbledore to announce that he was protecting the stone against Voldemort. But then he guessed that Dumbledore knew that the Wizengamot would not be very likely to believe that Voldemort had returned. The entire Wizengamot had fallen into urgent, whispered conversations. Then the whispering stopped. "Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges," said Madame Bones' booming voice. There were no hands in the air, not a one. Dumbledore stared in shock, but before he could say anything Madame Bones had said, "And those in favor of conviction." Fudge raised his hand, followed closely by Amelia Bones and Sirius. Slowly, one by one, every single member of the Wizengamot raised his hand. Fudge glanced around, then lowered his hand. He took 2 deep breaths and then said in a nervous voice, very well, convicted on all charges. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you have hereby been found guilty of the charge of child endangerment. As such, as per the Child Protection Act of 1885, you are hereby sentenced to—" "Excuse me, Minister," interjected Sirius quickly. "I am sorry to interrupt, but since we have all taken an oath to strictly uphold the law in this case, I just wanted to check with you if you were aware of the current laws pertaining to the sentencing of the accused." "Of course, Mr. Black," said Fudge in a confused, slightly indignant tone. "This case falls under the Child Protection Act of 1885, which states that in cases of child endangerment where a child is put in danger but no injuries occur, in such a case the accused is sentenced to 1 month in Azkaban." "Ah, then I'm glad I interrupted, or you, and all of us, might have been in danger of losing our magic." "How so?" asked Tiberius Ogden in a worried tone. "Well, sir, while it is true that the case does fall under the Child Protection Act, the sentencing for the same also falls under the Mandatory Sentencing Act of 1986. As you might remember, it was I, along with Madame Bones and others of the DMLE, who co-authored that law, and as such I am a bit of an expert when it comes to that act, which lays out the mandatory punishments that are required for various offenses against the law." "And what does it say?" snapped Dumbledore. "The Mandatory Sentencing Act of 1986 does in fact impose a sentence of 1 month in Azkaban. However, this is for one single count of child endangerment. According to paragraph J, section 259 of the said act, when multiple children are endangered, then each child shall constitute as a separate count of child endangerment, and the guilty party will be subject to a month of imprisonment for each such count. A child is defined as anyone under the age of majority, that is, anyone under the age of 17, announced Sirius to a court that was shocked silent as the people in it slowly understood the ramifications. "And we found Dumbledore guilty of endangering all the children in Hogwarts." "How many children are currently attending?" asked Fudge in shock. "Currently there are 454 students under the age of 17 residing at Hogwarts," said Frank Longbottom. That means," said Fudge. "That means that Albus Dumbledore must be sentenced to 454 counts of child endangerment, which carries a sentence of 454 months in Azkaban. I believe that works out too." Sirius scribbled out a quick calculation upon a piece of parchment. "Merlin, but he hated long division. 37 years and 10 months, said Sirius. But surely that's excessive," whimpered Fudge. "Unfortunately, Minister, our oaths leave us no choice but to follow the law, or risk losing our magic, and the law states that Albus Dumbledore has to be sentenced to 37 years and 10 months in Azkaban. That is of course assuming that we decide to treat all the separate dangers, such as the Cerberus, Troll, Mirror etc. as one count, instead of applying multiple charges for each," said Sirius. Fudge looked around the court, absolutely shocked and terrified at what he was about to do. He visibly steeled himself before saying, "Very well, then I hereby sentence Albus Dumbledore to 37 years and I think that's quite enough, Cornelius." "Well, it's just that you seem to be laboring under the delusion that I am going to, what is the phrase? Come quietly." "I am afraid I am not going to come quietly at all, Cornelius. I have absolutely no intention of being sent to Azkaban. I could break out, of course, but what a waste of time, and frankly, I can think of a whole host of things I would rather be doing," said Dumbledore, getting to his feet. A flash of gold suddenly blinded the people in the courtroom as Fawkes flamed into existence next to Dumbledore. Dumbledore reached swiftly to grasp the phoenix's long golden tail, but had to draw his hand back quickly, hissing in pain. Bars of fire had suddenly sprung around Fawkes, imprisoning the phoenix in a fiery cage. Dumbledore's hand was covered in burns and blisters where it had come too close to the bars. Fawkes squawked indignantly from within his cage. "I'm sorry, Albus, but did you think we were all incompetents? Did you assume we would not think to ward against your phoenix?" asked Madame Bones as the chair that Dumbledore had changed reverted back to its original form. The chains covering its arms sprang to life and wrapped around Dumbledore, pulling him back down into the chair, binding him in his magic. Fudge was purple with anger. He jumped to his feet and screamed at Dumbledore, How dare you show such disrespect to the Ministry and Wizengamot? I will not stand for this, Dumbledore. Members of the Wizengamot, I feel that I must move that Albus Dumbledore be held in contempt of court and also charge him with attempting to escape from his lawful sentence. As you know, any escape attempt imposes the penalty of a further 10 years in Azkaban and the forfeiture of all rights to appeal, pardon or parole, boomed Madame Bones in a voice of iron. All in favor raise your hands now. Every single member of the Wizengamot was absolutely incensed at Dumbledore's blatant escape attempt, and once again the vote was unanimous against the soon-to-be former Chief Warlock. Orders, you will take Mr. Dumbledore to Azkaban immediately. As he has proven himself to be an extremely high security risk, he is to be incarcerated in the maximum security wing at Azkaban, ordered Madame Bones. His phoenix will not be released until such time as the wards of Azkaban are upgraded to keep it out. Harry collapsed on his bed, the stress and tension that had pervaded his body ever since he entered Hogwarts finally leaving him. Thank God the anti-Phoenix wards had worked. He had not wanted to do anything to hurt Fawkes, and he was immensely grateful that Quirrell had known of an obscure ward that would prevent Phoenix travel without doing any permanent damage to the magnificent creature. He trusted Amelia and Sirius to make sure that Dumbledore would reach a cell in Azkaban without incident. He relaxed and let out a deep sigh. Finally he felt a measure of peace and safety. The plan against Dumbledore had gone off flawlessly. He sighed again before getting up. He had to talk to his parents and let them know that they no longer had to worry about Dumbledore. He smiled at the thought of their reactions before pulling out the mirror that was the twin of the one that his parents had. One of these days he would figure out a way to combine mirrors. As things stood, if anyone ever saw all the different mirrors that he currently possessed, they would think he was the vainest boy in the entire country. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.